Chapter 801, Divine General Inheritance. 2. There's still blood floating in the sea. It seems that these people have just died. Dragon looked at the blood-red seawater and said in a deep voice. There's a severely damaged spaceship wreckage that's still emitting thick smoke. The battle should have ended not long ago. Bing Sulin looked at the spaceship emitting thick smoke on the screen and said solemnly. Who did it? Why did they do it? Zhou Yu and the others wore grave expressions. Chu Zhou did not speak. He looked at the scene on the screen thoughtfully. The coiling dragon cut through the waves in the sea and soon arrived at the scene of the accident. This is not a place you should come to. If you want to live, leave immediately. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the depths of the sea, shaking the eardrums of Chu Zhou and the others. Could it be that this person was the murderer who killed the corpses in the sea? Chu Zhou and the others thought to themselves. At the same time, he immediately looked into the depths of the sea, his gaze piercing through the layers of space. They soon saw a huge shadow in the depths of the sea. The shadow was enveloped by a black fog. Dragon and the others could not see the true body of the shadow. However, Chu Zhou saw it clearly. He saw a towering crystal giant. The crystal giant looked similar to the humans on Earth, but its entire body seemed to be carved out of crystal. Furthermore, blue blood seemed to be flowing in his body. The crystal race experts. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou recognized the origins of the crystal giant. There's a crystal race expert hiding in the sea. Chu Zhou told Dragon and the others about his discovery. It seems that the thousands of creatures that died here were done by this crystal race expert. What's his purpose in doing this? Don't tell me the crystal race wants to take the Divine General Inheritance in the Divine General Ancient City. Dragon and the others speculated. No matter what, it was impossible for them to give up on heading to the Divine General Ancient City. The coiling dragon continued forward. You're courting death if you don't listen to my advice. With a loud bang, a huge wave surged into the sky, and a towering crystal giant that was like a lofty mountain suddenly broke through the sea. It stretched out a huge crystal hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed at Chu Zhou and the others. Traces of nomological fluctuations emanated from the crystal hand. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou and the others determined the strength of the crystal giant. This was a creature that had the power of laws in its domain but had yet to condense a nomological spark. Their strength far exceeded that of world overlords, but they were far inferior to universe lords. They could be called pseudo-universe lords. Chu Zhou, don't do anything. Let's deal with him. The six of them charged out of the coiling dragon and charged at the crystal giant at lightning speed. In the past 8 months, their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. They had all reached the limit of the world overlord realm. They were just about to find an opponent to test their strength. A fake universe lord like the crystal giant was undoubtedly an ideal opponent. The six of them quickly fought the crystal giant on the surface of the sea. Chu Zhou smiled and did not interfere in the battle between the dragon and the others. He spread out a net of laws and devoured all the life elementium in the 3,000 corpses on the sea. A moment later, Dragon and the others returned with unsatisfied expressions, dragging the crystal giant's huge corpse. The next time we encounter such an opponent, we can't rush forward together. Otherwise, we won't be able to withstand a fight. We won't be able to test our strength at all. Zhou Yu said. Dragon and the others nodded in agreement. Just now, when they swarmed forward, the seemingly powerful crystal giant was directly killed by them. The battle ended too quickly and was meaningless. Don't worry, I think there are still many such opponents ahead. Some people or forces are probably thinking of ways to reduce the number of competitors for the inheritance of the Divine General and stop other living beings from going to the Divine General Ancient City. Chu Zhou said as he devoured the crystal giant's life elementium. I thought so, Dragon agreed. That's for the best. In that case, we won't lack opponents to test our strength and temper ourselves along the way. Zhou Yu and the others were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to try. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others returned to the coiling dragon. The coiling dragon continued forward. Not long after, the Zerg race army blocked the way. The six of them attacked again. Moreover, everyone was in charge of one direction of the Zerg race. Soon, they killed all the Zerg race beings. All the Zerg race corpses were also devoured by Chu Zhou. In the following journey, Chu Zhou and the others encountered dozens of attacks one after another. In these dozens of attacks, Chu Zhou silently acted as a corpse collector. As for the 6 of them, they acted as vanguards and engaged in a brutal battle with the many attackers. Among the living beings that attacked them, other than the Crystal race and Zerg race living beings that had appeared previously, there were also living beings from the Machinery race, the Mana race, the Origin race, and many other races. Moreover, these creatures that attacked rarely appeared alone. Usually, they would appear in large groups. The 6 of them also paid a tragic price. Even the Universe Lord's mechanical puppets and Universe Lord's battleships were used to kill dozens of waves of attackers. Even so, the bodies of the 6 of them had shattered more than once. However, they still reconstructed their bodies with difficulty time and time again and killed all the attackers. Chu Zhou watched silently as Dragon and the others fought. He did not attack from the beginning to the end. He only silently devoured the assassins killed by Dragon and the others, as well as the corpses of many living beings killed by the assassins. Chapter 802, Divine General Inheritance. 3. The 6 of them were even more tired, but their eyes became more and more determined and confident after experiencing a bloodbath. Blood and fire refined true metal. The tempering of their blood and fire caused their state of mind to soar rapidly. Chu Zhou could clearly feel the improvement of the 6 of them. After this journey, they will probably break through the limits of the World Overlord realm and step into the Pseudo-Universe Lord's realm soon. Chu Zhou thought to himself when he saw the changes in the spirits of the Dragon and the others. Of course, he thought that it wouldn't be a problem for Dragon and the others to become Pseudo-Universe Lords. However, he didn't dare to ensure that Dragon and the others could all become Universe Lords. The so-called fake Universe Lords were actually World Overlords. They had only touched some of the nomological power of the Universe Lords. However, it was still a different dimension from the real Universe Lords. After a living being became a Universe Lord, their life essence would undergo a huge leap in evolution. They would no longer be living beings from the same dimension as Pseudo-Universe Lords and World Overlords. Chu Zhou had personally experienced the advancement process of the Universe Lords and knew very well how difficult it was to advance to the Universe Lords. Among the 6 of them, there was only one person that he believed had a high chance of becoming a Universe Lord, and that was Zhou Yu. If the other 5 wanted to successfully become Universe Lords, he felt that they could only rely on luck or luck. Forget it, everyone has their own fate. Why are you thinking so much? Chu Zhou shook his head and collected his thoughts. Then, he began to count his gains along the way. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Along the way, he obtained a large number of attribute points, about 600,000 trillion. In addition, he also obtained a large amount of treasures and wealth from those assassins. Among them, he actually obtained 2 world hearts. He did not care much about those treasures and wealth. However, the world heart was what he needed. It was an item he needed to cultivate the 1000-body holy scripture. The world heart can only be found in the primal universe's primal world, or in the divine kingdoms established by Universe Lords and above. There's a world heart in the Mirror Universe's shopping mall. However, the price is too touching. A world heart can basically be bought with the entire wealth of an ordinary Universe Lords. If I buy a world heart from the mall, I probably won't be able to buy many. My wealth will quickly be squeezed dry. Now, 2 world hearts are delivered to my door. Furthermore, the corpses of the mechanical life forms in military uniforms and the Hydralisk Universe Lords are still there. Their divine kingdoms haven't collapsed yet. They can still refine 2 world hearts. Chu Zhou smiled and prepared to condense 4 more clones. The avatar condensed from the 1000-body holy scripture had 60% of the original body's strength. His main body was a world overlord, and the clone he condensed was at the world overlord level. His main body was a Universe Lord, and the clone he condensed was at the Universe Lord level. He was still a world overlord in the past. It was enough for him to condense a clone. Any more would be a waste. Now that he had become a Universe Lord, he could condense some avatars with the strength of a Universe Lord. Chu Zhou let Dragon and the others continue to control the coiling dragon to advance while he entered his divine kingdom. In the Myriad Laws Hall, he used the attribute board to upgrade the Killing Sword art and activate the 1000-body holy scripture to condense a clone. Upgrade the Killing Sword art. Upgrade the 1000 bodies holy scripture. With a thought, Chu Zhou first spent 300,000 trillion attribute points to upgrade the Killing Sword art, and then 300,000 trillion attribute points to upgrade the 1000-body holy scripture. Instantly, an endless sword chi shot out from the Myriad Laws Hall. The dazzling sword chi was like a peacock spreading its tail, illuminating the divine kingdom with a diameter of 1 light year. In the myriad laws hall, 4 figures with terrifying auras appeared beside Chu Zhou. Killing sword art, level 8 perfection. 1000 body holy scripture, 4 universe lords, 1 world overlord realm clone. Chu Zhou looked at the information on the attribute board and smiled. Chapter 803, Divine General Ancient City. 1. After Chu Zhou and the others resolved dozens of waves of attacks, they did not encounter any more attacks on the way. Is that the Divine General's ancient city? In the vast sea, golden waves rippled. A huge city that seemed to cut through the sky and sea entered the eyes of Chu Zhou and the others. The city walls of that huge city towered like clouds. It was majestic and emitted a strong ancient aura. It was like a huge city that had descended from the endless ancient times. At this moment, the city gate of the Divine General Ancient City was tightly shut. It had not officially opened yet. So many people. Chu Zhou and the others realized that there were many spaceships and many powerful living beings on the sea in front of the Divine General Ancient City. Among these living beings, they saw humans, the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the origin race, and other pinnacle races. They also saw many other strange life forms in the universe. What was shocking was that more than a third of these creatures were universe lords. The remaining world overlords could pass through many obstacles and interceptions to reach this place. Clearly, they were not simple. The remaining world overlords could pass through many obstacles and interceptions to reach this place. Clearly, they were not simple. Dragon and the others looked at the universe lords with terrifying auras, and their scalps went numb. Facing these universe lords, they felt a strong sense of danger. Looks like the competition for the inheritance of the Divine General is very intense. Chu Zhou couldn't help but sigh when he saw so many universe lords. Zhou Yu said, "That's very normal. In the universe, for countless years, any living being who can obtain the inheritance of a Divine General can basically become a powerhouse of a clan or a faction as long as they don't die midway. The inheritance of a Divine General is indeed very attractive. However, it's easier said than done to obtain the inheritance of a Divine General." Bing Selen said emotionally, "In the Divine General Ancient City, there are many mysterious ancient divine runes that fly out every time they appear. However, most of them are incomplete ancient divine runes. Only complete ancient divine runes can be considered the inheritance of the Divine General. And there is usually only one complete ancient divine rune every time. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain a complete ancient divine rune among so many competitors." The dragon smiled and said, "Those who are not universe lords have no right to compete for the complete ancient divine rune. Among us, only Chu Zhou has the chance to compete for the complete ancient divine rune. However, even if it's an incomplete ancient divine rune, it still contains terrifying power and power. It's extremely beneficial to us. This time, as long as I can obtain an incomplete ancient divine rune, I'll be considered to have profited." Zhou Yu and the others nodded slightly. He felt that the dragon's idea was more realistic. It was unrealistic for world overlords like them to fight for the complete ancient divine rune with a group of universe lords. He might as well consider how to obtain an incomplete ancient divine rune. The incomplete ancient divine rune also contained immense power. In history, there were many living beings in the universe who relied on incomplete ancient divine runes to rise up. Some of those living beings even became universe saints in the end. At this moment, Zhou Yu and the others' goal was to fight for an incomplete ancient divine rune. Chu Zhou blinked. A trace of determination flashed across the depths of his eyes. His goal was the complete ancient divine rune. He was definitely going to get the inheritance of the Divine General this time. Quick! Look, Romo, he's here too. Suddenly, Shi Lujin pointed at a figure in the distance and said in shock. Chu Zhou and the others immediately looked in the direction Shi Lujin was pointing and saw a familiar figure. That figure had 3 faces and 6 arms. He had blood-colored hair and his entire body was filled with a terrifying aura like a peerless demon god. He was cold and domineering. The surrounding living beings, including some universe lords, looked at him with fear. Who else could that figure be but Romo? No, Zhou Yu's expression suddenly changed. Romo's aura seems to have changed. It has become even more terrifying, majestic, and vast. Could it be that he has already become a universe lord? Chu Zhou stared at Romo's figure and said calmly. The expressions of Zhou Yu and the others changed slightly when they heard this. Even though I'm a little surprised to suddenly discover that he has become a universe lord, it seems normal. He reached the limit of the world overlord realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and is the #1 prodigy of our human race. After so many years, it's not surprising that he has become a universe lord. Yes. Romo's advancement to universe lord was expected. Zhou Yu and the others quickly calmed down. Thinking about it carefully, Romo was once the #1 prodigy of humanity. Moreover, he had already reached the limit of the world overlord realm hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now that he has advanced to the universe lords, it was completely acceptable. If someone like Romo could not become a universe lord, then very few humans could. He's here too. Just as Chu Zhou and the others discovered Romo, Romo also discovered Chu Zhou and the others. After Chu Zhou advanced to the universe lord, he no longer hid his true colors. There was no need. Moreover, even if he hid it, those who harbored ill intentions towards him would still be able to determine his true identity through the absolute arts and laws he used when he attacked. He could also determine his identity through Dragon and the others. Therefore, he decided not to hide any more. Very good. Have you become a universe lord? This way, we can compete in the Divine General Ancient City again. Chapter 804, Divine General Ancient City. 2. A smile appeared on Romo's cold face. Soon, Chu Zhou and the others discovered Miller, Xiu Si, Feng Yan, Solomon and the others in the crowd. It's really, fate. I, actually, met so many old friends here. Shi Liujin clicked his tongue. As for Chu Zhou, he looked back and forth at the two figures in surprise. Memories began to surface in the depths of his mind. Su Yingxiu. Nanggong Yiren. It's them. Chu Zhou looked at a woman in snow-white clothes who was following Feng Yan in shock, then at a charming woman who was following Solomon. New Moon Holy Maiden Su Yingxiu, Earth Holy Maiden Nanggong Yiren. These two women had left a deep impression on him. Before the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization were destroyed by Chu Zhou, Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren had mysteriously disappeared. At that time, Chu Zhou vaguely guessed that Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren had entered the depths of the starry sky. However, the depths of the starry sky were too vast. There were countless living beings. Chu Zhou thought that he would never see these two women again. He never expected to see them here again today. One of them is following Feng Yan, and the other is following Solomon. It seems that they have joined the Universe Galaxy Bank and the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce respectively. Furthermore, it seems that they are doing quite well. Chu Zhou looked at Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren's figures and recalled his past memories. A playful expression appeared on his face. These two women had once wanted to subdue him. If he attacked them now, they would definitely not be able to resist and could only be subjugated by him. However, this thought had just appeared when it quickly faded. There was no need. The past was like smoke. The grudges of the past had all disappeared with the destruction of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization. Now, in Universe Ocean, they were still in the human faction. Of course, the most important thing was that neither Su Yingxiu nor Nanggong Yiren had really attacked him. Otherwise, he would not have let it go so easily. It's them. Dragon, Soul and Chang'e Saha also noticed Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren. They did not expect to meet two old friends from Earth here. Like Chu Zhou, they had never thought of attacking Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren. Even though they were not on the same side as the two women on Earth. In the universe, especially in the 10,000 race battlefield, they were on the same side as the two women. It was a little unreasonable to kill each other in the same camp. Moreover, the past was in the past. Su Yingxiu and Nanggong Yiren also noticed Chu Zhou. The moment they saw Chu Zhou, their hearts tightened. They were all worried that Chu Zhou would choose to attack them because of the grudges on Earth. Now, Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity. Moreover, 8 months ago, they had heard that Chu Zhou had killed a universe lord of the machinery race and a universe lord of the hydraulic race. Now, Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity. Moreover, 8 months ago, they had heard that Chu Zhou had killed a universe lord of the machinery race and a universe lord of the hydraulic race. They really had no power to resist at all. Fortunately, Chu Zhou only looked at them and didn't seem to care. He doesn't care about me anymore? That's true. He's a universe lord, a true expert in the universe, an existence respected by many cosmic races. Why would he care about a small figure like me? Su Yingxiu thought to herself self-deprecatingly. For some reason, he felt a little disappointed. Feng Yan saw Su Yingxiu's reaction and glanced at Chu Zhou's figure. She reached out and patted Su Yingxiu's shoulder. Junior sister Yingxiu, I roughly understand the grudges between you and Chu Zhou. However, that's all in the past. Since Chu Zhou didn't hold it against you, don't think too much about it. Senior sister Feng Yan, I didn't think too much about it. I'm just sighing. He's improving too quickly, Su Yingxiu said. Feng Yan looked at Chu Zhou's figure and sighed deeply. That's right. His improvement is too fast and exaggerated. In every era, such a freak is born. It makes it difficult for other people of the same generation to compare to him or even chase after his back. Don't care? Ignore? I didn't expect that I, Nangang Yiren, would be ignored one day. Nangang Yiren looked at Chu Zhou with a complicated gaze. She had never thought that a young man who had come from Earth could achieve such astonishing achievements in such a short period of time. Is he Chu Zhou? The #1 prodigy of humanity, the disciple of King Beikang. Hehe, how impressive! He deserves to be killed. King Beikang once obtained the ancient divine word kill in the Divine General Ancient City. He was conferred the title of Killing Divine General by the Divine General. From then on, he rose rapidly and shocked all races. Now, Chu Zhou has also come to the Divine General Ancient City. Is he trying to obtain the Divine General's inheritance and repeat his teacher's rise? The inheritance of the Divine General is mine. If Chu Zhou stops me, I'll kill him. One King Beikang is enough for humans. There's no need for another. Many powerful foreign creatures were staring coldly at Chu Zhou's figure. Suddenly, 5 terrifying figures appeared above Chu Zhou's head. Human, Chu Zhou, are you tempting fate by coming here? Camilla looked down at Chu Zhou and sneered. She was about 12 meters tall and had 2 fleshy wings with sharp bone spikes. Her facial features were exquisite and her figure was curvaceous. However, there was tissue similar to the abdomen of an insect on her abdomen. Her legs also had sharp armor barbs. An extremely dangerous and terrifying aura emanated from her body, making many living beings and even the universe lords feel intense uneasiness. You know that the machinery race is chasing after you, but you still dare to openly reveal your true body. How bold! A dark blue machinery race youth stared at Chu Zhou with killing intent and an ice-cold gaze. King Beikang killed countless experts of the crystal race back then. Chu Zhou, as his disciple, you shall pay with your life. The person who spoke was a crystal race youth. Its entire body seemed to be carved out of crystal, and blue blood flowed through its translucent body. This crystal race youth was much stronger than the crystal race expert Chu Zhou had encountered not long ago. An incomparably heavy pressure emanated from his body, causing the surrounding void to collapse continuously. It was suffocating. A teacher owes a debt, and a disciple pays it back. This is very fair. A figure wrapped in lightning chains and holding a resplendent ancient spear in his hand said coldly. His body emitted a terrifying aura that judged everything. When everyone saw this figure, it was as if they were looking at a god of judgment who controlled the laws of judgment. It was difficult for all living beings to escape his judgment. There was also an incomparably huge ancient tree that lay across the void. The trunk of the ancient tree was covered in dense blue scales, as if it was made of blue gold, giving off an indestructible feeling. The demon-like face in the middle of the tree trunk looked ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, the demonic face stared coldly at Chu Zhou's figure. It did not say anything, but its killing intent was so strong that it seemed to be able to fill the entire sea. On the surface of the sea, almost all the living beings looked at the strange blue tree in the sky with respect. This was because it was an ancient blue demon tree. It was one of the royal families of the Mana clan that was infamous and shook the universe. Gasp! Camilla of the Zerg race, Amundsen of the machinery race, Gaia of the crystal race, Gracia of the source race, and Lanbao of the Mana race. They are all prodigies who have risen up in the battlefield of the myriad races over the years. Could it be that they have joined forces to deal with Chu Zhou? Many living beings recognized the 5 figures and gasped. These 5 living beings were very extraordinary. Not only were they all from peak races, but their strength was also astonishing. They were the strongest new universe lords in the myriad race battlefield in recent years. If they joined forces to deal with Chu Zhou, he would probably be in danger. Chapter 805, Battle for the Token. Camilla of the Zerg race, Amundsen of the Machinery race, Gaia of the Crystal race, Grace of the Origin race, and Rambo of the Mana race. The 5 newly advanced universe lords who had been all-powerful in the myriad race battlefield in recent years stared at Chu Zhou with unfriendly gazes. Cold killing intent filled the void. Dragon and the others learned of the origins of Camilla and the others from the discussions of the surrounding living beings. They were immediately secretly worried for Chu Zhou. On the other hand, Chu Zhou's expression was as calm as water. It was as if he treated Camilla and the others as air. Camilla and the others kept staring at Chu Zhou. Seeing Chu Zhou's calm reaction, their eyes turned cold. Chu Zhou actually dared to ignore them? Almost at the same time, Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, and Rambo suddenly turned into blurry after-images and rushed towards Chu Zhou. In almost a billionth of a second, Camilla and the others flew back to their original positions. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. Where Chu Zhou was, the void collapsed inch by inch. A terrifying illuminate suddenly spread out, and a shocking wave surged in the sea. All the World Overlord realm creatures in this sea area were instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. What's going on? Dragon and the others, as well as many World Overlords who vomited blood and were sent flying, were all dumbfounded. Camilla and the others were too fast. All the World Overlords were sent flying. Chapter 805, Battle for the Token. Camilla of the Zerg race, Amundsen of the Machinery race, Gaia of the Crystal race, Grace of the Origin race, and Rambo of the Mana race. The 5 newly advanced universe lords who had been all-powerful in the myriad race battlefield in recent years stared at Chu Zhou with unfriendly gazes. Cold killing intent filled the void. Dragon and the others learned of the origins of Camilla and the others from the discussions of the surrounding living beings. They were immediately secretly worried for Chu Zhou. On the other hand, Chu Zhou's expression was as calm as water. It was as if he treated Camilla and the others as air. Camilla and the others kept staring at Chu Zhou. Seeing Chu Zhou's calm reaction, their eyes turned cold. Chu Zhou actually dared to ignore them? Almost at the same time, Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, and Rambo suddenly turned into blurry after-images and rushed towards Chu Zhou. In almost a billionth of a second, Camilla and the others flew back to their original positions. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. Where Chu Zhou was, the void collapsed inch by inch. A terrifying illuminate suddenly spread out, and a shocking wave surged in the sea. All the World Overlord realm creatures in this sea area were instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. What's going on? Dragon and the others, as well as many World Overlords who vomited blood and were sent flying, were all dumbfounded. Camilla and the others were too fast. All the World Overlords were sent flying by an inexplicable terrifying illuminate before they could see what had happened. Only those Universe Lords could vaguely see what had just happened. Just now, Camilla and the others had all attacked Chu Zhou in an extremely short period of time. However, they were all sent flying back by Chu Zhou. This process was too fast. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, everything happened in an instant. World Overlord realm creatures were not strong enough to see clearly. Chu Zhou, he actually defeated Camilla and the others so easily. Many Universe Lords were shocked and secretly guessed how strong Chu Zhou was. Camilla looked down at her right hand. Her right hand, which was as fair as jade, was covered in cracks. Traces of green blood seeped out from the cracks. What a good Chu Zhou! As expected of King Beigang's disciple. As she muttered to herself, the crack on her right hand quickly healed. When she looked at Chu Zhou again, her expression had become extremely solemn. Even though they had only exchanged one move earlier, she was far from using her true strength. However, just this move made her fully realize that Chu Zhou was a terrifying enemy. Amundsen stared deeply at the expressionless Chu Zhou and pressed his right hand on his abdomen. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his abdomen. He loosened his right hand slightly. He immediately saw a hole in his abdomen. Looks like I underestimated him. With a thought, liquid metal immediately surged out of the hole in his abdomen. Soon, the hole in his abdomen was repaired by the liquid metal. Gaia's crystal palm covered her right eye. His left eye stared at Chu Zhou ferociously. It was filled with killing intent and deep fear. In the lightning clash just now, Chu Zhou had actually removed his right eye. There was no doubt that he was at a disadvantage in this short confrontation. This made him extremely unhappy. Blood covered the left side of his twisted face. He had actually been slapped by Chu Zhou just now. Chu Zhou, I want to cut you into pieces. He roared madly in his heart. Being slapped made him feel endless humiliation. Rambo, who was also the ancient blue demon tree, did not speak. A footprint vaguely appeared on the ferocious ghost face on the tree trunk. Chu Zhou had actually stepped on his face just now. This made him extremely angry. Looks like Camilla and the others suffered a huge loss just now. That must be it. Otherwise, Camilla and the others wouldn't have suddenly become so quiet. Chu Zhou's strength is probably far stronger than we know. Many universe lords guessed after seeing the reactions of Camilla and the others. Even though the world overlords didn't see the battle clearly, they still guessed that Camilla and the others had suffered in the battle just now. This shocked these world overlords. Camilla and the others were not ordinary universe lords. They had been all-powerful and famous in the myriad race battlefield all these years. These 5 universe lords attacked Chu Zhou at the same time and were actually at a disadvantage. Then, how terrifying was Chu Zhou? With this thought in mind, many people looked at Chu Zhou with reverence. If the 5 universe lords devour them, they should be able to obtain a large number of attribute points. Besides, they're not ordinary universe lords. I believe their treasures and wealth won't disappoint me. Chu Zhou raised his head and glanced at Camilla and the others indifferently. He wanted to kill them all. Bumble! Suddenly, the Divine General Ancient City shook. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked at the Divine General Ancient City. The tightly shut city gates of the Divine General Ancient City slowly opened. The Divine General Ancient City is about to open. Chapter 806, Battle for the Token. 2. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Divine General Ancient City. As for the grudges between Chu Zhou, Camilla, and the others, no one paid attention to them anymore. Chu Zhou ignored Camilla and the others. He stared fixedly at the huge door that was slowly opening. He was prepared to rush into the ancient city as soon as the huge door opened. Under everyone's gaze, the city gate of the Divine General Ancient City was completely opened. However, even though the city gate was open, there was still a layer of golden light screen blocking the entrance of the city gate. At this moment, 360 golden streams of light suddenly flew out from the city gate. It's the Divine General Token. Only those who have the token can enter the ancient city. Hurry up and snatch it! Bing Sulin shouted at Chu Zhou and the others. Hearing Bing Sulin's words, Chu Zhou and the others were shocked and immediately flew towards the golden streams of light in the sky. Chu Zhou used spatial teleportation and appeared beside a golden stream of light. He reached out and grabbed an ancient golden token. Is this the Divine General Token? Chu Zhou lowered his head and looked at the token in his hand. He realized that there were 3 mysterious words carved in the middle of the token that he did not recognize at all. Even though he did not recognize these 3 words, he instantly understood its meaning. These 3 words were translated into the Universal Common Language Divine General Token. Chu Zhou easily obtained a Divine General Token. Perhaps because he had seen the outcome of Chu Zhou's battle with Camilla and the others, no one snatched the token from him. He glanced around and realized that Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and the others had also easily obtained a Divine General Token. However, other than the 6 of them, it would not be so easy for others to obtain the Divine General Token. Many Universe Lords and World Overlords were fighting for the Divine General Token. Looks like I'm in luck. A Divine General Token actually flew into my hand. Bing Sulin looked at the Divine General Token in her hand and was pleasantly surprised. However, her expression quickly changed. A palm that blotted out the sky suddenly grabbed at her. Beams of nomological light descended from the huge hand that blotted out the sky like a waterfall, causing the void to continuously collapse. Bing Sulin spat out blood almost instantly because of the light of laws that fell. A Universe Lord. Her face was deathly pale, but she soon smiled. In the end, the terrifying giant hand that blotted out the sky did not suppress him. A small sword lotus suddenly appeared above her head and blocked the huge hand that was suppressing her. Then, the fist-sized sword lotus suddenly bloomed. Billions of sword rays instantly bloomed like peacocks spreading their tails. In an instant, the terrifying giant hand was minced into a bloody mist by the endless sword lights. A strange creature with a face on its chest appeared from the void. One of its arms was broken, and blood was flowing out. Chu Zhou. This strange creature looked fiercely at Chu Zhou's figure. You seem to hate me. Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared in front of the strange creature like a ghost and looked at him expressionlessly. The strange creature looked at Chu Zhou's ice-cold eyes and immediately woke up from the anger of losing his arm. He shuddered and immediately turned to flee. Stay! As Chu Zhou spoke indifferently, he grabbed at the strange creature's back with one hand. His arm disappeared as if it had fused into the void. In the distance, behind the strange creature, a huge hand shrouded in 5-colored divine light suddenly stretched out from the void. He grabbed the strange creature in his hand. Then, he clenched his fist tightly. The elementary grade venerable screamed and exploded into a bloody mist. In an instant, a blood-colored rainstorm fell on the entire sea. This is the phenomenon of the death of a universe lord. A universe lord has died. Everyone who was fighting for the divine general token was shocked. They looked at Chu Zhou's slowly retracting 5-colored hand in unison. It's Chu Zhou. He actually killed a universe lord so quickly. Many people felt their scalps go numb. When Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo and the others saw this scene, their expressions were very solemn. Even though it would not be difficult for them to kill the strange creature if they attacked, they knew that it was very difficult for them to be as relaxed as Chu Zhou. Damn it, that universe lords seemed to have been killed by Chu Zhou because they attacked Chu Zhou's companion. Don't attack Chu Zhou's companion. A living being said in fear. The world overlords and universe lords who were fighting for the divine general token with Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha and the others or preparing to attack Dragon and the others avoided Dragon and the others as if they were avoiding the plague and allowed them to take the token. There were 108 divine general tokens. If they gave up these tokens, they could still fight for the others. There was no need for them to be targeted by Chu Zhou for these tokens. Dragon and the others easily obtained a token. I thought I would only have a chance to obtain a token after a fierce battle. I didn't expect to obtain it so easily. Chapter 807, Battle for the Token. 3. Dragon said with a smile. We're benefiting from Chu Zhou. Tisk tisk, Chu Zhou is too fierce. The universe lords who attacked Bing Selen were directly killed by him. Seeing this scene, who would dare to compete with us? Zhou Yu clicked her tongue in amazement. Changa Saha and Shi Liujin also smiled. Originally, with their strength, it would be very, very difficult for them to obtain a batch. In fact, they might even die if they were accidentally targeted by the universe lords. However, they easily obtained the token thanks to Chu Zhou. This was simply too satisfying. Seeing that Dragon and the others were not in danger and had obtained the tokens, Chu Zhou did not interfere in the competition for the tokens. He looked around and quickly saw Romo defeating an elementary grade venerable and obtaining a token. Miller also snatched a token from a group of world overlords. He seemed to be afraid of being targeted by those universe lords after obtaining the token. Without a word, he rushed towards the city gate and passed through the light screen, entering the divine general ancient city. The eyes of some world overlords who were lucky enough to obtain the token lit up when they saw this scene. In order to be targeted by those universe lords without tokens, they rushed towards the city gate. Some universe lords who did not have tokens were furious when they saw this scene. They attacked the world overlords who rushed to the city gate. Most of the world overlords who rushed to the city gate were killed by the universe lords before they could approach the city gate. Their tokens also became the spoils of war of those universe lords. Less than a quarter of the world overlords were lucky enough to escape and rush into the divine general ancient city. Feng Yan, Su Yingxiu, Solomon, Nangong Yiren. They seem to have entered too. How lucky! Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated an invisible nomological net that enveloped the sea area. The corpses of the creatures who died in the battle for the token were quickly devoured. The treasures on them were quickly plundered by Chu Zhou. To him, he loved battlefields where he could collect corpses without restraint. He felt that as long as he continued to devour a few more waves of corpses, he could increase his strength again. Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, and Rambo all saw Chu Zhou's corpse collection. It would be fine if Chu Zhou only took the corpses of the universe lords. After all, the corpses of universe lords were very valuable. However, when they saw that Chu Zhou didn't even let go of the World Overlord's corpse or even some World Overlord corpses that were clearly shattered and had almost no value. They looked at Chu Zhou with a hint of disdain. He was a Universe Lord, a disciple of King Bei Kang, and the #1 prodigy of humanity. He actually picked up trash. It was really embarrassing. He had lost all his face. Camilla and the others looked at Chu Zhou in disdain before turning around and flying into the Divine General Ancient City. Chu Zhou naturally sensed the disdainful gazes of Camilla and the others, but he didn't care at all. How could they understand the joy of collecting corpses? In his eyes, not to mention the shattered World Overlord remains, even the corpse of the most ordinary living being was actually valuable. A moment later, the battle for the token was completely over. Chu Zhou had also cleaned all the corpses. Come, let's go in too. Chu Zhou flew towards the city gate with Long and the others. They all had Divine General tokens on them, so they easily passed through the light screen at the city gate. Chapter 808, Divine Rune with the word A. With the Divine General token, Chu Zhou and the others easily passed through the light screen at the city gate. After entering the Divine General Ancient City, Chu Zhou and the others did not see any long streets, pavilions, palaces, or other buildings that should be in the ancient city. Instead, he looked at a vast and boundless ancient ruin. They glanced around and immediately saw a vast pillar of light in the center of the ancient ruins. That pillar of light was too big. It was at least a few hundred kilometers in diameter. It was extremely resplendent, like an eternal divine light. At this moment, everyone who entered the Divine General's ancient city first surrounded the pillar of light, as if they were fighting a mysterious shadow. What are those lights and shadows? Chu Zhou and the others looked at the mysterious figures in shock. Could it be that other than outsiders like them, there were also natives in the Divine General Ancient City? Let's go there. Chu Zhou and the others quickly flew towards the pillar of light. Soon, they arrived around the pillar of light. After approaching the pillar of light, they discovered that those figures of light were not humans at all. Instead, they were formed by mysterious words that emerged from the pillar of light. Could this be a manifestation of the ancient divine runes? Chu Zhou and the others' eyes quickly lit up. Soon, their guess was confirmed. A person Chu Zhou and the others were familiar with Romo. His 6 arms seemed to be dragging 6 worlds. Overbearing and domineering, he shattered a light shadow with a bang and obtained a hazy mysterious word. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Zhou and the others no longer hesitated. They rushed towards the pillar of light to find their targets. Soon, a figure that had just appeared from the pillar of light took the initiative to attack Chu Zhou and the others. Black chains of order extended from the figure. Chu Zhou and the others felt a powerful sealing force. Kill! Dragon, Chang'e Saha, Sol, Zhou Yu, Bing Selan, Shi Liuyuan and the others looked at each other and charged at the figure together. After experiencing the battle outside the city gate, they knew very well that as world overlords, they would only be competitive if they joined forces. Otherwise, even if he obtained the ancient divine rune, it might be snatched away by other universe lords. They could not always rely on Chu Zhou. Therefore, they had tacitly joined forces. Bing Selan, Sol, and Chang'e Saha also summoned their universe lords. With 3 universe lords protecting them, even if other universe lords wanted to harm them, they could still deal with them. Dragon and the others quickly engaged in a fierce battle with the light projection formed by the ancient divine rune. It had to be said that the light projections formed by these ancient divine runes were indeed powerful. The weakest was comparable to a pseudo-universe lord. Some of the stronger ones directly reached the level of universe lords. Many living beings wanted to defeat the figure of light and obtain the ancient divine runes, but they were defeated by the figure of light and turned into corpses that fell onto the ruins. Chu Zhou watched the battle between Dragon and the others in the light shadow for a while. After discovering that Dragon and the others gradually had the upper hand, he was relieved to find his target. Soon, he locked onto a figure that was emitting lightning. That figure had a terrifying aura like the origin of lightning. It was as fast as a ghost and extremely powerful. It had just killed an elementary grade venerable who wanted to subdue it. The surrounding world overlords and universe lords looked at the lightning figure in fear. You're the one. Chu Zhou's figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the bolt of lightning. Rumble! The moment the bolt of lightning saw Chu Zhou, it immediately turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning that was as thick as an ancient mountain range and slashed towards Chu Zhou. At this moment, it was as if the lightning punishment had descended and was about to shatter everything. The awe-inspiring heavenly might made one's hair stand on end. Chu Zhou calmly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the ancient mountain range like lightning. His right hand expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a breath, it turned into a huge hand that covered the sky. His 5 fingers also turned into 5 heavenly pillars that were filled with gold, green, black, red, and yellow light. These 5 heavenly pillars seemed to represent the 5 elements of the universe. The surging power of the 5 elements surged out. Among them, the golden heavenly pillar representing the metal element and the green heavenly pillar representing the wood element were the most brilliant. Moreover, the light of the golden and green heavenly pillars fused together, merging into a terrifying power that surpassed all things in the universe. Rumble! 5 heavenly pillar-like fingers covered down. Magnificent power surged, and material worlds were continuously born and destroyed. The ancient mountain range like lightning was suddenly enveloped by 5 heavenly pillar-like fingers. With a loud bang, the ancient mountain range like lightning was shattered. Surging lightning shot out from the 5 heavenly pillar-like fingers. Chu Zhou retracted his palm and spread his fingers. He saw a word surrounded by lightning. He did not recognize this ancient divine rune, but the moment he saw this ancient divine rune, he inexplicably knew that it was the word electric. Moreover, some of the strokes of the word electric were clearly incomplete. It was obvious that this was not a complete ancient divine rune, but an incomplete one. Even though this is an incomplete ancient divine rune, according to the power emitted by this ancient divine rune just now, this incomplete ancient divine rune is still worth a lot. Chapter 809, Divine Rune with the word A. 2. Chu Zhou thought to himself. Under many envious gazes, he imprinted his spirit mark on the word electric and stored it in his mind. Almost at the same time that Chu Zhou obtained the ancient divine rune, Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo and the others also obtained an ancient divine rune. Chu Zhou continued to fight for the other ancient divine runes. Half an hour later, he stopped. At this moment, other than the divine rune with the word lightning, he had also obtained 2 ancient divine runes, namely Rain and Mountain. Of course, the 2 ancient divine runes, Rain and Mountain, were also incomplete. Not a bad harvest. Chu Zhou was in a good mood after obtaining 3 incomplete ancient divine runes. At this moment, the 6 of them flew to Chu Zhou's side with joy on their faces. It seems that you've all obtained the ancient divine runes. Chu Zhou laughed. Looking at the expressions of Dragon and the others, he knew that they must have gained a lot. Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to you. Those universe lords are afraid of you and don't dare to attack us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to achieve our goal so easily. Dragon laughed, too. Zhou Yu and the others were also smiling. This time, each of them had obtained an ancient divine rune. Even though it was incomplete, it was still extremely beneficial to them. Once they completely grasped the ancient divine runes, their strength would undoubtedly increase explosively again. Chu Zhou and the others were very happy that they had gained something. However, some people who did not obtain the ancient divine runes were not so happy. At this moment, no new light appeared in the magnificent pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. In other words, there were no more incomplete ancient divine runes. Some people who had not obtained the ancient divine prose looked at those who had obtained the ancient divine prose, their eyes filled with jealousy and killing intent. Naturally, they would not give up on the ancient divine text because of this. After scanning the area, they picked out some of the weaker ones who had obtained the ancient divine runes and tried to kill them in an attempt to snatch them. A fierce battle broke out. When everything calmed down, only about half of the 108 people who entered the Divine General Ancient City survived. This result shocked Dragon and the others. If not for Chu Zhou, it was really unknown if they would have survived this time. Rumble. At this moment, the huge pillar of light suddenly shook violently. Even the entire ruins shook violently. This. Could it be that the complete ancient divine rune is about to appear? Is the true inheritance of the Divine General about to begin? Everyone looked at the huge pillar of light with burning eyes. Under everyone's gaze, the seemingly eternal pillar of light suddenly compressed and shrank at an astonishing speed. Eventually, the entire pillar of light turned into an ancient divine rune the size of a human head. It was a golden ancient divine rune that seemed to be cast from gold and had a strong metallic texture. An incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from the golden ancient divine runes. Instantly, the void boiled, and the ancient ruins rose and fell like a tide. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. This is a complete ancient divine rune. Everyone looked excitedly at the golden divine rune in the sky that was filled with majestic pressure. He did not recognize that ancient divine rune. However, when they saw the ancient divine rune, everyone naturally understood what it represented. Translated into the universal common language, this was the word A. Everyone looked at the divine rune with the word A. In a daze, they seemed to see a world with endless armor floating. In that armor world, all the weapons and armors that had appeared in the world could be found. The divine rune with the word A seemed to contain endless armor profound. Just by looking at the A divine rune, everyone could more or less sense the various mysteries within. At this moment, many people's breathing quickened. Boom! Some universe lords attacked. It was a strange creature covered in white fur and burning with a layer of flames. He sucked in the direction of the divine rune with the word A, and a shocking suction force came out of his mouth. Under his suction force, the void distorted and collapsed. The divine rune with the word A was quickly sucked over by him. However, before he could rejoice, around the A divine rune, a world of countless armors suddenly appeared. Countless armors rushed towards the strange white-haired creature like a torrent. Ah! Almost instantly, the strange white-haired creature was torn to pieces by the torrents. Furthermore, his soul was directly annihilated by the torrents. The death of the universe lords caused a phenomenon. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Gasp! All the world overlords and some universe lords gasped when they saw this scene. Idiot! How dare you touch the divine general's inheritance without sufficient strength? You're really courting death. Not every living being is qualified to become a divine general. If you're not strong enough, you'll only have a death wish if you try to snatch the divine general's inheritance. Only the most outstanding people are qualified to receive the divine general's inheritance. Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo and the others looked at the white-haired creature being killed by the armored torrent with disdain in their eyes. I don't believe that I'm not qualified to obtain the divine general's inheritance. Chapter 810, Divine Rune with the word A. 3. Another universe lords attacked with a roar. It was a creature with 3 green snake heads. It stretched out a huge green claw and grabbed at the divine rune with the word A. A vast armor world appeared around the A divine rune again, and countless armors shot out like streams of light. In an instant, the green claws were shot into a hornet's nest. Green blood fell like a torrential downpour. In the next moment, more universe lords attacked. They had already come here and seen the divine rune with the word A appear. How could they give up on fighting for the divine rune with the word A at this time? Even if they knew that the divine rune with the word A possessed terrifying and unfathomable power and that it was extremely dangerous to forcefully take the divine rune with the word A if they were not strong enough, they would not give up. What if he succeeded? Rumble! The void boiled as huge hands that covered the sky grabbed at the divine rune. More armor shot out from the armor world around the A divine rune. Like a peacock spreading its tail, countless dazzling armors shot out with a sharp whistle, emitting terrifying fluctuations. One giant hand after another was pierced and destroyed by the armor. However, there were also some giant hands that were not destroyed. Instead, they continued to grab the divine rune with the word A. Suddenly, a figure with 3 faces and 6 arms appeared in the middle of the giant hands like a peerless demon god. It was Romo. Roar! His blood-red hair stood on end as a terrifying and oppressive aura burst out from his body. His 3 mouths let out an earth-shattering roar at the same time. 3 terrifying blood-colored pillars of light instantly shot out from his 3 mouths. These 3 blood-colored pillars of light seemed to be able to destroy 3,000 worlds. They erupted with fluctuations that made many geniuses tremble. The 3 giant hands that were about to approach the A divine rune were directly annihilated by the 3 blood-colored pillars of light. Romo stomped on the void with both feet, and the entire void caved in. He shot out like a cannonball, surpassing the other giant hands around him, and rushed towards the divine rune with the word A. Human, this A divine rune is mine. A figure with 12 black wings on its back instantly caught up to Romo. It stretched out a sharp claw and ruthlessly pierced the back of Romo's head. Scram! Romo had 3 faces. One of them was facing the figure with 12 black wings on its back. He opened his mouth and a terrifying sound wave shook the entire ancient ruins. The figure with 12 wings was directly shaken until his entire body cracked. Blood shot out like a meteor and he was directly sent flying back to Bailey. Romo is indeed the number one prodigy of the human race before Chu Zhou. After he advanced to the Universe Lords, he actually became so powerful so quickly. Dragon and the others were astonished. Romo, the former number one prodigy of humanity, is he here too? I heard that many of the upper echelons of the human race once compared Romo to King Beikang and thought that his future achievement would very likely catch up to King Beikang's. There are too many human geniuses. We should kill a batch of them. When many Universe Lords saw Romo approaching the A Divine Rune, they attacked Romo murderously. Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo and the others also charged at Romo with cold gazes. The Divine Rune with the word O was already theirs. They would kill anyone who dared to touch it. Chu Zhou attacked. His body flickered in the void like a ghost, leaving behind after images. He was also waiting for an opportunity to snatch the Divine Rune. Chapter 811, Heavenly Armor Divine General 1. Romo was like a peerless demon god. Under the interception of many Universe Lords and the impact of the troops' torrent, he forced his way forward and kept approaching the Divine Rune with the word A. His blood-red hair danced in the wind, and his gaze was cold. His 6 arms drew mysterious and unfathomable trajectories, as if they were gathering the power of the world, causing the entire void and the ancient ruins to continuously shatter. Bang! 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 The attacks were shattered by the terrifying fluctuations emitted from his body before they could even get close to him. The attacks of the Universe Lords could not stop him. Even the mighty waves could not stop him from advancing. At this moment, the power that erupted from Romo was eye-catching. As expected of Romo. Among our human peers, I'm afraid only Chu Zhou can suppress him. Dragon looked at the figure that was surrounded by many Universe Lords and exclaimed. Zhou Yu also said, Romo was once the number one among the younger generation of humans. He was also the only one. Of course, he's not simple. After he became a Universe Lords, it's normal for him to have such combat power. Bing Selin continued, many of the upper echelons of the human race view Romo as comparable to the young Lord Beikang. Even though he was defeated by Chu Zhou in the reincarnation mystic realm, we still can't deny that he's extremely talented. Not to mention us humans, among the myriad races in the universe, among the younger generation, he can at least be ranked in the top 5. His future achievement will definitely be very shocking. Sol, Changa Saha, Shilayujan and the others nodded in agreement. Chu Zhou's figure flickered in and out of sight. He looked at Romo, who had displayed astonishing strength, and a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes. After cultivating for so many years, Romo could be said to be the most stunning contemporary he had encountered so far. Of course. Compared to him, she was still 100 million points away. Human Romo, I heard that you were once the number one prodigy of the human race. A dark blue machinery youth suddenly descended in front of Romo and looked at him provocatively. This person was Amundsen from the machinery race. Let me measure how strong you, the former number one prodigy of the human race, are. Amundsen said with a cold smile. One of his mechanical arms suddenly liquefied and turned into a 100-meter-long metal sword that flickered with a cold light. Wisps of nomological laws wrapped around the metal sword, emitting soul-shaking fluctuations. Pfft! The metal sword split the void like a bolt of lightning. Vast nomological fluctuations surged in the void. After Amundsen appeared, Romo did not speak from the beginning to the end. He only looked at Amundsen coldly and warmly. Then, when Amundsen swung his sword at him, he instantly burst out like a ferocious beast that had broken out of its cage, erupting with earth-shattering power fluctuations. A blood-colored wave that resembled an avalanche tsunami roared out from Romo's body. His 6 arms struck Amundsen's metal sword at a speed close to the speed of light. Under Amundsen's shocked gaze, the metal sword shattered. What made Amundsen's expression change even more was that Romo opened his mouth and spat out a stream of world-destruction blood light that struck his body. Boom! In an instant, he only had 2 legs left. Amundsen's legs instantly turned into 2 streams of light and flew extremely far away, as if he was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to attack him and kill him. Gasp! Amundsen was actually defeated by human Romo. Many foreign race beings were shocked. Camilla of the Zerg race, Gaia of the Crystal race, Grace of the Source race, Rambo of the Mana race. They had not paid much attention to Romo previously. However, at this moment, they looked at Romo with grave expressions. Romo had actually defeated Amundsen, who was as famous as them. This way, Romo was qualified to be regarded as an opponent by them. However, no matter what, he could not sit back and watch Romo obtain the divine rune with the word A. Camilla and the other three charged at Romo at the same time. The other universe lords also continued to attack Romo. Boom! The space Romo was in exploded, turning into a space ruin that kept collapsing. Faced with the joint attack of Camilla and the others, as well as the universe lords of the foreign races, Romo could not withstand it either. He was severely injured and turned into a bloody man, falling into the spatial ruins. When Camilla and the others saw that Romo was seriously injured, their eyes instantly turned cold. They rushed into the spatial ruins at the same time and attacked Romo crazily. Not good. They want to kill Romo, the prodigy of our human race. The expressions of some human experts changed when they saw this scene. They understood what Camilla and the other aliens were planning. He had sensed a threat to their tribe or faction from Romo and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. When Dragon and the others saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Even though they did not have much of a relationship with Romo, and there was even some friction between them because of Chu Zhou, no matter what grudges they had against each other, they were the same race in the universe ocean. They were a community of interests. Now that Camilla and the other alien creatures wanted to kill Romo, they naturally could not just watch. Dragon and the others, as well as all the human experts present, attacked Camilla and the other alien creatures. Chapter 812, Heavenly Armor Divine General 2. However, distant water could not quench a nearby fire. Camilla and the others had already charged into the spatial ruins and were approaching Romo. The attack of Dragon and the others wanted to force Camilla and the others back before they could kill Romo. It was hard, very hard. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly appeared beside Romo. He grabbed Romo's shoulder and disappeared instantly. Boom boom boom! The attacks of Camilla and the others poured into the depths of the spatial ruin, causing it to collapse continuously. Chu Zhou brought Romo and slowly appeared far away from the spatial ruins. Chu Zhou, thank you. I owe you my life. Romo cupped his hands at Chu Zhou and said seriously. He did not expect Chu Zhou to save him. You're welcome. Chu Zhou smiled and said, even though there is some unhappiness between us, we are still humans. When facing the foreign races, we naturally have to unite against them. Romo did not say anything. He only silently remembered this favor. I was so close to killing Romo. Chu Zhou, you ruined our plan. Camilla and the other foreign race beings were furious when they saw Chu Zhou. Still, something even more infuriating happened at this moment. In the void was also Chu Zhou. Moreover, Chu Zhou had already arrived beside the divine rune with the word A. Looks like the inheritance of the divine general this time is mine. Chu Zhou smiled and reached out to grab the divine rune with the word A. The divine rune seemed to be very angry that Chu Zhou dared to have designs on it. Endless armor converged into a mighty wave that rushed out of the armor world and instantly drowned Chu Zhou's figure. Chu Zhou's expression was calm. He did not take it to heart at all. Chaos mist surged around him as his skin turned the color of chaos. Then, an infinite five-colored divine light bloomed from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a five-colored divine sun. After that, 3 six-rowed shields appeared around him and revolved around his body. Rumble! The majestic and mighty armor wave crazily washed over Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou was as stable as a mountain under the multiple guardians of the chaos fog, the five-colored divine light, and the six-rowed shield. His palm firmly grabbed at the divine rune with the word A. Camilla and the others were furious when they saw this scene. They guessed almost instantly that one of the two Chu Zhous should be a clone. However, no matter what the truth was, they would not allow Chu Zhou to touch the divine rune with the word A. Stop him! We can't let him get the divine rune. Camilla and the other alien creatures charged at Chu Zhou and attacked him from afar. Help Chu Zhou obtain the divine rune with the word A. Chu Zhou belongs to us humans. It's a good thing for us humans that he has the inheritance of the divine general. Many human experts stopped the alien creatures that were charging at Chu Zhou. Even though there were not many human experts here, they were also doing their best to fight for time for Chu Zhou to obtain the divine rune. Romo also made his move. He flew in front of Camilla and fought with her. Even Miller, who was hiding in the crowd, attacked without hesitation and blocked the attacks of some foreign creatures for Chu Zhou. Feng Yan, Su Yingxiu, Solomon, Nangong Yiren, and the others also attacked and did their best. At this moment, humans showed their unity to many foreign races. Regardless of whether there were internal conflicts or not, they were united against outsiders. In the void, 3 more Chu Zhous appeared. In addition to Chu Zhou, who had saved Romo earlier. The 4 Chu Zhous stood in front of Chu Zhou's main body and neutralized the attacks for him. Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and the other 2 living beings were directly blasted flying by Chu Zhou's 4 clones. Everyone was shocked. The moment they saw the 4 Chu Zhous, everyone basically understood that these were Chu Zhou's 4 clones. Clone techniques were not rare. Many living beings had mastered them. However, such a powerful clone was extremely rare. Chu Zhou himself was only a newly advanced universe lords, but his 4 clones could actually heavily injure Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and the others and send them flying. This was unbelievable. How? How is this possible? His clone is unreasonable. How can he be so powerful? Damn it, maybe the doppelganger technique he cultivates is one of the strongest doppelganger techniques in the universe. Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and the other 2 living beings had ugly expressions. If they had only lost to Chu Zhou, they could barely accept it. Chu Zhou was the #1 prodigy of humanity and King Bei Kang's disciple after all. It was reasonable for them to lose to Chu Zhou. However, they were now being attacked by Chu Zhou's 4 clones. They were even inferior to Chu Zhou's clone? This was too humiliating. Camilla, who was fighting Romo, saw Gaia and the other 2 being sent flying by Chu Zhou's 4 clones. Her pupils were instantly constricted. How can Chu Zhou be so powerful? Even his clone actually has such terrifying combat strength. Camilla's heart trembled. In the void, Chu Zhou ignored the reactions of the others. His palm broke through the layers of armor and torrent and firmly grabbed the divine rune with the word A. Chapter 813, Heavenly Armor Divine General. 3. The moment he grabbed the divine rune that was originally emitting surging energy fluctuations instantly fell silent. Even the armor world evolved from the divine rune slowly faded and disappeared. I got it. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, he smiled calmly and immediately imprinted his spirit mark on the divine rune with the word A. In the next moment, the divine rune with the word A fused into his body from his palm and appeared in the depths of his soul. Immediately, a majestic wave of information appeared in Chu Zhou's consciousness. This torrent of information explained the profundity of the divine rune. The divine rune of the word A contained the most powerful armor in the world, the source of all armors. It contained the ultimate truth of all armors. Obtaining it would not only allow one to understand the ultimate essence of all weapons and armors, but it would also allow one to forge weapons and armors that were far stronger than ordinary weapons and armors. It could also transform the enemy's armor into its own while in combat. After a rough look at the information, Chu Zhou deeply felt the terror and power of the divine rune. No wonder so many people say that after obtaining the inheritance of the Divine General, as long as one doesn't die prematurely, their future achievement will be very shocking. I believe you now. The inheritance of the Divine General is indeed beyond imagination. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He took a deep breath and allowed his soul to completely fuse with the divine rune of the word A. In an instant, boundless golden light shot out from his body. The boundless golden light formed a vast armor world around him. He stood in the center of billions of soldiers and armors, receiving the worship of billions of soldiers and armors, as if he was the master of tens of thousands of armors. His entire body became incomparably dignified and holy. Almost at the same time, a huge heavenly monument slowly appeared above the Divine General Ancient City. This heavenly stele looked extremely ancient, as if it had experienced countless years. There were many dazzling words engraved on the divine monument. This is the Divine General Divine Tablet. The birth of the Divine General Divine Tablet means that a new Divine General has been born. Chu Zhou has successfully obtained the recognition of the Divine General Divine Tablet. Damn it, Chu Zhou actually obtained the Divine Rune with the word A and became a Divine General. We've already tried our best to stop it. I didn't expect Chu Zhou to succeed. Everyone looked at the huge Divine General Heavenly Stele in shock. In the majestic Divine General Tablet, they saw some familiar titles. For example, the titles of Sun God General, Sacred Martial God General, Killing Divine General, and other titles that humans such as Emperor Shi, the martial ancestor, and King Bei Kang had obtained. He also saw the titles of Thousand-Faced Divine General and Divine General of Universal Light. At this moment, a beam of light that seemed to pierce through the past and future suddenly shot down from the Divine General Heavenly Monument and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. On the Divine General Heavenly Steel, there was a new title Heavenly Armor Divine General. At this moment, the new title of Heavenly Armored General emitted a dazzling light that covered the light of the other Divine General titles, as if it had become the only protagonist at this moment. The light of the Divine General of the Heavenly Armor not only illuminated the entire Divine General Ancient City in pure gold, but also enveloped the entire Divine General Sea area. All the living beings in the Divine General Sea region, whether they opened their eyes or closed their eyes, could see an ancient heavenly steel that seemed to have passed through the ages. At this moment, the words Heavenly Armor Divine General shone on the heavenly steel. Heavenly Armor Divine General, is that Chu Zhou's title? Back then, the divine rune with the word kill obtained by King Bei Kang made all the races and countless living beings in the universe feel how terrifying the divine rune with the word kill was. I wonder if Chu Zhou's divine rune with the word is stronger than the divine rune with the word kill. Both master and disciple are divine generals. This is unprecedented in countless years. Is this master and disciple going to create a miracle? In the Divine General Ancient City, many living beings looked at Chu Zhou and sighed deeply. Outside the Divine General Ancient City, many powerful beings stared at the words Divine General Heavenly Armor, eager to know who the new Divine General Heavenly Armor was. Chapter 814, Kill Without Mercy. Fierce Reputation. 1. Chu Zhou has become the Heavenly Armor Divine General. Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou, who was standing in the center of billions of soldiers and armors and being worshipped by billions of soldiers and armors. They were overwhelmed with emotions. He did it. Romo sighed with mixed feelings. Chu Zhou had just saved his life and was also a human like him. From this perspective, he should be happy for Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou was also regarded as a rival by him. He was an opponent he wanted to surpass again. From this perspective, it would be even more difficult for him to surpass Chu Zhou after he became the Heavenly Armor Divine General. Hence, he had mixed feelings. Miller, Feng Yan, Solomon, and the others were the same. They looked at Chu Zhou with complicated gazes. Compared to the reactions of Romo and the others, Camilla and the other foreign creatures had extremely ugly expressions. He has obtained the Divine General's legacy, but he still hasn't grasped the true power of the Divine Rune. Now is the best time to kill him. Camilla's pretty face was charming, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Kill him and usurp the Divine Rune on his body. Gaia's words were concise. His body, which seemed to be sculpted from crystals, dropped streams of nomological light, emitting a terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding void to continuously shatter. Humans are not worthy of the Divine Rune. Lightning wrapped around Grace's body, and chains of order extended from his body to the depths of time and space. In his hand was a resplendent ancient spear. An aura of judgment permeated from his body. It was as if he was an ancient god who controlled the authority of judgment. Nothing could escape his judgment. Rambo did not speak. He only used his ancient blue demon tree main body in the void to his heart's content. The tree trunk was covered in dense blue scales, the branches and leaves were constantly twisting and spreading like strange creatures, and there was also a ferocious face that looked like a ghost mask. All of this was terrifying. Amundsen of the machinery race had also returned. His mechanical body had only been left with 2 legs from the world destruction blood light that Romo had spat out not long ago. He changed into a spare silver mechanical body. At this moment, he stared coldly at Romo's figure. He had suffered such a huge loss. According to his personality, he would usually take revenge on the spot. However, the most important thing now was to think of a way to obtain the Divine Rune. Even though Chu Zhou had obtained the Divine Rune, as long as he killed Chu Zhou, the Divine Rune would become ownerless. Boom! Camilla made her move. The 2 wings covered in bone spikes on her back shattered the void and slashed at Chu Zhou like 2 huge heavenly blades. A waterfall-like light descended from the wings, causing the entire ancient ruins to tremble. Almost at the same time, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, Amundsen, and many other universe lords also attacked Chu Zhou. Vast energy swept through the ancient ruins like a tidal wave. The entire ancient ruins seemed to be on the verge of annihilation. Dragon and the others, as well as many human experts, wanted to stop this scene. However, they were stopped by some universe lords. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhou was surrounded by Camilla and the other universe lords. The situation did not look good. However, at this critical moment, Chu Zhou's expression was as calm as water. He even looked a little nonchalant. He had actually retracted his 4 avatars into his body. I've already obtained the Divine General's inheritance. It's time for this boring game to end. He said calmly. With a thought, dazzling armor torrent instantly rushed out of the armor world behind him. It was like a peacock spreading its tail. Rays of colorful armor and waves filled the void, looking extremely gorgeous and dazzling. The attacks of the universe lords were all destroyed by the waves. He just obtained the divine rune. How can he unleash the power of the divine rune? He just obtained the divine rune. How can he unleash the power of the divine rune? Roar! Chu Zhou roared and his body expanded rapidly. In an instant, he transformed into a 1,000,000-meter tall chaos giant. At this moment, his feet sank into the earth, but his chest was above the clouds. 2 resplendent eyes, like 2 suns, floated at the highest point of the firmament and shot out 2 terrifying chaos divine lights. Chaos streams cascaded down from his body like waterfalls. In an instant, the entire ancient ruins was drowned by the chaotic chi, and it transformed into a surging and boiling ocean of chaos. This. Looking at the gigantic chaos giant, everyone was shocked. This is the Chaos Dharma body created by the Master of Chaos of our crystal race. Gaia looked at the indomitable chaos giant with a livid expression. The Master of Chaos of the crystallizer race was once a universe overlord who shocked all races. The Chaos Dharma body he created was a supreme technique. However, in the battle with the humans, the Master of Chaos was killed by an overlord of the Human Mirror Universe Company. After the Chaos Lord created the Chaos Dharma body, he did not pass this ultimate technique to the other crystal race beings. Therefore, after the Lord of Chaos died, the Chaos Dharma body was also lost in the crystal race after seeing that this supreme technique that originally belonged to the crystal race had displayed such terrifying power on a human like Chu Zhou. Chapter 815, Kill Without Mercy. Fierce Reputation. 2. As a prodigy of the crystal race, Gaia was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Boom! An incomparably huge chaos hand suddenly grabbed at Camilla. Vast chaos energy suppressed the surroundings. Camilla sensed great danger from the chaos hand. Her enchanting face changed instantly. The 2 wings on her back that were covered in bone spikes instantly expanded and slashed fiercely at the chaos hand. However, in the next moment, she let out an extremely miserable scream. Her wings were crushed into meat paste by the chaos hands. Blood mixed with paste like flesh and bones flowed down from the fingers of the chaos hand. Seeing the chaos hand continue to grab her, Camilla screamed in fear. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Zerg race will definitely not let you off. She was grabbed tightly by the chaos hand just as she finished speaking, turning into a bloody pulp with a bang. A black hole vortex appeared in the palm of chaos hand, devouring all the blood and mud she had turned into. Camilla was killed. Seeing that Camilla was actually killed, many foreign race beings felt their scalps tingle. Gaia, Grace, Rambo, Amundsen and the others all knew that something was wrong. The next moment, the void boiled. The giant chaos hand that had just killed Camilla grabbed towards Gaia and Grace at the same time. Gaia roared angrily. The body of the crystal sculpture board emitted boundless light, and nomological patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Grace's body emitted a strong aura of the law of judgment, as if she had transformed into the god of judgment. The ancient spear in her hand pierced towards the giant hand of chaos with all her might. Unfortunately, be it Gaia or Grace, their resistance was useless. Chaos waterfalls descended from the gigantic chaos hand, suppressing everything. Furthermore, above the chaos giant, endless sword aura and 5-colored divine light descended. In the blink of an eye, Gaia and Grace, the 2 powerful prodigies of the foreign races, were minced into blood mist and devoured by a black hole. When Rambo and Amundsen saw that Gaia and Grace, who were equally famous as them, had also followed in Camilla's footsteps and were both killed by the giant hand of chaos, they immediately trembled. Chu Zhou, our identities are not ordinary. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the 5 peak races if you kill us? Amundsen shouted threateningly. That's strange. Chu Zhou's voice resounded through the void like a loud bell. Don't tell me that your 5 races have long placed me on the list of must-kill human prodigies and have long joined forces to hunt me down. Cold laughter came from the void. Amundsen's face froze. Exactly. The 5 races had long joined forces to chase after Chu Zhou. What was the use of his threat? The next moment, a chaos hand shattered the void and grabbed Amundsen. With a bang, Amundsen's mechanical body was crushed into countless pieces of metal. A black hole appeared and swallowed a crystal ball that hid Amundsen's thoughts and consciousness. Only Rambo out of the 5 alien prodigies was left. When Rambo saw that the other 4 prodigies had all been killed, he turned around and transformed into a blue light that fled into the distance without a word. However, he had just escaped from Bailey when the void around him suddenly shattered. 2 huge hands of chaos stretched out from the shattered void and grabbed Rambo's main body, instantly tearing the huge ancient blue demon tree into 2. Then, the 2 hands of chaos disappeared with half of the ancient blue demon tree. Dead. Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and the other 5 prodigies are all dead. Heavens, these 5 people have extraordinary backgrounds. Even many universe nobility in the universe ocean don't dare to touch them. Now, Chu Zhou actually killed them all. Something big is about to happen. He's too savage. He's indeed King Beigang's disciple. His killing intent isn't any weaker than King Beigang's. Many foreign race beings watched helplessly as Camilla and the other 5 paragons were killed by Chu Zhou. They were dumbfounded. After Chu Zhou killed Camilla and the others, he did not stop. I've always been a fair person. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them. Chu Zhou's cold voice resounded throughout the world. Then, the 2 chaos hands began to hunt down all the foreign race creatures who had attacked him just now. Chu Zhou, aren't you afraid that the entire world will be your enemy if you attack so many of us? Chu Zhou, I was wrong. I'm willing to contribute the incomplete ancient divine rune I obtained to you. Please spare my life. Chu Zhou, you're too ruthless, butcher. Chu Zhou, I curse you to die a horrible death. Many alien creatures who had attacked Chu Zhou just now had threatened him in the beginning when they were mercilessly hunted by the 2 chaos hands. After realizing that threats were useless, they began to beg for mercy. After begging for mercy was useless, they began to curse and curse. No matter what these people said, Chu Zhou's expression remained indifferent. He silently activated the 2 chaos hands and mercilessly reaped the lives of one foreign creature after another. Half an hour later, all the foreign race living beings who had attacked Chu Zhou were destroyed. All the treasures on them belonged to Chu Zhou. Chapter 816, Kill Without Mercy. Fierce Reputation. 3. Too ruthless. Some foreign race living beings who had not attacked Chu Zhou and were lucky enough to survive saw this scene in front of them. Their bodies turned cold and their scalps went numb. They were all secretly lucky that they had not attacked Chu Zhou just now. Otherwise, they had probably become one of the many corpses. Many human experts secretly clicked their tongues. They were all shocked by Chu Zhou's ruthless methods. Chu Zhou had killed so many foreign race universe lords and world overlords here without a doubt. In particular, he had killed Camilla, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, Amundsen, and other prodigies. He was destined to offend many powerful races and factions. Everyone could already foresee that a huge storm was about to arrive. It looks like the rest of our journey will be exciting. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. I believe Chu Zhou will definitely be able to survive. Dragon and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Chu Zhou had killed so many foreign race creatures here. Even if they thought with their toes, they knew that they would definitely suffer the crazy revenge of many races and factions. In other words, their journey would be busy from now on. Chu Zhou did not care about the big trouble one he would face next. He was counting the attribute points he had just harvested. Attribute points, 210,00 a trillion, plus 200,000 trillion. In this harvesting feast, he obtained a total of 210,000 trillion attribute points. In addition, he also obtained more than 20 Universe Lords level weapons, more than 20 Universe Lords level battleships, and many other treasures left behind by the foreign races. It could be said that this battle had made Chu Zhou rich. 210,00 a trillion attribute points. Looks like my strength can increase again. Chu Zhou thought in surprise. Then, he looked at the divine rune in his consciousness space and then at the large number of treasures and wealth he had just obtained from the universe lords. He suddenly had the idea of personally refining his own exclusive weapons. Originally, I was going to collect enough materials and find a human weapon refinement master to help me refine an exclusive weapon. However, this time, I obtained the AR Divine Rune. In addition, with so many treasures and materials kindly contributed by the foreign race experts, I can completely refine my own exclusive weapons. As Chu Zhou thought about this, he suddenly felt ambitious. Previously, he had only thought of refining a few weapons that were compatible with part of his strength and laws. It couldn't be helped. He had comprehended too many laws and cultivated the Chaos Dharma body. In short, his strength was too complicated. It was basically impossible to refine an exclusive weapon that was completely compatible with his various powers. However, he was now confident that he could refine a weapon that was compatible with the various powers on his body. The divine rune of Rhe Werda was the source of all armor. It contained the ultimate truth of all armor. He had mastered the AR divine rune. If he could not refine a weapon that matched the many powers on his body, it would be very difficult to find another person in the universe who could refine such a weapon. After making up his mind, Chu Zhou's figure flashed and appeared beside Dragon and the others. At this moment, the space in Rhe ancient ruins suddenly distorted. Everyone's vision blurred, and they appeared above a turbulent sea. The Divine General ancient city had disappeared. The Divine General Sea area was also gone. Everything felt like a dream. However, everyone knew that what they had just experienced was real. At this moment, many living beings who had been attracted by Rhe phenomenon of the Divine General Heavenly Monument immediately flew over when they saw Chu Zhou and Rhe others. Who is Rhe Divine General of Heavenly Armor? Isn't it said that 108 people entered the Divine General Ancient City? Why are there only so few people? That's not right. Where are Camilla, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and Emonson? Didn't they enter the Divine General Ancient City too? Why don't I see them? Many living beings asked. However, when they learned what had happened in the Divine General's Ancient City from the foreign creatures who had come out alive, they were all dumbfounded. All of them looked at Chu Zhou with deep fear in their eyes. The number one prodigy of humanity, the disciple of King Bel King, Chu Zhou, had obtained the inheritance of the Divine General and become the Heavenly Armor Divine General. Camilla, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, Emonson, and many universe lords were all killed by Chu Zhou in the Divine General Ancient City. When these living beings found out the truth, their hearts suffered an incomparably huge blow and they could not calm down. Chu Zhou is too ruthless. Master and disciple are of the same lineage. King Bei King is a killing god, and so is his disciple, Chu Zhou. Another fierce person has appeared among the humans. Looks like the universe ocean is not going to be peaceful again. Many foreign race beings looked at Chu Zhou with reverence. As for some living beings of the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, and the origin race, they immediately fled when they found out the truth. They did not dare to stay behind at all, afraid that Chu Zhou would kill them too. Let us go. Chu Zhou ignored the respectful gazes of the foreign races. He summoned the coiling dragon and entered it with the dragons and the others. He let Deep Blue control the coiling dragon and continue to drive in the direction of the Fiend Mountain continent. Chapter 817, Kill Without Mercy. Fierce Reputation. 4. Chu Zhou. Romo looked at the retreating figure of the coiling dragon and clenched his fists. I will definitely catch up to you. His figure instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Miller also looked at the coiling dragon with a complicated gaze. Chu Zhou has actually become a universe lord. Furthermore, he even obtained the divine rune with the word of this time. The gap between us is really getting bigger and bigger. Miller's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness. However, his gaze quickly became firm. The dust hasn't settled yet, I haven't lost yet. As long as I keep moving forward, I'll be able to catch up to him one day. He took a deep breath and also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Junior sister Yingxiu, I know that you had many conflicts with Chu Zhou when you were on Earth. However, I feel that some things have passed. Let them pass. Feng Yan said to Su Yingxiu meaningfully. When Su Yingxiu heard this, she smiled calmly. Senior sister, I understand what you mean. Chu Zhou and I are no longer from the same world. Since he's no longer calculative, the grudge between us, I naturally won't ask for a rebuff. Since he's no longer calculative, the grudge between us, I naturally won't ask for a rebuff. Su Yingxiu nodded in agreement. Of course, she also had mixed feelings. Who would have thought that the young man she met on Earth back then actually had the terrifying potential to reign supreme in an era? On the other hand, Solomon said almost the same thing to Nangang Yiren. Like Su Yingxiu, Nangang Yiren had mixed feelings. As for Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren, they looked at each other from afar. There was no longer any tit for tat in their eyes. Exactly. Many things were in the past. There was no need to worry about it anymore. They did not communicate or speak. Instead, they left with Feng Yan and Solomon. The living beings gathered in the sea area where the Divine General Ancient City appeared dispersed. Everything that happened in the Divine General Ancient City quickly spread to the surrounding sea like a storm. Many living beings were shocked when they heard the news. The experts of the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, the origin race, and the other 5 races, as well as some foreign race forces whose universe lords had been killed by Chu Zhou, were furious. They all announced to the public that they wanted to take revenge and kill Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was indifferent to the storms outside in the coiling dragon. He opened his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Beginner Universe Lord. Attribute points, 210,000 trillion. Rule/law. 5 Elemental Rule, 10%, Metal Rule and Wood Rule fused 1/4. Law of Reincarnation, 1%. Law of Space, 90%. Gravity Law, 90%. Repulsion Law, 90%. Absolute Arts. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Level RL-0. Soul Armor, Level 6. Killing Sword Art, Level 8. Chaos Dharma Body, Million Meter Chaos Dharma Body. 1000 Body Holy Scripture, 4 Universe Lords, 1 World Overlord Realm Clone. Flowing Moon Movement Technique, 1st Level. 6 Radiance Shield, 1st Level. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board and thought about which aspect to upgrade next. Soon, he made up his mind. He knew that in the following journey, it was very likely that he would suffer the revenge of the Zerg race and other races. Therefore, it was very important to increase one's realm. He was only an elementary grade venerable now and was still a little weak. Let's increase my comprehension of the 5 elemental laws first and raise my level to intermediate grade universe lords. At that time, if I still have some attribute points left, I'll consider increasing other attributes. With this thought in mind, he immediately entered his divine kingdom and sat cross-legged on the peak of 5 Elements Mountain to increase his strength. While Chu Zhou was improving his strength, Dragon and the others were not idle either. Especially Zhou Yu. After the battle in the Divine General Ancient City, the power of the laws of war hidden in the depths of her bloodline was restless. She sensed that it was about time for her to become a universe lord. Therefore, she also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 818, Advancing to Intermediate Grade Universe Lords. Condensing the Reincarnation Nomological Sparks. 1. In Chu Zhou's Divine Kingdom, at the peak of the 5 Elements Mountain, under the shade of the ancient blue demon tree, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged. An arm-thick green gold vine wrapped around his body. Increase my comprehension of the 5 elemental laws. He chanted in his heart. Boom! His attribute board shook violently. The 5 elemental laws were activated. A vast and boundless power ignored the barriers of time and space and descended above the Divine Kingdom. It transformed into a mighty 5-colored torrent that poured down and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. Master is too mysterious. Every time he breaks through, he can trigger the laws or rules of the unseen world to descend. This is something other living beings can't do at all. This was not the first time the ancient blue demon tree had seen Chu Zhou break through. However, when he saw the nomological wave descend again, he was still extremely shocked. Its inherited memories told it that even a universe overlord would find it difficult to make nomological laws descend directly when breaking through. Chu Zhou had a shocking secret without a doubt. The ancient blue demon tree quickly restrained its distracting thoughts and focused on comprehending the 5 elemental laws in front of it. The 5 elemental laws were directly revealed. This was an excellent opportunity to comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Even though it did not specialize in the 5 elemental laws, there were similarities between nomological laws. Comprehending the 5 elemental laws by analogy was also beneficial for it to comprehend the laws it mainly cultivated. The 1,000-star vine wrapped itself around Chu Zhou's body and was bathed in the 5 elemental laws with him. Its leaves shook happily and rhythmically, as if it was breathing, devouring the power of the 5 elemental laws with all its might. To it, the benefits it could obtain far exceeded that of the ancient blue demon tree. As a metallic life form, it was naturally aligned with the laws of metal. After it reached maturity, it had basically comprehended the laws of metal to its limits. However, if it wanted to break through the restrictions of its bloodline and become a universe lord, it had to comprehend laws. Metal laws were a part of the 5 elemental laws. Therefore, to it, the most effective method was to comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Every time Chu Zhou upgraded the 5 elemental laws through the attribute board, he could summon the 5 elemental laws to descend. To the 1,000-star vine, this was undoubtedly a peerless opportunity to comprehend the 5 elemental laws. Moreover, it was an opportunity that was directly fed to its mouth. It felt so good. As the 5 elemental laws descended, a large number of comprehensions of the 5 elemental laws appeared in Chu Zhou's consciousness. In particular, the laws of metal and wood were rapidly fusing in his consciousness. As the metal laws and wood laws continued to fuse, the comprehension of the 5 elemental laws also continued to increase. 11% of the 5 elemental laws. 12% of 5 elemental laws. 13% of the 5 elemental laws. Soon, his comprehension of the 5 elemental laws increased to 20%. The 5 elements' nomological sparks appeared above Chu Zhou's head and slowly rotated, constantly transforming. Countless complicated nomological patterns and nomological runes appeared on the surface of the nomological sparks. A moment later, the 5 elements' nomological sparks suddenly emitted an incomparably blazing light, and the nomological fluctuations that spread out increased by 10 times. Name: Chu Zhou, Intermediate Grade Universe Lord. 5 elemental laws, 20%. Chu Zhou looked at the changes in his attribute board and smiled. He was an intermediate grade Universe Lord. He carefully sensed his current strength. It was about 10 times stronger than when he was an elementary grade Universe Lord. Congratulations, Master, on becoming an intermediate grade Universe Lord. The ancient blue demon tree sensed Chu Zhou's breakthrough and hurriedly congratulated him. The 1,000-star vine also used a vine to gently touch Chu Zhou's body and congratulate him. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and glanced at the ancient blue demon tree and the 1,000-star vine. You have to work harder and become Universe Lords as soon as possible. With the body of my clansman bestowed by Master and its nomological sparks, I should be able to become a Universe Lord in half a year. The ancient blue demon tree said gratefully. Yes, Chu Zhou gave it to Rambo's body and nomological sparks. It could devour Rambo's body and strengthen its origin. Coincidentally, all the laws it and Rambo cultivated were life and death laws. This way, the life nomological sparks left behind by Rambo would be of great use to it. That was why it was confident that it could become a Universe Lord in half a year. The 1,000-star vine also activated a vine and rubbed against Chu Zhou, indicating that it could become a Universe Lord soon. Alright, I'll wait for you to become Universe Lords and give me a surprise. Chu Zhou smiled. If the ancient blue demon tree and the 1,000-star vine both became Universe Lords, he would have 2 more capable subordinates. After saying that, Chu Zhou continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. He looked at his attribute board and fell into deep thought. He still had 110,000 trillion attribute points left. This was no longer enough to continue improving the 5 elemental laws. The law of space, the law of gravity, and the law of repulsion had all reached the limits of the law, and it was difficult to improve further. In addition, the killing sword art and other ultimate techniques had just been upgraded not long ago. They were powerful enough and there was no need to upgrade them for the time being. Now, I still have 2 directions to improve. First, increase my comprehension of the law of reincarnation. Second, increase my understanding and control of the divine rune with the word that I just obtained. Chu Zhou thought to himself. The benefits of improving the law of reincarnation were self-evident. The divine rune of the word contained extremely profound profundities. He had just obtained the divine rune and had only grasped some of the profound and power of the divine rune. If he wanted to unleash more of the power of the divine rune, he had to improve his understanding and mastery of the divine rune. Chapter 819, Advancing to Intermediate Grade Universe Lords. condensing the reincarnation nomological sparks. 2. He hesitated for a moment between the law of reincarnation and the divine rune before deciding to increase his comprehension of the law of reincarnation first. Even though the upgrade of the divine rune with the word A could bring him greater combat strength and incomparably mysterious refining ability. But he had always understood that the laws were the foundation. Furthermore, this was the law of reincarnation that countless living beings and experts in the universe yearned to comprehend. Increase my comprehension of the law of reincarnation. Chu Zhou had an idea. The next moment, his attribute board shook again. The law of reincarnation was instantly pried open. Rumble! Rumble! The divine kingdom shook. Another mighty nomological torrent poured down from above the divine kingdom like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, enveloping Chu Zhou's body. Could it be that Master is going to level up again? The ancient blue demon tree and the 1,000-star vine sensed the vast laws that had just descended in shock. They quickly discovered that this nomological law was completely different from the 5 elemental laws just now. This nomological law seemed to pierce through the past, present, and future. It was vast, mysterious, ancient, and ethereal. Unknown, invisible, and indescribable. This nomological power had a huge impact on the soul. The ancient blue demon tree and the 1,000-star vine only used perception for a moment before falling asleep. At that moment, a translucent giant wheel that could envelop the entire divine kingdom appeared in the sky above 5 Elements Mountain. The giant wheel had countless gears that were much smaller than the giant wheel. Endless gears covered the sky above the divine kingdom. Countless gears turned along with the giant wheel. The middle wheel of the big wheel set, and the small wheel set. The giant wheel and the endless gears slowly spun together, emitting a strange aura, as if it was pushing the entire universe to reincarnate. The entire divine kingdom was filled with a strong aura of reincarnation. Under the cleansing of the aura of reincarnation, the entire divine kingdom also underwent a mysterious change. In Chu Zhou's consciousness, a large amount of knowledge and comprehension about reincarnation kept emerging like a fountain. In the dark, he seemed to see a huge wheel that covered endless space and time, enveloping the entire universe. It was slowly rotating, pushing all things in the universe to reincarnate. The birth and death of living beings, the birth and destruction of star realms, the appearance and demise of all things in the universe, even the beginning and end of the universe, and so on. Everything was in the cycle of reincarnation. Is this reincarnation? Chu Zhou was shocked. Endless reincarnation power gathered above his head. Right on the heels of that, the huge wheel that enveloped the entire divine kingdom and countless small and medium-sized gears also shrunk infinitely and gathered above Chu Zhou's head. A moment later, a brand new nomological sparks appeared. This nomological spark was like a crystal, translucent in color. Inside the nomological sparks, there was a giant wheel and countless small teeth. This was nomological sparks of reincarnation. The samsara nomological sparks slowly descended and fused with Chu Zhou. Boom! A majestic and vast power of reincarnation instantly swept out from Chu Zhou's body and swept through the entire divine kingdom. In his vision, there were countless nomological and nomological lines in the divine kingdom. Among them, the nomological threads of the 5 elemental laws were the main. Countless 5-colored nomological threads covered every corner of the divine kingdom like dense spiderwebs. The number of translucent law lines of the law of reincarnation was only about 1/10 of the law lines of the 5 elemental laws. At this moment, the nomological threads of the law of reincarnation in the divine kingdom increased rapidly. A moment later, the law of reincarnation's nomological threads were already close to half of the 5 elemental laws. Chu Zhou could also clearly sense that his divine kingdom had become stronger and more stable. Law of reincarnation, I've condensed the reincarnation nomological sparks. Chu Zhou stared at the brand new nomological sparks in his soul space with excitement. Over the years, there had been countless geniuses and prodigies among the myriad races in the universe who had tried to comprehend and cultivate the laws. However, very few people could truly condense the reincarnation nomological sparks. He was one of the successful ones. He carefully sensed the power in his body and realized that his strength had increased explosively again. My 5 elemental laws have reached the level of an intermediate grade universe lord. My law of reincarnation has also reached the level of an elementary grade universe lord. Coupled with the chaos dharma body, killing sword art, and myriad transformation secret manual, my strength has probably reached the peak of an intermediate grade universe lord. Among the intermediate grade universe lords, there should be very few who are my match. In fact, I might even be able to contend against an advanced grade universe lord. Chu Zhou's confidence soared after a simple evaluation of his strength. Originally, not long ago, he had killed so many foreign races in the Divine General Ancient City, especially Camilla, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and Emonson. He was still a little worried about the revenge of the forces behind those people. Worry, not fear. It was just a slight worry about objective facts. He was an elementary grade universe lord. Even if he was powerful, it would still be very dangerous if he was attacked by many foreign forces at the same time. But now, his strength had increased exponentially, and he was basically invincible among intermediate grade universe lords. He could even match high-level universe lords. In this way, the worries in his heart dissipated. A universe lord was a high-level figure in any faction in the universe. Universe lords were also important figures in the myriad race battlefield. Or it could be said that the core character in the battlefield of 10,000 races was a universe lord. As for universe nobility and universe overlords, they were the pillars of every top faction. They would not be mobilized easily. Therefore, even if those foreign races hunted him down, they would basically only send universe lords to hunt him down. He could challenge a high-level universe lord with his current strength. This made him much safer, and he didn't have to worry so much anymore. It's a pity that I only have 1 trillion attribute points left. Otherwise, I could have improved my understanding and control of the divine rune. Chu Zhou was a little greedy and decided to end this seclusion. When Chu Zhou appeared on the coiling dragon, Zhou Yu instantly gave him a surprise. Zhou Yu, you've successfully become a universe lord. Chu Zhou looked at Zhou Yu in surprise. Power of laws continuously seeped out of Zhou Yu's body. This was usually a phenomenon that happened when living beings had just become universe lords and were not familiar with the power of laws enough to completely restrain it. It was obvious that Zhou Yu had successfully become a universe lord. Hehe, I was lucky. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Zhou Yuexio chuckled. She herself was incomparably excited and in high spirits. The fiery red midriff revealing tights exposed her arms and abdomen, which were as white as lotus roots, to the air. They were very fair, like beautiful jade, attracting attention. Below her was a knee-length black skirt and 2 fair and slender legs. They were straight and slender without any concealment. Coupled with a pair of black leather boots. Her 3,000 long hair was wavy and casually scattered behind her head. It was as red as blood. She was a stunning beauty to begin with. Coupled with her confident temperament, she looked even more charmable. The 2 of you have become universe lords. I wonder when the 5 of us will succeed. Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Bing Selen and Shi Liujin looked at Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu enviously. Even though they had all reached the limit of the World Overlord realm, there was a chasm between World Overlords and Universe Lords. It was too difficult for them to cross the chasm and become Universe Lords. Zhou Yu looked at Chu Zhou happily. Then, she felt a huge pressure from Chu Zhou. Her gaze instantly froze. That shouldn't be the case. They were both elementary grade universe lords. Even if Chu Zhou was much stronger than her, she shouldn't feel such pressure. Unless... A bolt of lightning suddenly struck Zhou Yu's heart. She looked at Chu Zhou in shock and blurted out, Chu Zhou, you have advanced to an intermediate grade universe lord. What? Chu Zhou has advanced to an intermediate grade universe lord? Dragon and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at Chu Zhou in disbelief. I accidentally advanced to an intermediate grade universe lord. Chu Zhou nodded calmly. Chapter 820, Invitation from the Human Holy Temple. 1. Zhou Yu and the others were all dumbfounded when they saw Chu Zhou nod. It was as if they had all become fools as they looked at Chu Zhou in a daze. He had only advanced to an elementary grade universe lord for 8 months, but he had already advanced to an intermediate grade universe lord? What kind of freak was this? As everyone knew, the higher the realm, the harder it was to break through. Generally speaking, it took 1,000,000 years to advance from an elementary grade universe lord to an intermediate grade universe lord. Only some extremely stunning geniuses could do it. It took more than 90% of the experts more than 10,000,000 years to advance from elementary grade universe lord to intermediate grade universe lord. Most of these people were stuck at the elementary grade Universe Lord realm for their entire lives. Even if they cultivated diligently for 100 million years, hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, it would still be difficult for them to advance. This was because after these people advanced to elementary grade Universe Lord, their potential was basically exhausted. Chu Zhou had advanced from an elementary grade Universe Lord to an intermediate grade Universe Lord in just 8 months. This was unprecedented in the universe. If the news spread, all the races in the universe and countless living beings would be shocked. Zhou Yu and the others could not calm down for a long time. They looked at Chu Zhou as if they were looking at a monster. I thought that after I became an elementary grade Universe Lord, I would be able to close the distance between us. I didn't expect that the distance between us would be even greater. Zhou Yu muttered and looked at Chu Zhou bitterly. Chu Zhou smiled as Deep Blue's notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, I've received 2 messages. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the screen and saw that there was an additional red dot on the information icon. With a thought, 2 messages appeared on the screen. Teacher's information, and the Human Holy Temple's information. Chu Zhou was shocked. It was normal for his teacher, King Beigang, to send him a message. He believed that his teacher already knew that he had become a Universe Lord and what he had done in Universe Ocean. He believed that his teacher already knew that he had become a Universe Lord and what he had done in Universe Ocean. But why did the Human Holy Temple send him a message too? Most importantly, he had never heard of the Human Holy Temple. Let's see what teacher has to say first. He opened the teacher's message first. Chu Zhou, I'm very pleased to know that you've become a Universe Lord and a Divine General. I didn't misjudge you. At this point, Chu Zhou's lips curled up slightly. He continued reading. I've also heard about what you did in Universe Ocean. I'll only say one thing. Just do whatever you want. Our Beikang lineage doesn't abstain from killing. Chu Zhou smiled. His teacher was the same as him. They were both masters who could not accept grievances. They would attack when they should and kill when they should. It was not the Beikang lineage's style to compromise and be scrupulous. Beikang's lineage only had one thing in common: everything they did was for their thoughts to be clear. The inheritance of the Divine General has a mysterious origin. However, the power of the Divine Rune far exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. You have obtained the Divine Rune with the word A. This is your opportunity. You have to pay attention to the Divine Rune with the word A and understand and master the Divine Rune with the word A as soon as possible. It will surprise you. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw his teacher specially mention the Divine Rune with the word A. Teacher was someone who had obtained the Divine Rune of the word kill. He knew the power of the Divine Rune the best. Now that he was reminded of this, it was obvious that the power hidden in the Divine Rune was no small matter. He was afraid that he would be careless. It seemed that he had to pay more attention to the Divine Rune. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou continued reading. I believe you have received a message from the Human Holy Temple. At this point, Chu Zhou's gaze froze. The Human Holy Temple is located on Mount Pantheon in the Mirror Universe. It is the highest authority organization of humanity and is composed of all human experts above the Universe Lord level. Chu Zhou was enlightened. Indeed, there were too many factions within the human race. Even though the overall strength of the 5 giant factions, such as the Mirror Universe Corporation, far exceeded the other factions, it was difficult for the 5 giants to control all the human forces. The other human factions also had top-notch experts. Some human factions might not be willing to listen to the 5 giants. In such a situation, if there was no transcendent organization that was above all human factions and could command all human factions, it would be very easy for countless human factions to govern themselves. There might even be conflicts and internal strife. Thinking about it this way, the existence of the Human Holy Temple was very reasonable. After every human Universe Lord is born, the Human Holy Temple will send a message inviting them to join. They will hold a title ceremony in the Human Holy Temple and decide on the title of Universe Lord, rewards, authority, and so on. They will also inform other official members of the Human Holy Temple to come and watch the ceremony. After reading the message from his teacher, Chu Zhou completely understood what kind of organization the Human Holy Temple was. He also understood why the Human Holy Temple had sent him a message. Other than the Human Holy Temple, are there any other organizations or factions that are above or on par with the 5 giants? As Chu Zhou thought about this, he suddenly recalled the sage token he had obtained from killing Universe Lord Ming Luo's clone. Before coming to the 10,000 race battlefield, he had asked his teacher about the origins of the sage token. However, his teacher said that he would only be qualified to know the origin of the sage token after he became a Universe Lord. I'm now a Universe Lord. Chapter 821, Invitation from the Human Holy Temple. 2. He should be qualified to know the origin of the sage token. He muttered in his heart and opened the message sent by the Human Holy Temple. Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. Congratulations on becoming a Universe Lord and taking a new step forward. Our Human Holy Temple sincerely invites you to join us and become one of us. As teacher said, the Human Holy Temple has invited me to join and is holding a title ceremony for me in the temple. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Join the Human Holy Temple? There was no need to think about it. He naturally had to join as a member of the human race. He looked at the time for reporting to the Human Holy Temple in the message and decided to report to the Human Holy Temple in 3 days and become a member. Chu Zhou, have you received the invitation from the Human Holy Temple? Zhou Yu asked excitedly. She had heard some news about the Human Holy Temple. She knew that only after becoming a Universe Lord would he be qualified to join the Human Holy Temple and become the true upper echelons of humanity. Therefore, she was very excited to receive an invitation from the Human Holy Temple. When Chu Zhou heard Zhou Yu's words, he immediately understood that she had also received a message from the Human Holy Temple. He smiled and nodded. Hee, that's great. As long as we join the Human Holy Temple, we'll be the upper echelons of humanity in the future. Zhou Yu said happily. Dragon and the others were at a loss when they heard Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's conversation. After Chu Zhou finished explaining, they looked at Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu enviously. Join the Human Holy Temple and become a high-level human. When would it be their turn to experience something so good? 3 days later, Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's consciousness logged into the mirror universe at the same time. The myriad race battlefield was located at the corresponding location of the mirror universe. It was the myriad race continent. After Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's consciousness descended to the myriad race continent, they did not stop. They immediately went to the teleportation array and applied to be teleported to Mount Pantheon. Mount Pantheon had an independent space in the mirror universe. Is this Mount Pantheon? Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu stood on a floating platform. A majestic mountain floating above the white clouds entered their eyes. This majestic mountain was bathed in milky white holy light. It was filled with a holy and dignified aura, as if it was the residence of the gods. Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu knew that this was Mount Pantheon. They swept their gazes around. Soon, in the void around Mount Pantheon, many small inverted pyramid-shaped mountains floated. At the top of each small mountain was a platform. The platform under their feet was also such a small mountain. These platforms were actually teleportation arrays without a doubt. Chu Zhou, look, so many Universe Lords walked out of those teleportation arrays. Zhou Yu looked at the human Universe Lords who walked out of the platforms around him and suddenly became nervous. Don't tell me these Universe Lords are all here to participate in our title ceremony. When she thought about how many big shots she had looked up to in the past were about to become the audience of her titled ceremony, her heart could not help but beat faster. Seeing Zhou Yu's nervous expression, Chu Zhou couldn't help but laugh. You're nervous just like that? Haven't you always been very bold? During this period of time in the myriad race battlefield, you weren't even nervous when facing the siege of 1,000,000 troops or even the pursuit of a Universe Lord. This is different. Zhou Yu rolled her eyes at Chu Zhou. At this moment, a dignified figure with 2 dragon horns on his head and wearing a fiery red robe suddenly appeared on a platform not far away. The moment that figure appeared, the surrounding void seemed to burn, and the temperature rose rapidly. When the Universe Lords on the surrounding platforms saw that figure, they quickly flew in front of it. Lord Torch Dragon. Many Universe Lords bowed to the dignified figure. Ha ha ha, today is my disciple's title ceremony. Thank you for your kindness and for coming to watch the ceremony. The dignified figure laughed heartily, his voice like thunder. Teacher. The moment Zhou Yu saw the majestic figure, she cried out in surprise and flew over. That person is Zhou Yu's teacher. Chu Zhou also followed curiously. The dignified figure was an old man with 2 dragon horns on his head. He was burly and was 5 meters tall. Zhou Yu stood beside him like a tiny little thing. The contrast was intense. Teacher, how is it? I didn't embarrass you, did I? At this moment, Zhou Yu tugged at the dignified old man's robe like a child showing off to his elders after achieving something. Ha ha ha, not only are you not embarrassed, Xiao Yu, you've also made me proud. Torch Dragon King laughed out loud, his right hand caressing the long red beard on his chin. I thought that you would need at least tens of thousands of years in the myriad race battlefield before you had a chance to advance to the Universe Lord realm. But I didn't expect you to give me a surprise. Teacher, are you looking down on me? Zhou Yu pouted when she heard that. She was a little dissatisfied. However, she knew very well that if she hadn't followed Chu Zhou and experienced all kinds of tempering and never lacked cultivation resources, she would probably have to polish herself in the battlefield of the myriad races for at least tens of thousands of years like her teacher had said if she wanted to successfully become a Universe Lord. Chapter 822, Invitation from the Human Holy Temple. 3. You must be Chu Zhou. The Torch Dragon King suddenly looked at Chu Zhou. Greetings, Lord Torch Dragon. Chu Zhou said respectfully. The dignified old man in front of him gave him unparalleled pressure. Facing this dignified old man, he felt that he was not facing a person, but a boundless sea of flames. He had a strong feeling that if this dignified old man wanted to kill him, he could do it with a casual move. Without a doubt, this dignified old man was definitely not a Universe Lord. Among the company's 6 Universe Overlords, none of them were named Dragon. It was obvious that this dignified old man was a Universe nobility. Torch Dragon King stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said, Little friend, thank you. Without your help, Xiao Yu definitely wouldn't have been able to become a Universe Lord so quickly. Lord Torch Dragon, you're being too polite. Zhou Yu and I are teammates. It's not like we're helping each other, said Chu Zhou with a smile. Bei King, you have good taste. You have a good disciple. Torch Dragon King sighed. My disciple is not bad, but your disciple is not bad either, right? Suddenly, a white-haired youth appeared behind Torch Dragon King. This white-haired young man looked to be in his late 20s, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time, as if he had experienced thousands of reincarnations and seen the vicissitudes of life. Teacher. Chu Zhou looked at the familiar figure in surprise. King Bei King walked over calmly and nodded at Chu Zhou with a smile. Your performance in the myriad race battlefield was not bad. I'm very satisfied. It's good that you didn't disappoint me. Chu Zhou said. Lord Bei King. Zhou Yu and the surrounding Universe Lords hurriedly walked over and bowed to King Bei King. Bei King, you seem a little different. The Torch Dragon King stared at King Bei King's figure as a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. King Bei King seemed to have undergone some changes that he could not see through. He had become different from the King Bei King he knew. In this world, everything is changing at every moment. It's normal for me to be different. King Bei King said indifferently. The Torch Dragon King gave King Bei King a deep look. Even though he had yet to discover the exact changes that had happened to King Bei King, he vaguely felt that the changes in King Bei King's body were very shocking. At the same time, King Bei King seemed to have become even more dangerous. However, Torch Dragon King did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. He had one too. Chu Zhou, look over there, it's Romo. Suddenly, Zhou Yu pointed at another platform not far away and said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou looked in the direction Zhou Yu was pointing and immediately saw Romo. It was obvious that Romo was not the only one who had come to accept the title ceremony. However, Romo did not come alone. There was also a mysterious golden mask that came with him. There were 2 deep gazes in the eyes of the golden mask. The expressions of the Universe Lords on the surrounding platforms and even Torch Dragon King changed drastically when they saw the golden mask. Even King Bei King was slightly moved. This Lord is actually here too. Even though it seems like only one of his incarnations is here. Even so, it's still quite impressive. Torch Dragon King looked at the golden mask and muttered to himself. When Chu Zhou saw his teacher and the reactions of the surrounding Universe Lords, and heard Torch Dragon King's words, he was immediately filled with curiosity about the golden mask. What was the origin of that golden mask? It actually caused such a huge reaction from everyone. Chapter 823, Returning to the Coiling Dragon Manor. Teacher, that lord is. Chu Zhou noticed everyone's reaction after seeing the golden mask and could not help but be curious about the other party's identity. That lord is the Lord of the Sky. He's one of the 6 overlords of the infinite battle arena. Of course, the one who's here now is only a clone of that lord. King Bei King said solemnly. When Chu Zhou heard this, he was slightly excited. A universe overlord was a true giant in the universe, an existence that stood at the top of the pyramid. A universe overlord could destroy a cosmic race or create a cosmic race. It could be said that every universe overlord was an existence that made countless living beings in the universe tremble. So far, Chu Zhou had directly or indirectly come into contact with 3 universe overlords. The first was the caged dragon master who had bestowed him with chaos crystals. The caged dragon master was also one of the 6 overlords of the Mirror Universe Company. The second was the master of void silence that had appeared before the reincarnation mystic realm opened. The third was the Lord of Towering Sky in front of him. Lord of Towering Sky. Many universe lords flew over and bowed respectfully to the Lord of Towering Sky. Torch Dragon King brought Zhou Yu over. King Bei King also brought Chu Zhou over. Bei King, your disciple is not bad. An ethereal and quiet voice came from the golden mask. I think so too. King Bei King smiled faintly. The Lord of Towering Sky gave King Bei King a deep look. From the looks of it, you've already walked out of the past. Perhaps it won't be long before we humans have another master of Bei King. The Torch Dragon King and many universe lords looked at King Bei King in shock when they heard the Lord of Towering Sky's words. Even Chu Zhou looked at his teacher in surprise. King Bei King's expression was calm and confident. Universal Lord has never been my limit. Upon hearing this, everyone knew that King Bei King was extremely confident in becoming a universe overlord. All of them could not help but be shocked. Some universe lords of the Mirror Universe Company were pleasantly surprised. If King Bei King could become a universe overlord, the number of overlords in the Mirror Universe Corporation would be the largest among the human forces. The overall strength of the Mirror Universe Company would also increase greatly. Bei King, I didn't expect you to become a universe overlord. The Torch Dragon King looked at King Bei King enviously. However, it's normal for you to become a universe overlord. With your strength and talent, you should have become a universe overlord 300 million years ago. Many universe lords calmed down after hearing that. That's right. King Bei King was a rare legendary figure among humans. Many of the universe overlords of the human race were not as experienced as legend King Bei King before they became overlords. If not for the fact that King Bei King had suddenly fallen into oblivion for 300 million years, he would have long become the Lord of Bei King. Lord Mo Tian, Lord Bei King, Lord Torch Dragon. And everyone. The title ceremony is about to begin. I'll bring Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu and Romo to the holy temple first. Suddenly, an envoy in a white robe flew down from Mount Pantheon. He first bowed respectfully to the Lord of Towering Sky, King Bei King, and Torch Dragon King. He then politely greeted the many universe lords before smiling at Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu and Romo. Take them up. The Lord of Towering Sky said calmly. The white-robed envoy immediately gestured for Chu Zhou and the other 2 to follow behind him and fly towards the top of Mount Pantheon. My name is Yang Mian. The white-robed emissary smiled gently at Chu Zhou and the others. This time, the Holy Temple is holding a title ceremony for the 3 of you at the same time. It's a rare occasion in the past billions of years. That's impossible. Could it be that in the past billions of years, only the 3 of us have become universe lords? Zhou Yu said with a puzzled expression. That's not it. However, it's too difficult to become a universe lord. Usually, it's considered a miracle if a universe lord is born every 100,000 years. Therefore, there's basically only one protagonist in the other universe lord's title ceremony. As for you, it's extremely rare for you to all become universe lords in less than a year. Yang Mian explained. Chu Zhou and the other 2 immediately understood. Yang Mian turned his head to look at Chu Zhou and the other 2 and thought to himself, these 3 people are too favored by the heavens. Not only are their talents astonishing, they advanced to the universe lord realm at such a young age, but they also have a teacher who is a universe lord or overlord. Soon, Yang Mian brought Chu Zhou and the other 2 to the top of Mount Pantheon and arrived in front of a holy palace bathed in infinite divine light. So this is the human Hoi Temple? Chu Zhou and the other 2 looked at the palace that represented the highest authority of humanity. Their hearts surged. Yang Mian couldn't help but smile when he saw Chu Zhou and the other two's reactions. Your title ceremony is about to begin. Have you thought about your titles? If you have, tell me now. Your titles will be yours later. Otherwise, the sanctum will give you the titles your elders have thought of. A titled battle pet warrior would accompany a living being for the rest of their lives. It was still very important. If he got a title that he didn't want and it would accompany him for the rest of his life, that would be too disgusting. Therefore, the human holy temple respected the opinions of the newcomers and allowed them to choose a title they liked. Of course, titled battle pet warriors could not be too unreasonable. For example, if a living being wanted to name themselves human ancestor or something like that, it would definitely not work. In addition, if someone was too lazy to think and did not want to be titled, the holy temple would give them the title set by the elders of the holy temple. The human holy temple specifically mentioned this in the message they sent to Chu Zhou and the other two. The human holy temple specifically mentioned this in the message they sent to Chu Zhou and the other two. Chu Zhou had given himself the title of Coiling Dragon. He was the master of the Coiling Dragon Mountain. Using the name Coiling Dragon was the most suitable title for him. When Yang Mian received the titles from Chu Zhou and the other two, he nodded with a smile. Very good. You've all thought of your titles. When we enter the temple, I'll tell the elder in charge of the ceremony about your titles. Chu Zhou was rather curious about what the elder Yang Mian was talking about. Yang Mian envoy. Who are the elders of our human holy temple? He asked. When Zhou Yu and Romo heard Chu Zhou's question, a glint flashed across their eyes. They had just found out about the human holy temple. He roughly knew that the human holy temple was made up of all the human experts above the universe lord level. It was the highest authority of the human race. However, he knew nothing else other than that. They were at a loss as to who the elders of the human holy temple were. Yang Mian did not answer Chu Zhou directly. He only hinted vaguely, who are the elders of our human holy temple? This is the greatest secret of our kind. You will know in the future. However, I can also tell you some things clearly. The universe overlords of the 5 giant factions are all elders of the human holy temple. As for the rest, I can't say much. Besides, I'm just an ordinary emissary. I don't know much about the holy temple. Chu Zhou and the other two looked at each other. The waters of the human holy temple seemed to be a little deep. Who exactly were the elders of the sacred hall? They could not be made public. Chu Zhou knew his place and did not ask further. Soon, the 3 of them followed Yang Mian into the sacred hall and arrived at a huge square. In the middle of this square stood a round platform. Thrones surrounded the round platform. The front row of thrones on the nearest round platform was 1,000 meters wide. The thrones behind the front row were 200 meters wide. The thrones further back were each 50 meters wide. Just stand on this round platform. You don't have to do anything. Leave the rest to the elders. Yang Mian made Chu Zhou and the other two stand behind the round platform and disappear. Following this, many figures appeared in the square and sat down on the thrones. Chu Zhou and company saw the Lord of Towering Sky, King Bei Kang, Torch Dragon King, and some familiar figures in the crowd. Most of the figures were sitting on the 50-meter wide throne. The Golden Mask, which was the Lord of Towering Sky, floated on a throne that was 1,000 meters wide. King Bei Kang and Torch Dragon King sat on a throne that was 200 meters wide. Obviously, the 1,000-meter wide throne was for universe overlords, the 200-meter wide throne was for universe nobility, and the 50-meter wide throne was for universe lords. There was a clear hierarchy and a strict hierarchy. The Green King is here too. On a 200-meter wide throne, Chu Zhou unexpectedly discovered an acquaintance. It was the Green King. This was really beyond Chu Zhou's expectations. Chapter 824, Highlight 1. Chu Zhou did not expect the Green King to come as well. Even though the human holy temple would invite all human experts above the universe lord level to attend the title ceremony, those who usually came were only universe lords. Universe lord and overlords rarely appeared. Unless the main character of the title ceremony was the disciple or relative of a noble or overlord, the nobles and overlords would not come. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Romo arrived at the title ceremony. It was already very impressive for King Bei Kang, Torch Dragon King, and the Lord of Towering Sky to be there. This was because the Holy Temple held the title ceremony for them together, and the 3 above-mentioned big shots were their teachers. The arrival of RHE Green King was completely beyond Chu Zhou's expectations. In fact, the arrival of the Green King was not only beyond Chu Zhou's expectations, but also beyond everyone's expectations. It was an open secret that the Green King and King Beikang were sworn enemies. As the archenemy of King Beikang, no one could guess what Green King was thinking by participating in his disciple's title ceremony. Many people were secretly sizing up Green King. However, Green King's face was calm and expressionless. Actually, Green King wasn't as calm as he looked. He stared at Chu Zhou's figure and then glanced at King Beikang not far away. His heart stirred slightly. "Beikang, you've taken in a good disciple," he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a white-robed, white-haired old man appeared silently beside Chu Zhou and the other 2. He held a golden book in his left hand. "Great Elder One." Seeing the white-robed old man appear, everyone below the stage stood up and bowed respectfully to the white-robed old man. Even the Lord of Towering Sky greeted him. Chu Zhou and the other 2 were shocked when they saw this scene. Without a doubt, this white-robed old man was the great elder of the human holy temple. Moreover, he had extremely high prestige and was respected by many human universe lords and overlords. "Great elder." Chu Zhou and the other 2 hurriedly followed the crowd and bowed to the white-robed old man. The first elder smiled and nodded at Chu Zhou and the other 2. "Hehe, you don't have to be so polite to an old man like me. You young people are the future of humanity." With that, he walked in front of Chu Zhou and the other 2 and faced the crowd below the stage. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he said loudly, "From today onwards, our human holy temple will have 3 more official members, Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Romo. Now, I will announce their titles: Chu Zhou, Coiling Dragon; Zhou Yu, Combative; Romo, Azura." As the first elder of the sacred hall spoke, the golden book in his hand suddenly floated up. Then, many names and titles flowed out of the golden book and floated in the air. However, those names and titles soon dimmed out of mind. In the end, only 3 titles were left: Coiling Dragon Universe Lord, Chu Zhou; Combative Universe Lord, Zhou Yu; and Azura Universe Lord, Romo. The moment the 3 titles appeared in the void, all the universe lords of the human race received a message stating that Chu Zhou and the other 2 had officially joined the human holy temple and their titles were displayed. At this moment, many human experts above the universe lord level who did not participate in the title ceremony were shocked when they saw the message. On the round platform, Chu Zhou looked at Zhou Yu in surprise. He didn't expect Zhou Yu to give him the title of combative. This titled battle pet warrior was too strong. However, when he thought of Zhou Yu's fiery passion every time she faced a battle, he could understand why she was given such a title. She was really a battle maniac. Even though she was female. "Alright, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in the title ceremony. The title ceremony ends here." The first elder of the sacred hall smiled and nodded at everyone before disappearing again. "Universe Lord Coiling Dragon, Universe Lord Combative, Universe Lord Azura. Congratulations." After the title ceremony ended, many universe lords flew in front of Chu Zhou and the other 2 to congratulate them. Some universe lords wanted to befriend Chu Zhou and the other 2, so they exchanged contact information with them. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, and Romo all knew the benefits of having connections. They also knew that connections were also a resource. Therefore, when faced with many universe lords taking the initiative to befriend them, they naturally would not reject them. 10 minutes later, the universe lords surrounding Chu Zhou and the other 2 dispersed. "Master, there's news." A deep blue notification sounded in Chu Zhou's mind. Chu Zhou immediately asked Deep Blue to open the message. "Hello, Mr. Chu Zhou. Congratulations on becoming an official member of the Human Holy Temple. As a new member of the Human Holy Temple, your reward is as follows. 1. Your Mirror Universe Network access level will be raised from level 4 to level 5. 2. You have the right to establish a universe country. If you have the idea of establishing a universe country, the Human Holy Temple will assist you in establishing a universe country as soon as possible." After reading the message, Chu Zhou was slightly excited. The benefits of increasing the authorization level of the Mirror Universe Network were self-evident. His authority level was not high enough. Some secrets that involved experts above the Universe Lord level could not be investigated in the Mirror Universe Network. Chapter 825, Highlight. 2. His authority level had increased to level 5, so he could now search for information that he did not have the right to inquire about in the past. For example, RHE secrets contained in the Sage token. As for RHE power to establish a cosmic country, it was also quite attractive to Chu Zhou. To increase his strength, he would need to consume a large number of attribute points. The higher his level, the more attribute points he would need to consume to increase his strength. Therefore, all the channels to obtain attribute points were very important to him. It would be too tiring and inefficient for him to work alone to obtain attribute points. If his forces were large enough, and he used them to help him collect attribute points, his efficiency would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Especially since he already had the Yanhuang religion under his command. If the Yanhuang religion's power could be expanded to an entire cosmic nation, then, the power of faith that the Yanhuang religion provided for him was very impressive. And the power of faith could all be converted into attribute points. Furthermore, if he could control a cosmic country, it would be extremely beneficial to the Earth lineage represented by RHE Coiling Dragon Manor. Looks like this cosmic nation really needs to be established. Chu Zhou thought to himself. However, he was currently training in the universe ocean, so he definitely didn't have the time to open up a cosmic country himself. He soon had an idea. His main body did not have time, but his clone could. Just like that, send a clone back to establish a cosmic nation. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou closed the message. At this moment, Chu Zhou looked around and realized that Romo was following the Lord of Towering Sky out of the human holy temple. Zhou Yu was brought to a corner by the Torch Dragon King. Torch Dragon King seemed to be exhorting Zhou Yu. Chu Zhou, the Human Alliance will probably send you an invitation soon. When you head to the Human Alliance's headquarters, you can befriend more foreign race experts. This will be beneficial to you in the future. King Bei Kang flew to Chu Zhou. Human Alliance? Is it any different from the Human Temple? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. But soon, RHE memories of the Human Alliance that King Bei Kang had told him surfaced in his mind. The Human Alliance was indeed completely different from the Human Holy Temple. The Human Holy Temple was the highest authority within humanity. The Human Alliance was an ally race led by the human race. The other races were completely tied to the human race's war chariot. The were one of the 9 strongest factions in the universe. Teacher, are there many foreign race experts in the Human Alliance? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Many. Otherwise, how could they become one of the 9 strongest factions in the universe, said King Bei Kang with a smile. Of course, we humans definitely have the most experts. You'll know the exact situation when you join the Human Alliance. Chu Zhou nodded. At this moment, King Bei Kang's expression suddenly became serious. You've been wandering in the 10,000 races battlefield for a period of time. I believe you know that I have many enemies in the 10,000 races battlefield. In fact, some people have probably already attacked you. Chu Zhou nodded again. He had already met many of his teacher's enemies in Universe Ocean. Many of those people had chosen to attack him because he was his teacher's disciple. Of course, those people were basically killed by him in the end. The aliens who attacked you just now were just small fries. I had many enemies in Universe Ocean back then, and they were all very powerful. Not only were there marquises, but there were even universe overlords. Previously, these people didn't attack you. They probably didn't take you seriously. But now that you've become a universe lord, they probably won't be able to sit still anymore. Therefore, you have to be very careful from now on. You can't underestimate your enemy. King Bei Kang reminded with a solemn expression. Chu Zhou saw his teacher's serious expression and realized the danger. He immediately nodded seriously. Seeing that Chu Zhou had taken his words to heart, King Bei Kang immediately put down his worries and smiled. Of course, although I told you to be cautious, there's no need to be too nervous. Remember one thing. We humans are one of the 6 pinnacle races. Strictly speaking, we humans are also the stronger side. It's not so easy for other foreign races to bully us humans. Therefore, in the universe ocean, you can adventure boldly and without worry. If a noble or overlord really attacks you, we humans are not to be trifled with. When Chu Zhou heard this, he felt relieved. To be honest, he was actually a little afraid of the marquises and overlords of the foreign races attacking him. To be honest, he was actually a little afraid of the marquises and overlords of the foreign races attacking him. Here was no need to mention the difference between him and an overlord. If universe lords and overlords were to attack him, he would be in grave danger. Now, with humans as his backing, he had nothing to fear. King Bei Kang left after giving Chu Zhou some simple instructions. At this moment, Torch Dragon King's instructions to Zhou Yu ended. Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's consciousness left the mirror universe and returned to their main bodies. Chu Zhou, Zhou Yu, what are your titles? Seeing Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's consciousness return, the five of them immediately surrounded them and looked at them curiously. Chapter 826, Highlight 3. My title is Coiling Dragon. Mine is combative. Chu Zhou is the master of Coiling Dragon manner. It's normal for him to be titled Coiling Dragon. But Zhou Yu, you actually used the title combative. Are you a battle maniac? Bing Sulin smiled. Dragon and the others also laughed. You don't understand. Only a life of constant battle is a wonderful life. Zhou Yu said righteously. Next, Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu briefly explained the situation of the title ceremony. Hearing that so many higher-ups of the human race were participating in Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu's title ceremony, Dragon and the others were envious. As for Dragon, Soul, and Changa Saha, when they found out that Chu Zhou had the right to establish a cosmic country, they were all overjoyed. If Chu Zhou established a cosmic country, it would be too beneficial to Coiling Dragon manor and the Earth lineage. On this day, Chu Zhou entered the mirror universe again and saw Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Lai Tan, Monica, and the other core members of the Coiling Dragon manor. When Dongfang Mingzhu and the others found out that Chu Zhou had the power to establish a cosmic nation, they were shocked and overjoyed. They had all seen the huge benefits to the Coiling Dragon manor and Earth. On the same day, Chu Zhou sent 3 clones back to Camp 03 with a large number of useless treasures. He was prepared to let these 3 avatars teleport back to the human domain through Camp 03 and start establishing a cosmic country. The next day, Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu received an invitation from the Human Alliance. The headquarters of the Human Alliance was also located in the Mirror Universe. Moreover, it had an independent plane space surrounded by billions of star realms. The headquarters of the Human Alliance was called Primordial Ancient City. After Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu logged into the Mirror Universe, they reported to Primordial Ancient City and became official members of the Human Alliance. They even obtained a house to live in the Primordial Ancient City. Apart from that, they had also gotten to know some foreign race experts from human allies in Primordial Ancient City. However, because they had just met, they were not familiar with each other. Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu did not stay in the Primordial Ancient City for long. In just 2 days, their consciousness returned to their main bodies. At this moment, the Coiling Dragon also sailed into a relatively calm sea. It's an island. So many islands. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the sea outside. Suddenly, the shadows of many islands entered their eyes. The islands in the universe ocean are very rare. In the entire universe ocean, there aren't many places with a large number of islands. And on our route to the Demon Mountain continent, there are so many islands. It's probably the Myriad Star Archipelago area. Chu Zhou said calmly. We've arrived at the Myriad Star Archipelago. The group perked up. There was only water in the universe ocean. It was very boring and tiring to sail in the universe ocean for a long time. Now that they saw so many islands, everyone's dull hearts immediately became active. The Myriad Star Archipelago is one of the few neutral lands in the universe ocean. It doesn't belong to the sphere of influence of any faction or race. It's said that the Myriad Star Archipelago is the territory of a lone universe overlord. All living beings that come to the Myriad Star Archipelago must abide by the rules of the Myriad Star Archipelago and not fight in any city in the Myriad Star Archipelago. Otherwise, they will be expelled or even suppressed by the Myriad Star Archipelago forever. That's right. The business of the Myriad Star Archipelago is extremely prosperous. Many cosmic races and forces have opened shops in the cities of the Myriad Star Archipelago. Countless experts in the universe ocean also like to come here to trade. Bing Sulin said as she searched for information about the Myriad Star Archipelago. When everyone heard this, they could not wait to experience the prosperity and charm of the Myriad Star Archipelago. Chapter 827, Crisis 1. The Myriad Star Archipelago. The Myriad Star Archipelago has more than 10,000 islands. Among them, 12 of them are core islands. In front of them is one of the 12 core islands, Kanglan Island. The coiling dragon cut through the waves in the sea. Chu Zhou and the others looked into the distance through the coiling dragon. There was a vast continent floating on the sea. There seemed to be cities, populations, shops. Countless spaceships were docked along the coast, and they were bustling with activity. In those spaceships, other than spaceships with the style of human construction, there were also many spaceships with the style of other cosmic races. Some alien spaceships looked like giant snails, some looked like giant jellyfish, and some looked like giant worms. There were all kinds of strange things. There were also many super ships that were more than 200,000 meters long. In addition, there were countless living beings walking around the spaceships like ants. One could tell how prosperous the business here was just by looking at the port. It's too busy. That's right. I didn't expect there to be such a prosperous place in this dangerous universe ocean. I heard that in the Myriad Star Archipelago, you can buy many specialties of the foreign races that our human mall doesn't have, as well as some rare cultivation resources. Chu Zhou and the others looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. He put away the coiling dragon and flew towards the port with Dragon and the others. Soon, they arrived above the port. It's the number one prodigy of humanity, Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou can actually come to the Myriad Star Archipelago. According to the information from the humans, he has just obtained the title of Coiling Dragon. The woman beside him is Zhou Yu, right? She has also obtained the title of Battle. Tisk tisk. Chu Zhou and the others are really bold. They clearly know that the Zerg race, the Machinery race, the Crystal race, the Mana race, the Origin race, and the other top races are chasing after them. They still dare to appear in the Myriad Star Archipelago so openly without hiding anything. That's normal. Think about whose disciple he is. Back then, when King Bei Kang ran amok in Universe Ocean, when did he hide his identity? As King Bei Kang's disciple, Chu Zhou clearly inherited his teacher's unbridled style. When the living beings in the port saw Chu Zhou and the others, there was a commotion. When the living beings of the Zerg race and the other 5 races looked at Chu Zhou and the others, their eyes revealed undisguised hostility. However, no living being dared to attack Chu Zhou and the others. In fact, many living beings looked at Chu Zhou and the others with fear in their eyes. Chu Zhou had killed too ruthlessly in the Divine General Ancient City. Now, countless living beings in the Universe Ocean knew that Chu Zhou was a ruthless person. Even when facing Camilla, Amundsen, Gaia, Grace, Rambo, and other prodigies with obvious deep backgrounds, they killed them without any hesitation. It was as if they were not afraid of the revenge of the forces behind them. Facing such a ruthless person, many living beings did not dare to provoke him. After Chu Zhou and the others entered the sky above Kanglan Island, they immediately received a spiritual will. This spiritual consciousness was telling them the rules of the Myriad Star Archipelago. The rules of the Myriad Star Archipelago were actually very simple. First, they could not fight in the city. Secondly, opening a shop and running a business in the city of the Myriad Star Archipelago had to go through the registration procedures in the City Lord Manor. It's said that there's an extremely powerful universe overlord behind the Myriad Star Archipelago. All the forces and races in the Universe Ocean are quite afraid of him. However, this universe overlord has never appeared before. He seems very mysterious. Most of the creatures in Universe Ocean, including some who have stayed in Universe Ocean for billions of years, have no idea who that universe overlord is. Bing Sulin said as she flew into Kanglan Island with Chu Zhou and the others. I guess only the universe overlords of the pinnacle races and the most powerful organizations know who the universe overlord behind the Myriad Star Archipelago is. Chu Zhou said. No matter who this universe overlord is, he's definitely not simple. To be able to build such a foundation in the Universe Ocean, and basically all the factions gave him face and didn't take over this place. This is probably not something an ordinary universe overlord can do. Dragon said in a deep voice. Chu Zhou and the others nodded in agreement. The Myriad Star Archipelago's business was so prosperous that the benefits it contained were simply terrifying. How could he defend such a foundation without any real ability? Did they really think that the pinnacle races and top-tier powers of the universe were to be trifled with? Look, Zhou Yu's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed at a group of chubby, furry, and spherical creatures with 2 small wings. They looked very cute. They seem to be the unique rolling ball beasts on the Myriad Star Archipelago. It's a rolling ball beast. Perhaps women had a good impression of cute creatures. Bing Selen's eyes lit up slightly when she saw the team of rolling ball beasts, as if she wanted to catch one and stroke it just like Changa Saha. Chapter 828, Crisis. 2. Don't have any designs on these rolling ball beasts. Even though these rolling ball beasts look harmless and cute, they are actually the guardians and law enforcers of the Myriad Star Archipelago. They might not be very strong individually. However, they can quickly fuse into an extremely terrifying and powerful individual. In the past countless years, all the living beings who did not follow the rules on the Myriad Star Archipelago were killed by them. Among them, there were many universe lords and universe nobilities. Shilai Yujin rolled his eyes and reminded them after seeing their reactions. We know without you telling us. Zhou Yu glared at Shilai Yujin. However, after hearing Shilai Yujin's words, the way they looked at the rolling ball beasts changed. Chu Zhou, Dragon, and Soul also looked solemnly at the group of adorable rolling ball beasts not far away. They were terrifying creatures that could kill universe nobilities. They were incomparably dangerous even though they looked harmless and cute on the surface. Wakaka! Wakakaka! Dozens of human head-sized rolling ball beasts suddenly flew towards Chu Zhou and the others. As they sized up Chu Zhou and the others with innocent and curious gazes, they flew around them. Chu Zhou and the others looked at this group of cute creatures and could not help but feel nervous. Their bodies instinctively tensed up. Fortunately, the dozens of rolling bale beasts only sized up Chu Zhou and the others curiously for a while before leaving. What a magical creature! On the surface, it looks like it's even inferior to a world overlord, but it can fuse into a terrifying entity that can kill universe nobilities. Chu Zhou looked at the group of rolling ball beasts that had left and sighed deeply. Then, he landed in a huge city with Dragon and the others. In the city, they also saw many rolling ball beasts playing and chasing each other. The living beings coming and going in the city seemed to be used to the existence of the rolling ball beasts. Chu Zhou and the others strolled leisurely in the city and saw many foreign race creatures. They also visited many shops established by foreign race creatures. Many outsiders and items had broadened their horizons. They were indeed relaxed, but many of the foreign race beings who recognized them were not calm. Chu Zhou, this ruthless person, actually came to the Myriad Star Archipelago. After shopping for half a day, Chu Zhou and the others decided to go to the most famous Kanglan auction on Kanglan Island to take a look. I want to refine my own exclusive weapons. Currently, I already have origin source gold, gold flame black gold. If I can buy 3 types of metals that contain the origin of wood, origin of water, and origin of earth at the auction, I can start. Chu Zhou thought to himself as he walked towards the Kanglan auction with Dragon and the others. At the Kanglan auction, a white-robed staff member's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Zhou and the others walking over. After Chu Zhou became the Heavenly Armor Divine General, his image spread throughout the universe ocean. Many people from the various large factions had seen his image. This was also why he was immediately recognized by many foreign creatures as soon as he arrived at Kanglan Island. As a staff member of the Kanglan auction, it was a basic skill to know people. This staff member had also seen Chu Zhou's image before, so he recognized him at a glance. To other foreign races, Chu Zhou might be a ruthless person, however, to the staff of the Kanglan auction, Chu Zhou was an important esteemed guest. Lord Chu Zhou, Lord Zhou Yu, my name is Sang Lu. Welcome to our Kanglan auction. The staff member with 2 green tentacles quickly walked in front of Chu Zhou and the others and led the way with a smile. Our Kanglan auction will hold an auction every 7 days. Lord Chu Zhou, you came at the right time. We happen to have an auction today. Looks like we're in luck. Chu Zhou smiled. Sang Lu, go do other things. I'll bring Lord Chu Zhou and the others in. A fat creature with a pig's head and a golden robe walked out quickly. Yes, supervisor. Sang Lu immediately left. I'm the supervisor here, Sam. Lord Chu Zhou, Lord Zhou Yu, and these 5 friends. This way, please. The golden-robed supervisor, Sam, politely led Chu Zhou and the others into a VIP room. Through the crystal glass of the VIP room, one could see a huge auction hall below. At this moment, the seats in the auction hall were filled with the living beings of many cosmic races. After the golden-robed supervisor, Sam, made arrangements for Chu Zhou and the others, he briefly introduced the procedures and rules of the auction to them. What a coincidence! Sam suddenly patted his head as if he had thought of something. He said to Chu Zhou, "Lord Chu Zhou, apart from you guys, 2 extraordinary figures from the Mana race and the Origin race have also come to today's auction." 2 extraordinary figures from both the Mana race and the Origin race? Dragon and the others were shocked when they heard that. One had to know that they were currently being hunted down by the Mana race and the Origin race. It was not good for them that the important figures from these 2 races were here. Chu Zhou stared deeply at the seemingly simple and honest Sam in front of him and smiled. Chapter 829, Crisis 3. Oh? Who are the big shots of the Mana race and the Origin race? I'm very curious. Sam's face immediately revealed a trace of surprise. Tisk tisk, these 2 big shots are really important figures of the Mana race and the Origin race. I'm not bragging. So who are they exactly? Soul urged, dissatisfied with Sam's suspense. Sam was not angry and chuckled. The Mana race sent Universe Lord Daphne, and the Origin race sent Dark Universe Lord Njigad. Both of them are high-level Universe Lords who have shocked the Universe Ocean for many years. They're much more famous than the new Universe Lords like Camilla. Besides, their backgrounds are not something Camilla and the others can compare to. Universe Lord Demonic Sunflower, Daphne, is the personal disciple of the Mana race's Lord of the Universe Light. The Dark Universe Lord, Njigad, is the personal disciple of the Origin race's Lord of 1,000 Faces. With their status, even universe nobility has to give them some face when they see us. Their arrival, coupled with your arrival, Lord Chu Zhou. Our Kanglan auction can be said to be an honor to our humble dwelling today. After hearing Sam's words, Dragon and the others immediately connected their consciousness to the Mirror Universe network to search for information about the Universe Lord Daphne and the Dark Universe Lord Njigad. When they found out that the information about these 2 people was exactly as Sam had said, their hearts suddenly became heavy. Suddenly, they felt a huge sense of danger. They were currently being pursued by the other 5 peak races other than humans. Now, they had encountered the Mana race's Universe Lord, Daphne, and the Source race's Dark Universe Lord, Njigad. This was unlucky. Lord Chu Zhou. I'll go do other things first. If there's anything, you can call me anytime. I'll rush over as soon as possible. After saying that, the golden-robed supervisor, Sam, quickly left the VIP room. However, after he left the VIP room, his seemingly simple and honest expression instantly became serious. When King Bei King dominated the universe ocean back then, everyone who helped him received an unimaginably huge return. Chu Zhou, I hope you won't disappoint me. Sam took a deep look at the VIP room where Chu Zhou and the others were before turning to leave. In the VIP ward. Chu Zhou, should we leave Kanglan Island immediately? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. Universe Lord Daphne and Dark Universe Lord Njigad were clearly very dangerous figures. Especially these 2 people, who each had a Universe Overlord standing behind them, which increased their danger. It was undoubtedly very dangerous to continue staying here. I understand what you mean, but it's too late. Chu Zhou said calmly, if Universe Lord Daphne and Universe Lord Njigad are really here for us. Do you think we can hide the news of us entering Kanglan Island from them? Is it possible to leave silently? Impossible. Dragon and the others sighed. They could not hide their identities. They were discovered by many foreign race creatures as soon as they entered Kanglan Island. How could Universe Lord Daphne and Dark Universe Lord Njigad not have received the news? If these 2 people had come especially for them, they would probably immediately kill them the moment they showed signs of leaving Kanglan Island. There's no need to be so nervous. Chu Zhou smiled and said, these 2 people clearly came to Kanglan Island before us. They might not have come for us. They might not attack us if they have other motives. Dragon and the others were slightly stunned when they heard that. Then, they pondered. That made sense. These 2 people had arrived at Kanglan Island before them. It was very likely that they were not here for them. Instantly, the tense hearts of Dragon and the others could not help but relax slightly. Chu Zhou's expression remained calm. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the Dragon and the others, he smiled faintly and said, even if they really came for us, you don't have to worry. I might not be able to defeat them, but it won't be a problem to bring you away safely. Chapter 830, Conflict 1. Dragon and the others could not help but relax when they saw Chu Zhou's calm expression. They knew Chu Zhou very well and he was definitely not someone who bragged. Since Chu Zhou had said that even if Universe Lord Daphne and Njigad were here for them, he was confident that he could bring them away safely. Then, it meant that Chu Zhou was confident that he could do it. This shocked them, which made them secretly guess how strong Chu Zhou was. In an elegant VIP room. Lord Demonic Sunflower, Chu Zhou is here. He's in the VIP room not far from us. A green-robed Universe Lord wrapped in vines said respectfully to a woman in a black dress. The woman in the black dress had black eyes and an indifferent expression. She had a demonic aura, like a goddess of darkness. Daphne's eyes flashed coldly when she heard that Chu Zhou was in the VIP room beside her. This Chu Zhou is just like his teacher. He clearly knows that our 5 races are hunting him, but he still dares to swagger and wander around the universe ocean without hiding anything. She smiled coldly. Lady Daphne, should we kill him now? A white-robed Universe Lord with many leaves on his body asked. Others are afraid of the Universe Overlord behind the myriad star archipelago, but we're not. A treant Universe Lord who seemed to be made of wood said. Forget it. Daphne pressed the void with her palm, causing the many Mana Universe Lords beside her to quiet down. Everyone, we came with a quest this time. This mission is very important. We can't afford to lose it. Chu Zhou, let him live for the time being. We'll deal with him after we complete Teacher's mission. Lord Demonic Sunflower is right. The quest is the most important. Many Mana Universe Lords' expressions turned solemn when they heard this. In another VIP room, a young man in a black robe and emitting a strong dark aura was listening to a subordinate report with interest. He, King Bei Kang's disciple, Chu Zhou, actually came to Kanglan Island. Could it be that he also received some news? Or is it just a coincidence? Njigad smiled faintly. Lord, are we going to attack Chu Zhou? The group of Origin Race Universe Lords looked at Njigad. We definitely have to do it, but not now. Njigad said calmly. Could you be afraid of angering the owner of the Myriad Star Archipelago? That's not it. Njigad glanced at Daphne's expensive ward and said. It's just that we have more important things to do. This mission was given by Teacher. We have to complete it. It's best not to cause trouble before the mission is completed. Otherwise, you know the consequences if Teacher gets angry. When the many Universe Lords of the Origin race heard this, a terrifying figure could not help but appear in their minds. They immediately broke out in cold sweat. Exactly. They had to prioritize the quest. Otherwise, if the quest was delayed because of other matters, they would definitely not be able to bear the anger of that person. Lord is right. We have to prioritize the quest. This Chu Zhou has been let off easy for the time being. Let him live longer. Njigad looked in the direction of the VIP room where Chu Zhou was and thought to himself, Chu Zhou, I will let you live a little longer for the time being. Back then, your teacher was defeated by my teacher. You're destined to be defeated by me too. At this moment, on the auction platform below, dozens of armored world overlords carried a large piece of dark gold metal that was more than 10 meters tall. From the looks of the dozens of world overlords struggling, it could be seen that the dark gold metal was unimaginably heavy. It had to be known that to a world overlord, even plucking a star and playing with it was easy. However, it was difficult for dozens of world overlords to carry that piece of metal. It could be seen how terrifying the weight of that piece of metal was. Everyone, this is the first item we're auctioning today, a 2-grade metal, star-sinking gold. This is a precious material for refining universe nobility level weapons. It can only be chanced upon by luck. A beautiful woman appeared on the auction stage and introduced the piece of metal to everyone with a smile. Many living beings were tempted. A grade metal, universe nobility level material, was indeed something most of them could not ask for. If they could lay their hands on it, even if they could not use it themselves, they could give it to certain universe nobilities in exchange for favors. A favor from universe nobility was priceless. Sometimes, it was equivalent to having an extra life. Tisk tisk, this Kanglan auction is very strong. It has just started the auction and they're already taking out a 2-grade metal. Chu Zhou and the others immediately sighed at the strength of the Kanglan auction when they saw an A2 grade material like the star-sinking gold appear in the first auction. A glint flashed across Chu Zhou's eyes. Star Realm metal was an Earth stats metal that contained the origin of the Earth. It happened to be one of the materials he needed to refine exclusive weapons. I want this star-sinking gold. He thought to himself. Everyone, it's not easy to form star-sinking gold. Usually, star-sinking gold will only appear where countless star realm remains are piled up. It's not easy to find such a material even in the universe ocean. Not only are weapons refined with star-sinking gold incomparably hard and difficult to destroy, but they also carry a terrifying gravity that can crush the universe. Most importantly, weapons refined with star-sinking gold have the potential to grow to the universe nobility level. Chapter 831, Conflict. 2. You can give it to a universe nobility after the auction even if you don't need it in exchange for a favor. You can't miss out on such a good item. The beautiful woman on the auction stage introduced the star-sinking gold in a pleasant voice, constantly emphasizing its preciousness. According to her, it would definitely be a huge regret in one's life if one did not buy the star-sinking gold. Less tricks and more sincerity. We know that the star-sinking gold is very precious. You don't have to say much. Just tell us the price. That's right. Hurry up and tell me the price so that I can give up sooner. The group of people shouted and were very impatient with the beautiful woman's behavior of raising the price. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled faintly, as if she did not hear the dissatisfied voices of the crowd. She had seen such scenes many times and was already used to it. Ahem, before announcing the starting price of the star-sinking gold, we still have to talk about the auction rules here as usual, lest some friends who have come to the Myriad Star Archipelago for the first time don't understand the rules. The beautiful woman said calmly, everyone knows that the currency of the various races and factions doesn't circulate. Therefore, we don't accept the currency of the various races and factions here. We only accept barter trade here. Of course, bartering also has a basic value unit. The basic value unit here is elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. The other items will be measured by elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. In addition, in terms of value, 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons will be equivalent to 1 intermediate grade Universe Lord weapon. 10 intermediate grade Universe Lord weapons will be equivalent to 1 high-level Universe Lord weapon. That's about it. Many living beings who often came to the Myriad Star Archipelago were a little impatient. They already knew the value system on the Myriad Star Archipelago like the back of their hands. On the other hand, Chu Zhou and the others who had come here for the first time felt rather refreshed when they heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. The currencies of the various races and cosmic forces basically did not circulate with each other. In that case, it would be very troublesome to use it in the universe ocean. It was better to return to the most primitive trading method, bartering. Alright, I believe everyone is anxious. Then, today's auction officially begins. The beautiful woman smiled and announced, the starting price of this piece of star-sinking gold is 3 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. 3 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons are too expensive, I can't afford it. Yes, it's too expensive. I'm indeed very poor. I thought I had a chance to pick up a bargain after sneaking into the Kanglan auction. Forget it now. Many world overlords gave up when they heard the starting price. The Kanglan auction was the #1 auction on Kanglan Island. The world overlords who dared to enter this place to participate in the auction were all relatively rich. Some world overlords had been in the universe ocean for many years. The wealth they had accumulated was even richer than many universe lords outside the universe ocean. However, the starting price of the star-sinking gold still scared away almost all the world overlords. On the other hand, the universe lords were relatively calm. 4 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. 5 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. 6 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. Soon, the auction price of the star-sinking gold rose to 6 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. Chu Zhou shouted. Immediately, many living beings in the auction hall looked at the VIP room where Chu Zhou was. He directly increased the price by an additional 4 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. In the eyes of many living beings, this was a little too much. 20 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from another VIP room. This 20 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons have far exceeded the value of the star-sinking gold itself. That's right. Even though the star-sinking gold is a universe nobility level material, it usually requires more than 10 universe nobility level materials to refine universe nobility level weapons. The value of a universe nobility level material is far inferior to a universe nobility level weapon. The value of the star-sinking gold is at most 15 elementary grade universe lord weapons. 20 elementary grade universe lord weapons are obviously too much. Many living beings in the venue were shocked and looked at the VIP room that was bidding. Is this person crazy? He raised the price of the star-sinking gold so high. He must have done it on purpose. Dragon and the others glared at the VIP room. Chu Zhou did not expect to be stopped the first time he wanted to buy something. He also looked at the VIP room that shouted 20 elementary grade universe lord weapons. The glass in the VIP room was not ordinary glass. It was a glass that had fused many precious materials and was engraved with special universe engravings. It had a one-way effect of blocking vision and divine thoughts. What do you mean? Even if he could see the situation outside from the inside, he could also activate his divine sense to penetrate the glass from the inside to see the situation outside. On the other hand, it was completely impossible. This was obviously to protect the VIP's privacy. However, this was useless against Chu Zhou. His spiritual force fused with the law of space. It first penetrated the glass of the VIP room he was in, then the glass of the opposite VIP room. Then, he saw a young man filled with a strong dark aura. The young man seemed to have sensed Chu Zhou's gaze and looked over with a whoosh. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the young man also had some kind of secret technique that allowed his spiritual force to penetrate the glass and see Chu Zhou. Could he be the universe lord of the origin race, Unjigad? Chu Zhou was deep in thought. Chu Zhou, the number one prodigy of humanity? King Bei Kang's disciple? He. A disdainful voice entered Chu Zhou's consciousness. Chu Zhou's gaze instantly darkened, and killing intent gathered in his eyes. 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons. Chu Zhou waved his hand and bid again. He had killed a large number of foreign race universe lords in the Divine General Ancient City and obtained a large number of elementary grade universe lord weapons and a large amount of wealth. He could afford it. In the auction venue, many living beings were in an uproar when they heard Chu Zhou shout the exorbitant price of 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons. This price was enough to buy 2 pieces of star-sinking gold. Many people looked at the VIP room where Chu Zhou was as if they were looking at a wastrel. Hehe, Chu Zhou, since you like this star-sinking gold so much, I'll be more generous and let you have it. However, remember, you owe me, Unjigad, a favor. A teasing voice entered Chu Zhou's ears. Chu Zhou was expressionless, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. In his heart, Unjigad was already a dead man. The beautiful woman on the auction stage was very excited when she heard that the price of the star-sinking gold had soared to 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons. He had made a killing this time. 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons, the first time. 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons, going twice. 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons, the third time. Deal. Congratulations to my friend in VIP room 5. This piece of star-sinking gold is yours. The beautiful woman quickly finalized this auction. Soon, a staff member arrived at Chu Zhou and the others' VIP room and handed the star-sinking gold to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou also took out 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons from his world and completed this transaction. Even though the price of paying 30 elementary grade universe lord weapons is a little high, it's worth it to obtain the star-sinking gold. Chu Zhou happily put the star-sinking gold into his world. He now had the origin source gold that contained the origin of metal, the golden flame black gold that contained the origin of fire, and the star-sinking gold that contained the origin of earth. He could finally refine his exclusive weapons as long as he obtained the A-grade metal that contained the origin of water and the origin of wood. Chapter 832, Origin Divine Wood Fragment. The Kanglan Auction. In VIP Room 1. Lord Demonic Sunflower, Unjigad of the Origin Race, seems to have had a conflict with Chu Zhou and is currently blocking him. A universe lord of the Mana race said. Hehe, the Source race's Lord of Thousand Faces and King Beigang have a deep feud. Back then, before Lord of Thousand Faces became a universe overlord, he was chased by King Beikang for nearly 10,000 years and almost died at King Beikang's hands several times. However, the Lord of 1,000 Faces was also a ruthless person. He had racked his brains and schemed against King Beikang once. When King Bei-king was unprepared, he killed a person who was extremely important to King Bei-king, causing King Bei-king to go crazy. He kept chasing after the Lord of 1,000 Faces and chased him into the territory of the origin race. He also massacred billions of living beings of the origin race. The feud between the two sides was too deep. As the personal disciple of the Lord of 1,000 Faces, it's very normal for Njigad to stop King Bei-king's disciple when he encounters Chu Zhou. Another Mana Universe Lord said meaningfully, telling an old story that had once shocked RHE entire universe. See. That's right. The feud between King Bei-king and the Lord of 1,000 Faces is too deep. Their disciples must also continue their unforgettable hatred. The other Mana Universe Lords spoke one after another. They all knew RHE feud between King Bei-king and the Lord of 1,000 Faces. As Daphne listened to her subordinates' discussion, a white-haired figure standing amidst endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood couldn't help but appear in her mind. That figure was like a blood-soaked Ajura who had crawled out of hell. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was extremely crazy. There was a blood-colored word kill between his eyebrows. Billions of sword lights surrounded him, an endless killing intent spread out from his body, causing the color of the myriad worlds to change. Integration was an unforgettable memory. It had been millions of years since she finished watching that video. However, it was still memorable and difficult to forget. King Bei-king. Daphne muttered to herself. Then, she looked at the VIP room where Chu Zhou was and thought to herself. Chu Zhou, I wonder how much you resemble your teacher from back then? She was happy to see Njigad attack Chu Zhou. It would be best if Njigad attacked Chu Zhou directly. It was a good thing for her no matter who won or lost, who lived or died. In VIP room 3. Ha ha ha, Lord Darkness raised the price so much that Chu Zhou paid a total of 30 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons to get RHE Star Sinking Gold 1. I reckon that Chu Zhou's heart is bleeding now. An Origin Race Universe Lord laughed. Njigad's gaze was deep, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It's just some small tricks. It's nothing. However, as long as Chu Zhou is unhappy, I will feel good. In my opinion, Your Excellency might as well kill Chu Zhou directly. After all, this person is King Bei-king's disciple. Moreover, he has risen rapidly recently. It's very likely that he will be a huge threat to our clan in the future. Another Universe Lord of the Origin Race said with a ferocious expression. He won't live for long. However, the quest is more important now. Njigad said calmly. In VIP room 5. Chu Zhou looked happy. Even though the price of buying the star-sinking gold was a little high, it was worth it to him. I hope that there will be a grade materials that contain the origin of wood or the origin of water auctioned next. He was filled with anticipation. Soon, the auction continued. The next dozen treasures were all elementary grade Universe Lord weapons, such as sabers, long swords, armor, bows, and arrows. Chu Zhou was not interested in these weapons. The next treasure is a mysterious fragment that looks like metal but isn't. It looks like wood but isn't. The beautiful host pointed at a strange fragment that was several meters in size and said. This fragment was found by a Universe Lord in the remains of an ancient universe that was about to be obliterated. We used high-level Universe Lord weapons to attack, but we couldn't cut it open. We even used wind, fire, lightning, and thunder to attack, but it didn't shatter. This might be a fragment of a supreme treasure. If anyone buys it, they might see a huge bargain. The beautiful host's voice was filled with inflammation. Ha ha ha, do you really think we're 3-year-olds? If this is a supreme treasure fragment, how can we buy it? That's right. If it was really that precious, your Kanglan auction would have digested it long ago. It's just a fragment with an unimone origin. There are many such fragments in the universe ocean. Even though some fragments are indeed shockingly valuable, most of them are worthless. In the auction hall, many living beings laughed. In the universe ocean, there were countless pieces of the universe. In many pieces of the universe, there were some strange fragments of unknown origins. There were some strange fragments that indeed contained astonishing value. However, 99% of the fragments were worthless. Therefore, when the living beings in the venue heard the beautiful host's provocative words, they were indifferent. When the beautiful host heard everyone's ridicule, she did not care. After their Kanglan auction obtained this fragment, they had done many tests. Other than discovering that this fragment was extremely hard, they did not find anything special. Therefore, in her heart, this fragment was actually worthless. However, she would still call it a treasure even if it was really trash. She could only show her value if she successfully sold trash as a treasure. Chapter 833, Origin Divine Wood Fragment. 2. Cough, cough. As the saying goes, divine objects keep themselves hidden. Even though this fragment looks ordinary on the surface and doesn't seem to be anything special, perhaps its essence is a divine object of immeasurable value. It's just that our methods are too ordinary, so we can't discover its specialness. Moreover, the hardness of this fragment is also a good treasure. At least it can be used as a shield. The starting price of this mysterious fragment is 5 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. Those who are interested, please buy it quickly. The beautiful host said with a smile. What? A fragment with Unimone uses requires 5 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. In the auction venue, many creatures were in an uproar. Could it be that there's something special about that fragment? Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the fragment. There were no cosmic engravings, no nomological fluctuations, or even energy fluctuations. There was nothing special about it. If not for the divine rune in his consciousness space, he would have treated that fragment as worthless trash since it started vibrating violently after it appeared. However, the divine rune of the character contained the ultimate truth of all armors. If that fragment could cause such a huge reaction from the divine rune of the character, it was definitely not ordinary. I want to study the origin of this fragment, Chu Zhou shouted. I'll offer 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. When Chu Zhou said this, his tone was very casual, as if he did not care if he obtained the fragment or not. In fact, his nerves were tense. He swore that if anyone fought with him for this mysterious fragment, he would send them on their way. He's actually willing to pay 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons for an unknown fragment. He's really rich. I wonder which tribe or faction it's from. What a wastrel. In the venue, many living beings looked at VIP Room 5 with strange gazes. Dragon and the others also felt a little strange that Chu Zhou was willing to pay 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons to buy an unknown fragment. However, they knew Chu Zhou well and would definitely not do anything useless. That seemingly ordinary fragment might really be an astonishingly valuable treasure. In VIP Room 3, Anjigad felt Chu Zhou's provocative gaze. It seemed to be asking if he dared to bid again. Anjigad smiled. He wanted to use this method to provoke me into bidding and then trick me into buying a piece of trash at a high price? Are you trying to insult my intelligence? His methods were too childish and frivolous. Hehe, Chu Zhou, in terms of talent and strength, your Beikang lineage is indeed not bad. However, in terms of scheming, your Beikang lineage is far inferior to our Thousand Faces lineage. Back then, your teacher fell into my teacher's trap and fell into oblivion for 300 million years. He still hasn't become a universe overlord. You want to scheme against me now? You're too shameless. Anjigad laughed coldly in his heart. He leaned back on the sofa with a leisurely expression and did not bid at all. 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons, the first time. 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons, going twice. 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons, the third time. No one is bidding? Alright, then this mysterious fragment belongs to my friend in VIP Room 5. In the end, without anyone participating in the bidding, Chu Zhou bought the mysterious fragment at the price of 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons. Soon, the staff of the auction sent the mysterious fragment to VIP Room 5. After Chu Zhou handed over 10 elementary grade Universe Lord weapons, he immediately brought the fragment into his divine kingdom. What exactly is this fragment? In the 10,000 Techniques Hall, Chu Zhou stared at this mysterious fragment that seemed to be made of gold, wood, and wood. He activated his divine sense and covered the fragment, studying it inch by inch. There was nothing special about the fragment. Suddenly, he took out the purple dragon sword and slashed at the fragment at lightning speed. There's not even a trace left behind. It seems that the beautiful host didn't lie to me. This fragment is shockingly hard. Chu Zhou couldn't help but exclaim when he saw that not only did the fragment not shatter, but there wasn't even a trace of it. Then, he probed again. He injected origin power and all kinds of laws and rule force. All sorts of methods failed to cause any changes to the fragment. It was as if this fragment had no other characteristics other than being hard. Chu Zhou stared at the fragment and pondered for a moment. Then, he pressed his right hand on the fragment. In his consciousness, the divine rune trembled slightly. The divine rune of the character has such a huge reaction. With its power, we might be able to test out the uniqueness of the fragment. As Chu Zhou thought this, wisps of golden light spread from his right arm to his palm and then to the mysterious fragment. Boom! When the golden light spread to the mysterious fragment that had been motionless suddenly floated up automatically. Then, it suddenly bloomed with a blazing green light like the sun. There was also a terrifying vitality that quickly swept through the entire divine kingdom like a tide. In an instant, all the flowers, plants, and trees in the entire divine kingdom bowed in the direction of the Five Elements Mountain, as if they were worshipping their emperor. The ancient blue demon tree that stood outside the Myriad Laws Hall suddenly felt a shocking pressure and instinctively bent down in the direction of the Myriad Laws Hall. What's going on? The ancient blue demon tree was dumbfounded. It did not know why it bent down, but it instinctively did so. Then, its eyes widened as it looked in shock at the phantom of an unimaginably huge tree that appeared above the Myriad Laws Hall. That huge tree was countless times larger and more terrifying than the main body of the ancient blue demon tree in its inherited memories. In its inherited memories, when the ancient blue demon tree race's ancestor's main body was completely revealed, the ancestor was as big as a galaxy. However, the huge tree in front of him seemed to be a tree-shaped universe. The huge tree stood in the endless chaos. The branches extended into the depths of space and time. Any leaf was larger than a galaxy. What was even more terrifying was that every leaf carried a large world. There were countless leaves on the huge tree, supporting countless large worlds. Moreover, there seemed to be countless living beings residing in every macro world. What kind of plant life form is this? The ancient blue demon tree was extremely shocked. It could not imagine what plant life form had such a terrifying size. He could not imagine any plant life form that could support an endless great world. Chu Zhou looked at the huge tree phantom and was equally shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a huge and magical tree in the world. At this moment, a message suddenly surged into his consciousness. So this huge tree is called the Origin Divine Wood. The Divine Tree of Origin is not only a tree, but also the main body of an ancient universe from countless years ago. A tree gave birth to countless worlds. Looking at the information that appeared in his consciousness, Chu Zhou was shocked. Through the power of the divine rune, he obtained some information from the fragment and learned that the huge tree that supported the endless world was called the Divine Wood of Origin. Moreover, the Divine Wood of Origin was actually the main body of an ancient universe, derived from countless worlds. A moment later, Chu Zhou came back to his senses and looked at the fragment in front of him in surprise. This was a fragment of the Divine Wood of Origin. The fragment of the Divine Wood of Origin not only contains a huge amount of wood origin, but it also contains other mysterious powers. The value of this fragment is probably much more precious than the origin source gold. Its level is at least SS rank, saint level. Chu Zhou was extremely excited. This time, he had made a killing. Without a doubt, if the higher-ups of the Kanglan auction knew the origin of the fragment, they would probably vomit blood collectively. Chapter 834, Supreme Treasure Storm. I have made a killing this time. Chu Zhou happily put away the Origin Divine Wood fragment and returned to VIP Room 5. Could the fragment just now be really shockingly valuable? The six of them saw the unconcealable joy on Chu Zhou's face and guessed in unison. However, this was Chu Zhou's secret. Since Chu Zhou didn't say anything, they didn't ask further. Their attention quickly returned to the auction. Subsequently, there were dozens of auctions. However, Chu Zhou was not interested in the auctioned items, so he did not bid. Everyone, the next item is the final item of our auction this time. The beautiful host's voice suddenly became excited. Everyone's attention was instantly focused. At this moment, a staff member walked up with a tray carrying a mysterious parchment. The so-called final item is a piece of parchment. Could it be that there's a peerless technique recorded on the parchment? Is there a secret in the parchment? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the parchment on the tray. In fact, some people even wanted to use their divine senses to carefully observe the eyelid paper. However, the tray contained a strange power that blocked the prying eyes of the divine thoughts. As everyone can see, this is a piece of parchment. The beautiful host pointed at the parchment on the tray and said to everyone, this mysterious piece of parchment was commissioned by a distinguished guest with an extraordinary status to auction it. What's the secret in the parchment that can be used as the final item? A living being could not help but ask. The beautiful host smiled and said, we actually don't know what secrets are on the parchment. Everyone was stunned. You don't even know the secret and value of the parchment, yet you dare to auction it off as the final item? You don't even know the secret and value of the parchment, yet you dare to auction it off as the final item? Many creatures looked at the beautiful host with unfriendly gazes. Chu Zhou and the others also frowned. Seeing everyone's reaction, the beautiful host remained calm. She smiled and said calmly, everyone, don't worry. Even though we don't know the secret of the parchment, after the appraisal of our auction's master appraiser, this parchment is not an ordinary parchment. It's an A9 material. I believe everyone knows the value of A9 materials. A9 material? Everyone was slightly shocked when they heard this. A-grade materials, also known as universe nobility level materials, could be used to refine universe nobility level weapons and armor. A9 grade materials were the best among A-grade materials. Even for universe nobility, it was very difficult to collect A9 materials. Therefore, the value of A9 materials was very shocking. In fact, the market price was much higher than an intermediate grade noble weapon. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the Kanglan auction dared to auction the parchment as the final item without knowing the secret of the parchment. Just the parchment itself had the value of being the final item. Tisk tisk, that parchment is actually an A9 material. If there's really a secret in it, I'm afraid the secret would be very shocking. Soul clicked his tongue and looked at the parchment with shining eyes. What a pity. The price of this parchment is probably very shocking, I don't have enough wealth on me. Chu Zhou sighed regretfully. After buying the star-sinking gold and the origin divine wood fragment, the wealth he had obtained from killing the alien experts in the Divine General Ancient City was almost depleted. It was probably impossible to buy the final item, the parchment. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liuyuan, Long, Changa Saha and the others also revealed looks of pity. They had actually gained a lot of wealth after following Chu Zhou for more than a year. However, he was clearly far from being able to buy parchment that was worth at least an intermediate grade universe nobility weapon. On the auction stage, the beautiful host swept her gaze across the entire place. When she saw everyone's focused gazes, she nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, this parchment is covered in a layer of sealing power. Our appraiser master has studied it. It's actually not difficult to crack this layer of sealing power. A world overlord can do it. However, we didn't break this seal in order to prevent the secret of the parchment from being leaked and to maintain its value. But if someone bought the parchment, they would be able to break the seal and learn its secrets. The beautiful host's words caused an uproar. So the parchment really had secrets. Moreover, as long as one's strength reached the world overlord realm, they could break the seal and learn the secrets inside. At that moment, the gazes of many people became heated. Alright, we will now announce the starting price of this piece of parchment. After the beautiful host was satisfied, she announced. The starting price is 10 advanced grade universe lord weapons. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this price. Chu Zhou and the others were also speechless. In the universe ocean, there were all kinds of living beings in the universe, and all living beings basically had their own currency system. And the currency of many races did not circulate among each other. Therefore, weapons were usually used as currency in the universe ocean. 1 advanced grade universe lord weapon equals 10 intermediate grade universe lord weapons equals 100 elementary grade universe lord weapons. 1 elementary grade universe nobility weapon equals 100 advanced grade universe lord weapons. Chapter 835, Supreme Treasure Storm. 2. 1 advanced grade universe nobility weapon equals 10 intermediate grade universe nobility weapons equals 100 elementary grade universe nobility weapons. And so on. This was roughly the monetary system in universe ocean. Other treasures could also be converted into weapons according to their value. This special currency system, which used weapons as the unit of currency, had been operating in the universe ocean for countless years and was very mature. Therefore, the starting price of the parchment was 10 advanced grade universe lord weapons, which was equivalent to 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. The people in the auction hall were basically world overlords and universe lords. Not many people's wealth could reach 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. Therefore, when everyone heard the price of the parchment, they all quietened down. It was not that everyone thought that the starting price was expensive. On the contrary, the starting price was already very low. Just the A9 grade parchment alone was worth at least one intermediate grade universe nobility weapon. It was also worth 100,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. The starting price was only 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. This was basically charity. However, the world overlords and universe lords present were too poor. Sigh. How can we afford 10,000 elementary weapons? Yeah, it's too expensive. No, we're poor. In VIP room 5, Dragon and the others sighed. Chu Zhou stared at the parchment thoughtfully. 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons, he could afford it. His small samsara wheel was an intermediate grade universe nobility weapon. At least 100,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. Coupled with the uniqueness of the small samsara wheel, its value could reach at least 1 million elementary grade universe lord weapons. However, the small samsara wheel was used with the reincarnation technique and the law of reincarnation. He would be crazy to use it as currency. At this moment, he was considering another question. Since the Kanglan auction knew the value of the parchment, why didn't they announce it to the public and invite the universe nobility from the universe ocean to participate in this auction? It had to be known that the people who came to participate in the auction today were basically world overlords and universe lords. With this wealth, it was very, very difficult to reach 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. Apart from him, Universe Lord Daphne and Jigad and a few others who might have 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons, it was difficult for anyone else to reach this standard. It was impossible for the Kanglan auction to not know about this situation. However, the Kanglan auction still held the auction as usual despite knowing this situation. This was a little interesting. Ahem. The beautiful host coughed lightly, breaking the silence of the venue and attracting everyone's attention to her again. I know that the price of the parchment is a little on the high side. In the venue, many creatures rolled their eyes. A little on the high side? It's too high. Or rather, you think too highly of our wealth. Actually, our Kanglan auction was originally going to invite some universe nobility from Universe Ocean to participate in this auction. However, the esteemed guest who commissioned the auction of the parchment said that he wanted to give everyone here a chance, so there was no need to specially invite those universe nobility to participate in the auction. Therefore, no universe nobility came to the auction this time. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. There was actually such a sage in the universe ocean? Everyone expressed their doubts. However, no matter what the esteemed guest was thinking, many people had to thank him for giving everyone a chance to bid. If universe nobility was here today, world overlords and universe lords like them would probably not have the right to participate in the auction. Even the poorest universe nobility had wealth that world overlords and universe lords could not compare to. The beautiful host continued, that esteemed guest also considered everyone's wealth. Therefore, he said that he would allow more people to gather funds to buy the parchment. Of course, he would not care about what to do with the parchment after buying it, nor would he take any responsibility. Hearing the beautiful host's words, everyone's eyes lit up. If that was the case, it didn't seem impossible. Even though the price of 10,000 elementary weapons was still very high, if the people who came to the auction today worked together, it was not impossible to buy them. The problem was, even if he bought the parchment, what should he do with it? Everyone was immediately distressed. The parchment in front of him was worth at least 100,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons. If he could buy it with 10,000 elementary grade universe lord weapons, he would undoubtedly make a killing. And such an opportunity was difficult to find even in 1,000 years. It would probably be very difficult to encounter again in the future. Moreover, there might be a shocking secret hidden in the parchment. Perhaps there was an overlord level or even a saint level peerless technique hidden in it. Or perhaps, they were hiding other extremely valuable secrets. Thinking of this, even if they knew that there were many uncertain factors and hidden dangers in raising funds to buy parchment, many people were unwilling to give up. How about this? Suddenly, a universe lord in the auction hall said, all of us will gather our funds to buy the parchment and crack the seal first to see what secrets are inside. If there are any secrets, well, share them together. If there are no secrets, well, resell it and distribute the proceeds to everyone according to the funding ratio. Of course, in order to prevent disputes and accidents, all investors have to sign a soul contract. Chapter 836, Supreme Treasure Storm. 3. The eyes of many creatures in the venue lit up. This is a good idea. This way, since we can share the secrets in the parchment, we can also guarantee the basic benefits. Even if there are no secrets in the parchment, we can still earn a lot after reselling it. Many living beings said excitedly. In VIP Room 5, Chu Zhou looked at the many living beings in the auction venue and revealed a playful expression. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like a trap. Something's not right. It seems like someone is setting up a trap. There's no doubt that this is a trap. However, even if many people know that this is a trap, they're probably still hoping for a fluke. That's right. That parchment is at least an A9 material. It can't be fake. Dragon and the others also realized that something was wrong and sighed. There were many smart people. Chu Zhou and the others were not the only ones who could tell that the parchment might contain a conspiracy. However, many people still could not bear to give up the opportunity to buy the parchment. Soon, many living beings in the venue signed soul contracts and completed the fundraising. They auctioned the parchment at the price of 10,000 elementary-grade Universe Lord weapons. Chu Zhou and the others naturally did not participate. The living beings who had jointly bought the parchment immediately left the Kanglan auction after obtaining it. Let's go. Chu Zhou and the others also left the Kanglan auction. They quickly found a hotel in Kanglan City to stay in. Kanglan City was too big, and it was extremely prosperous. Many races in the universe ocean lived here, and they even opened shops with various styles and characteristics. Chu Zhou and the others were prepared to rest here for 3 to 4 days to broaden their horizons. However, on this day, shocking news swept through the entire Kanglan City like a storm. Then, it swept through the myriad star archipelago and quickly swept towards the other sea areas. It turned out that after the living beings who had pooled their funds to buy the parchment broke the seal, they discovered that there was information about the whereabouts of an ownerless supreme treasure recorded in the parchment. Only overlord-level weapons could be considered supreme treasures. The parchment actually recorded the whereabouts of an ownerless supreme treasure. This made those living beings who knew the secret go crazy. The higher the level of the weapon, the more powerful it was and the rarer it was. Universe Lord weapons were not lacking for supremacies. Usually, every Universe Lord had 2 or 3 Universe Lord weapons. However, Universe Nobility level weapons were completely different. Materials above a grade that could be used to refine Universe Nobility level weapons were too rare and too difficult to collect. Many newly advanced Universe Nobility, in order to refine their own exclusive weapons, would usually spend all their wealth to buy the materials needed to refine weapons. They would also need to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to collect the materials. Therefore, generally speaking, Universe Nobility only had one Universe Nobility level weapon. Refining Universe Nobility level weapons was already so difficult, but refining Overlord level weapons was even more difficult. If Universe Nobility could basically guarantee each person a Universe Nobility level weapon, then for Universe Overlords, they might not be able to guarantee each person an Overlord level weapon. Many Universe Overlords still used Universe Nobility level weapons for billions of years after they became Overlords. Usually, one had to experience an incomparably long period of time. After gathering enough materials to refine Overlord level weapons bit by bit, they would have a chance to refine their own Overlord level weapons. Therefore, the number of Overlord level weapons was even fewer than the number of Universe Overlords in the universe. Therefore, the number of Overlord level weapons was even fewer than the number of Universe Overlords in the universe. Not only were the number of supreme treasures far fewer than other weapons, but their power was also incomparable to other weapons. Therefore, every time an ownerless supreme treasure appeared, it would cause an incomparably terrifying storm of blood and even a war. The parchment actually recorded the whereabouts of an ownerless supreme treasure. How could those living beings who saw the secret not go crazy? The group of living beings who joined forces to buy the parchment fell out with each other on the spot after learning the secret in the parchment. Many living beings ignored the backlash of the soul contract and the rules of the myriad star archipelago. They started killing each other on the spot to fight for the parchment. I heard that the parchment has been torn into dozens of pieces and fallen into the hands of different people. This is crazy. I heard that 20 universe lords and more than 200 world overlords died in this battle. This is still the eve of the storm. Look, the news has already spread. Powerhouses from other places will definitely rush over. I reckon that even universe nobility can't sit still anymore. In the hotel, Dragon, Sol, Changa Saha, Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Shi Liujian and the others were all discussing the shocking news they had just heard. Chu Zhou stood in front of the window and looked out. He could clearly see that in many places in Kanglan City, incomparably intense battles were erupting. The rolling ball beasts in Kanglan City were all busy suppressing the chaos and maintaining order. This is obviously a trap? Who set up this trap? What is his motive? Chu Zhou thought to himself. This trap was not complicated. It could even be said that the design was very crude and simple. But it was very practical. Treasures moved people's hearts. What more a supreme treasure? He thought of another problem. The news about the supreme treasure might be true. Those universe lords and world overlords were not stupid. If the news was fake, they would not be fooled. To be able to cause such a bloody battle, it meant that the information on the parchment should be true. If the news of the supreme treasure is true, should I get involved? Chu Zhou was suddenly tempted. This was a supreme treasure. Even universe overlords couldn't get one each. If he could obtain a supreme treasure, he would make a killing. Treasures are indeed tempting. I know this is a trap, but I'm still tempted. Moreover, those living beings don't know that this is a trap. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He decided to observe the situation first. Chapter 837, I'm just a quiet corpse collector. The Kanglan Island. The tempest caused by the mysterious parchment grew more and more intense. An ownerless supreme treasure was too attractive. More and more experts joined in the fight for the parchment. Earth-shattering bloody battles erupted in many places. The rolling ball beasts that were maintaining and stabilizing Kanglan Island were a little busy. He has a piece of parchment fragment in his hand. The people in front quickly block him. Don't let him get away, kill him. Outside Kanglan City, dozens of experts of different races were chasing after a living being covered in bone spikes. The creature covered in bone spikes was quickly killed. Then, a group of living beings pounced at the corpse as they fought. Soon, a living being found a piece of hot-blooded parchment from the corpse. Then, he laughed and fled into the distance. The other living beings were furious and chased after fleeing living beings. On the spot, only a dozen corpses were left. In the void, ripples in the shape of water appeared. Chu Zhou's body appeared. The entire Kanglan City and even Kanglan Island are fighting everywhere. This is simply hell. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This hell was very cruel, but it was also very charming. Invisible nomological threads quickly spread out from his body and weaved into a huge net of nomological laws that enveloped all the corpses on the ground. In less than 3 seconds, all the corpses on the ground had turned into ashes. All RHE life elementium was devoured by Chu Zhou. His attribute points increased greatly. After devouring the corpses here, he walked into the distance step by step. His figure became fainter and fainter until he completely fused into the void. Next, he kept appearing in one tragic scene after another. Every time, he would use the nomological net to silently devour the corpses. Sometimes, he would appear beside some experts who were fighting fiercely. He didn't do anything. He didn't seem to be interested in the parchment fragment that recorded the whereabouts of the treasure. He silently acted as a spectator and waited for the battle to end before continuing to devour the corpses. Sometimes, if he encountered the severely injured living beings of the Zerg race, the machinery race, the crystal race, the mana race, the origin race, and the other top races, he would send these living beings on their way out of humanitarianism. At the same time, he would help them deal with their corpses to prevent them from being exposed in the wilderness. Just like that, he was either collecting corpses or on his way to collect them. Of course, as a corpse collector, his class attainments were definitely impressive. He was only responsible for collecting corpses and would never interfere in the battle. Many living beings discovered Chu Zhou's strange behavior and were puzzled by it. Could Chu Zhou really be not tempted by the treasure recorded in the parchment at all? Of course, there were also many living beings who felt their scalps tingle when they saw Chu Zhou. How scary! A corpse collector watching with a smile on his face when one was fighting and killing. His eyes sparkling with an expectant gaze. Who could withstand such an expectant gaze? However, Chu Zhou was only obsessed with collecting corpses and never fought for the parchment fragments. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Zhou was definitely strong. If Chu Zhou was also interested in the parchment, they would undoubtedly have an incomparably powerful competitor. Since Chu Zhou was not interested in the parchment, then, since he liked to collect corpses, let him do it. Anyway, it's fine as long as I'm not the one who dies. Divine Text A, level of comprehension and control has reached the level of an advanced grade Universe Lord. Looking at this column of information on the attribute board, Chu Zhou's face revealed a hint of joy. Divine runes with the word A were different from other absolute arts and secret techniques. There were no layers. The degree of one's understanding and control were the same. During this period of time, Chu Zhou had spent all the attribute points he had obtained from collecting corpses on upgrading the divine rune. This allowed his understanding and control of the divine runes to reach the level of an advanced grade Universe Lord. What did that mean? This meant that as long as the materials met the requirements, Chu Zhou could completely refine an advanced grade Universe Lord armor himself. Moreover, he could also turn weapons below the advanced grade Universe Lord level into his own. Let's fight. Let's kill. It's best if I can harvest more attribute points. Then, I will directly raise my understanding and control of the divine rune to the level of universe nobility. Chu Zhou thought to himself and continued to collect the corpses. Chu Zhou's bizarre habit of collecting corpses quickly spread throughout Kanglan City. Many people were stunned. They never expected that Chu Zhou, the #1 prodigy of humanity and a disciple of King Beigang, would have a unique interest in corpses. Such interest made many people's scalps tingle. Soon, many living beings privately gave Chu Zhou the nickname of Corpse Collector. Moreover, this nickname spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the entire Myriad Star Archipelago. In fact, it even spread further away. At the Green Vine Hotel. On the roof, Daphne crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her eyes were as black as ink, and she had a demonic aura. She was like a dark goddess. Her gaze pierced through the layers of space and indifferently swept past the groups of living beings that were fighting crazily. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was watching a good show. A group of Mana Universe Lords stood behind her respectfully. What is Chu Zhou doing now? Daphne suddenly asked without turning her head. A Universe Lord wrapped in green vines said with a strange expression. He's still collecting corpses. I really don't understand why he's so interested in corpses. You have to know that when those corpses died, the treasures on them were basically taken away. Those corpses are basically worthless to the Universe Lord. Moreover, the parchment fragment that contains information about the whereabouts of the supreme treasure is clearly priceless. He's actually not interested at all and allowed others to snatch the parchment fragment away in front of him again and again. Many Universe Lords of the origin race nodded slightly. None of them understood the meaning of this action. Instead of snatching the shockingly valuable parchment in front of him, he went to collect the corpses that were basically worthless to Universe Lords. Was that normal? This was not normal. Chu Zhou, Daphne muttered to herself. Then, the group of Mana Universe Lords said. As long as he doesn't interfere with our plan, we don't have to care about him. The group of Mana Universe Lords hurriedly nodded. Chaotic Origin Hotel. You want to obtain a supreme treasure? A bunch of idiots. Njigad looked at the battle not far away and smiled disdainfully. What's Daphne doing? He suddenly asked a Universe Lord of the origin race beside him. The Universe Lord of the origin race said respectfully, Sir, during this period of time, our people have been staring intently at the Green Vine Hotel. We realized that Daphne has been staying in the hotel all this time and hasn't gone out at all. Continue to keep a close eye on her. Don't let your guard down. Njigad looked sharply at the Universe Lord of the origin race and said in a serious tone, Our goal is the same as Daphne's. We have to keep a close eye on her. Inform me immediately if she makes a move. Understood. The origin race nodded respectfully. Tell me about Chu Zhou. Is he still collecting corpses? Njigad asked casually. He's still collecting corpses. The origin race Universe Lord said. King Beigang's disciple actually became a corpse collector. Interesting, interesting. A trace of disdain appeared in Njigid's eyes. The chaos lasted for 3 days. On the third day, a piece of news shocked all the living beings on the Myriad Star Archipelago. There was actually a mysterious expert who used his incomparably tyrannical strength to suppress and kill his opponents one after another, obtaining 10 parchment fragments. Moreover, not long after this mysterious expert obtained the 10 parchment fragments, he suddenly flew into the depths of the sea outside the Kanglan Island. Some people speculated that this mysterious expert had probably deduced the whereabouts of the supreme treasure from the 10 parchment fragments. As soon as this statement spread, all the living beings in the Myriad Star Archipelago were in an uproar. Many living beings immediately chased in the direction the mysterious expert had left. Chu Zhou, should we chase after them too? The 6 of them looked at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Chase." However, everyone must be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a ball of spatial power to envelop Dragon and the others. Then, he brought Dragon and the others and teleported in the direction where the mysterious expert had left. The sea area surrounded by the Myriad Star Archipelago was extremely huge and vast. In the sky above a sea area, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning surged. Below the dark clouds and lightning, there was a huge vortex about 1,000 miles in diameter. Above the huge vortex floated 10 parchment fragments that were filled with vast golden light. Ha ha ha, the records on the parchment are indeed true. This is the place where the supreme treasure is hidden. A figure shrouded in vast light looked at the huge vortex and the indistinct passage that led to an unknown place in the center of the vortex. He let out a long laugh and rushed straight to the center of the vortex, quickly disappearing into the passage. A moment later, a group of experts caught up. Looking at the 10 pieces of parchment floating above the vortex, looking at the indistinct passage in the center of the vortex, many people immediately guessed that this was the treasure trove. Swoosh! 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 Without needing anyone to remind them, the living beings rushed into the passageway at the center of the vortex at full speed. Swoosh! Chu Zhou and the others suddenly appeared above the vortex. This must be the treasure trove. Chu Zhou, quickly enter. I think a lot of people have already gone in. If we're a little late, we won't even get the soup. Sol and Shilujin urged anxiously. Chu Zhou pondered for a moment and wondered if there would be any danger. However, he was now very confident in his strength. He felt that even if there was danger, it was enough to deal with it. Therefore, he decided to go in. All right, let us go in. Chu Zhou and the others also rushed into the passageway in the center of the vortex. Chapter 838, Demon World. 1. The black sun floated in the sky. The strange pale grey sunlight sprinkled down like layers of dust. On the ground, the forest was vast and boundless. Apes cried and tigers roared. 90% of the district was covered by primitive forests. Towering ancient trees covered the sky and covered the sun. Ferocious beasts and birds of prey ran and roared. It was a scene from the barbaric era. Chu Zhou and the others looked up solemnly at an ancient stone tablet in front of them. This stone tablet was about 30 meters tall. It was completely black and emitted wisps of black smoke. On the stone tablet, there were 2 hideous blood-colored universal languages engraved: Demon World. Demon World? What kind of world is this? Chu Zhou and the others looked puzzled. They did not expect that the so-called treasure trove would actually be such a strange world. What? This is actually the demon world. A group of living beings descended from the sky and appeared near Chu Zhou and the others. One of the 2-headed living beings was extremely shocked when he saw the words Demon World on the stone tablet. Double-faced Universe Lord, what exactly is this demon world? The other living beings asked when they saw the double-faced Universe Lord's reaction. Chu Zhou and the others also listened attentively. The so-called demon world is actually a unique world created by the taboo figure of the universe Ocean, the great heaven demon god, countless years ago. The double-faced Universe Lord said solemnly. Gasp! This demon world was actually established by the great heaven demon god. It was as if these 4 words had a mysterious deterrent force. Chu Zhou and the others looked at each other and immediately connected their consciousness to the mirror universe network. Then, they searched for information about the great heaven demon god in the mirror universe network. A moment later, their eyes were filled with shock. This great heaven demon god was a taboo figure in the universe Ocean countless years ago. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew which race he belonged to. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. In his era, there was a saying that was very widespread in the universe ocean. This sentence was, "Only demons reign supreme below the saints." It meant that other than saints, the great heaven demon god was invincible. If it was just a rumor, it wouldn't be much. However, what was shocking was that that sentence actually received the approval of countless experts in the universe. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the great heaven demon god was. However, the most shocking achievement of the great heaven demon god was that he had once slaughtered a universe saint. The great heaven demon god once had an unprecedented battle with a universe saint in the universe ocean. That battle lasted for 1,000 years. The final result shocked the entire universe. The great heaven demon god had actually killed a saint. The immortal saint who stood at the top of the universe and lived as long as the universe was actually slaughtered by the great heaven demon god. How terrifying was this? Of course, to this day, countless living beings in the universe thought that the universe saint who had been slaughtered had not really died. The universe saint's body, soul, and even weapons had completely fused with the laws of the universe. It could almost be said that it had become a part of the laws. If he wanted to completely kill the universe saint, he had to erase the nomological law fused by the universe saint. However, this was impossible. Therefore, it was basically impossible to kill a universe saint. However, for some reason, the universe saint who had been slaughtered by the great heaven demon god had never appeared again. The great heaven demon god's prestige had reached its peak after killing a saint in one battle. The demon world he established also became one of the top factions in the universe ocean at that time. Back then, even the 6 pinnacle races and the 9 strongest factions had to give the great heaven demon god some face. However, for some reason, the great heaven demon god's demon body suddenly collapsed. Without any opponents or enemies attacking, it walked towards destruction. This was also one of the biggest mysteries of the universe ocean. Many living beings wanted to know what caused the great heaven demon god, who had the power to slaughter sages, to walk towards destruction on its own. What a terrifying existence! That's right. It's too terrifying. He actually killed a saint. Great heaven demon god, if he was born in our human race, then his historical status in our human race is probably second only to Emperor Shi, martial ancestor, and Lord of Reincarnation. Chu Zhou and the others were amazed after reading the information about the great heaven demon god. After the other living beings learned about the glorious history of the great heaven demon god from some people who knew about it, they were all dumbfounded and emotional. After the great heaven demon god self-destructed, the demon world he established also disappeared without a trace. I never expected it to be hidden here. The double-faced universe lord said excitedly. When the other living beings heard this, they were all excited. Originally, I was worried that the ownerless treasure recorded in the parchment was fake. But now, I believe it. That's right. This is the demon world that the great heaven demon god established back then. It's very normal for the great heaven demon god to leave a treasure here. It's said that after the great heaven demon god self-destructed, his weapon, the great heaven demon spear, mysteriously disappeared. Could the ownerless treasure recorded in the parchment be the great heaven demon spear? Chapter 839, Demon World. 2. Many living beings conversed in low voices. Many of them recalled that the treasure recorded on the parchment might very well be the great heaven demon spear, and their eyes immediately turned red. The great heaven demon god was a terrifying existence that could kill sages. His weapon, the great heaven demon spear, was probably not an ordinary supreme treasure. Its power was much stronger than most supreme treasures. At the thought of this, many living beings present were excited and could not control themselves. Chu Zhou and the others' eyes burned. Who wouldn't want a powerful treasure? Boom, boom, boom. Right at this moment, the forest trembled, and a dull sound reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look, and their expressions changed drastically. In the vast ancient forest, towering ancient trees fell like seedlings. A huge silver crocodile crawled out of the forest. Its body was 3,000 meters long. At first glance, it looked like a mountainous silver crocodile, but upon closer inspection, there was an obvious difference. On its backbone that was like a silver mountain ridge, there were hundreds of huge bone spikes that shone with a cold light. Each bone spike was 2 meters long. They stood in the sky like sharp spears, protecting its back. It was too huge. Its entire body was covered in silver scales that shone with a cold light. Every scale was more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. From afar, this silver behemoth with a cold blink all over its body looked exceptionally ferocious. The silver beast had a total of 8 thick and powerful claws. The sharp claws at the end of the claws were eerie and terrifying. In addition, there was a sharp horn that was 7 to 8 meters long on its head. It flickered with a cold silver light. This was really an incomparably terrifying huge evil beast. Its huge, jade-green eyes were as big as a pool of water, emitting a dim light that was like a torch. The most impressive thing was that there was a blood-colored word demon engraved on his head. An extremely evil and domineering aura emanated from the word demon. Blood-colored demonic words, 8 huge arms. Could this be the former 8-armed silver crocodile king of the demon world? The Double Realm Universe Lord looked at the behemoth in front of him and suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale and his legs trembled. Damn it, this is a Universe Nobility Demon King. Run! Some living beings who knew the situation turned around and fled the moment they saw the silver behemoth. Chu Zhou's expression changed. Without another word, he quickly activated a spatial power that enveloped Dragon and the others and fled into the distance. Roar! Suddenly, the silver behemoth opened its huge mouth at everyone, revealing a row of sharp teeth that were more than 5 meters long and shaped like a broadsword. It let out an extremely terrifying roar. With the naked eye, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The dozen or so universe lords exploded into blood mist before they could react. Chu Zhou and the others turned around and saw this scene. Their scalps went numb. Without another word, Chu Zhou teleported and disappeared into thin air. However, the others who were escaping, including double-faced Universe Lord, were not so lucky. The terrifying sound wave swept through the void like the sound of world destruction. Double-faced Universe Lord and the others were quickly caught up by the sound wave and exploded into a bloody mist. At this moment, the word demon above the 8-armed silver crocodile king's head emitted a shocking suction force. Wisps of blood mist flowed into the word demon like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. Wisps of blood mist flowed into the word demon like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. Damn it, I almost thought I was going to die. That 8-armed silver crocodile king is too scary. Soul patted his chest with lingering fears. Looks like this demon world is very extraordinary. There's actually a universe nobility. We have to be more careful next. Dragon said in a deep voice. We really have to be careful. Chu Zhou's expression was very solemn. Universe nobility is not something we can resist at all. Once we are targeted by universe nobility, we will have a slim chance of survival. Zhou Yu, Bing Sulin, Chang'e Saha, and Lu Jin had unprecedented solemn expressions. Next, Chu Zhou and the others began to explore the ancient primitive forest. They did not dare to fly casually. This mysterious demon world even had a universe nobility level creature like the 8-armed silver crocodile king. Who knew if there were any terrifying creatures that were not weaker than the 8-armed silver crocodile king? If they flew in the void and attracted the attention of a universe nobility level demon world creature, they would be in danger. They were very cautious as they carefully explored the primitive forest. Soon, they encountered a group of demon wolves with wings and a single horn. This group of demon wolves was extremely powerful. The weakest had reached the World Overlord realm. There were 3 universe lords. There was also the word demon on the heads of these demon wolves. The word demon was black on a World Overlord level demon wolf. The word demon on the Universe Lord level demon wolf was purple. These demon wolves were extremely bloodthirsty and crazy. After discovering Chu Zhou and the others, they roared and bit at them. Chu Zhou and the others immediately killed many World Overlord realm demon wolves. However, not only did this not deter the other demon wolves, but it also seemed to have stimulated their ferocity. They attacked Chu Zhou and the others without caring. Even if there were demon wolves that were fatally injured, they roared ferociously and continued to attack Chu Zhou and the others. He did not care about his injuries at all. Chu Zhou decided to end the battle quickly in order to avoid attracting the attention of even stronger demon world creatures. He directly used the killing sword art and the myriad transformation secret manual. Soon, endless sword chi bloomed in the forest, and palm prints containing the majestic power of the universe appeared. Soon, this group of demon wolves was forcefully killed by Chu Zhou. Look, after they died, the demonic words on their bodies gradually faded. Zhou Yu suddenly pointed at a few demonic wolf corpses and shouted. Chu Zhou and the others looked over. He immediately discovered that the demon characters were quickly fading and then completely disappearing. Is this demon a technique left behind by the great heaven demon god? It seems to be similar to the technique left behind by the slave of reincarnation in the reincarnation mystic realm by Lord of Reincarnation. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou transformed into a human-shaped black hole and quickly devoured the corpses of all the demon wolves. After killing many demon wolves, they continued to explore the primitive forest. Next, they encountered a human-faced spider the size of a mountain, a huge snake with snow-white arms, a strange beast with a human head, and many other demon world creatures. These demon world creatures had 2 points in common. Firstly, they all had the word demon on them. Secondly, they were extremely savage and bloodthirsty, not afraid of death. Apart from Chu Zhou and the other living beings who had entered the demon world were also exploring the primordial forest, searching for that ownerless treasure. Among them, many of them were lucky enough not to encounter the 8-armed silver crocodile king after entering the demon world. Therefore, they did not realize the danger of the demon world. They flew directly in the air and activated their divine senses to sweep around, looking for treasures. Without a doubt, these living beings were soon beaten up. Most of them were torn apart and devoured by the powerful demon world creatures in fear and despair. Only a few lucky ones survived. Hey, look, there's a mountain over there. Soul suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. Chu Zhou and the others looked in the direction Soul pointed. Instantly, a huge black mountain entered their vision. There would be nothing to be surprised about if it was just a mountain. However, the mountain in front of Chu Zhou and the others was clearly not an ordinary person. The entire mountain was dark red, like blood that had yet to dry up. The shape of the mountain was also a little strange. It did not look like a mountain, but a huge pillar. The mountain was very tall, extending all the way to the depths of the clouds. There was no end to it. When Chu Zhou saw this mountain, his expression instantly upheaval. The divine rune of the word in his consciousness shook violently. Chapter 840, Strange Little Beast. 1. What's going on? Chu Zhou realized that the divine rune of the word in his consciousness was trembling violently. He could not help but be shocked. Could there be something special about that mountain? He stared at the black mountain that pierced through the clouds and thought to himself. Last time, the divine rune of the character vibrated, allowing him to obtain the fragment of the divine wood of origin. What could he get this time? He could not help but look forward to it. The mountain ahead seems a little unusual. Let's go there. Chu Zhou pointed at the black mountain and said to Dragon and the others. The black mountain ahead was extraordinary. When Dragon and the others heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They sized up the black mountain in front of them seriously and even risked being exposed. They released their divine thoughts and spread towards the black mountain to scan it. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. Dragon and the others used their divine telekinesis to carefully scan the black mountain. There was nothing special about the black mountain. In their perception, the black mountain was a very ordinary mountain. They all looked at Chu Zhou in confusion. Chu Zhou saw their expressions and immediately knew the doubts in their hearts. In fact, if not for the abnormal reaction of the divine rune, he would not have noticed anything special about the black mountain either. I can't see anything special about that mountain when I look at it with my divine sense. The reason why I can sense what's special about it is because the divine rune in the word told me. Chu Zhou explained simply. Since the character divine rune told you that black mountain must have a big secret, the dragon said. Zhou Yu and the others nodded. They had all obtained incomplete divine runes in the divine general mystic realm and knew very well how magical and powerful the divine runes were. Ever since they obtained the incomplete divine runes, they had been comprehending the incomplete divine runes. As for their strength, it had basically increased by a large margin. Chu Zhou's divine rune was a complete divine rune. It was definitely much more mystical and powerful than their incomplete divine rune. Since the divine rune had a reaction to Black Mountain definitely had a secret. With anticipation in their hearts, the group quickly flew towards the Black Mountain. Soon, they arrived in front of the Black Mountain. This mountain had a strange appearance, like a huge pillar that reached the sky. The plants in the Black Mountain were extremely lush, covering the sky. This place is indeed a little strange. There are more or less some demon world creatures in other districts, but there's actually no demon world creature here. Yes, it was too quiet. It's like a forbidden place, but I don't feel any danger. The group of people entered the Black Mountain and passed through the dense forest. They activated their divine senses and carefully scanned and perception everything on the Black Mountain. However, they still did not discover anything special about the Black Mountain. The only special thing was that there were no demon world creatures in the Black Mountain. It was too quiet, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. It was like a land of death. Chu Zhou also activated his divine sense and scanned the Black Mountain. He even let his divine sense seep into the interior of the Black Mountain bit by bit. Chu Zhou also activated his divine sense and scanned the Black Mountain. He even let his divine sense seep into the interior of the Black Mountain bit by bit. However, the divine rune in his consciousness shook even more violently. It was obvious that this Black Mountain in front of him was not ordinary. However, ordinary methods could not discover anything unusual about the Black Mountain. Looks like I can only activate the power of the divine rune to investigate this mountain. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou sat down on a huge rock. When the dragon and the others saw Chu Zhou's actions, they stopped and waited. Under Chu Zhou's urging, the divine rune floating in the depths of his consciousness suddenly shone brightly like a golden sun. Circles of golden ripples suddenly spread out with Chu Zhou's body as the center. The surrounding trees and rocks were dyed golden. What? What's that? After activating the power of the divine rune, Chu Zhou immediately saw the phantom of a divine weapon that was as huge as a mountain. That divine weapon was too terrifying. Chu Zhou only took one look and felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as if an endless tsunami was constantly attacking his mind. At the same time, there seemed to be boundless loss suppressing him. His body and soul felt like they were about to be crushed. Could this be the ownerless treasure recorded in the parchment? Chu Zhou was extremely excited. With just one look, he knew that the power of that huge divine weapon far exceeded that of Universe Lord weapons and Universe Nobility weapons. It was most likely a supreme treasure. At the thought that an ownerless treasure was right in front of him, Chu Zhou could not hold it in anymore. He took a deep breath and immediately activated the power of the divine rune to spread towards the phantom of the divine weapon, wanting to take it away. The power of the divine rune quickly touched the divine weapon. Boom! In an instant, that divine weapon seemed to have awakened from an endless slumber, erupting with a vast aura like a vast ocean. At this moment, it was as if the vast aura was about to collapse. At the same time, a pitch-black figure appeared from the phantom of the divine weapon. The dark figure glanced at him from afar. With a loud bang, the aura of the divine weapon rose again and pressed down on Chu Zhou like an endless tsunami. Chapter 841, Strange Little Beast. 2. Chu Zhou's expression changed drastically. In an instant, he felt an incomparably huge crisis. He had a premonition that he was going to be completely crushed. Oh no, this supreme treasure has an owner. Chu Zhou groaned in his heart and hurriedly mobilized the power in his body, preparing to resist the boundless and endless terrifying aura. On the spiritual level, Chu Zhou was facing a huge crisis. However, in reality, he was sitting cross-legged on a large rock quietly. His surroundings were very calm. On the spiritual level, the boundless aura quickly rushed in front of Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was extremely nervous. This wave of aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could crush and destroy everything. Whether or not he could withstand it, he was not confident at all. He could only activate 6 layers of soul armor with all his might, hoping to block the attack. However, to his surprise, when the terrifying aura that swept over like a tsunami approached his soul, the ferocious aura suddenly disappeared and transformed into a gentle wind that whistled past his soul. Even so, he still felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon and the others' expressions changed when they saw Chu Zhou suddenly vomit blood. Chu Zhou, what's wrong? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou nervously. Let's leave this place first. Without another word, Chu Zhou activated the power of space and teleported away from the Black Mountain with Dragon and the others. Coo, coo. Just as Chu Zhou and the others left, a furry, snow-white, ball-like strange little beast with 2 palm-sized wings suddenly appeared where Chu Zhou had been sitting. This strange little beast looked curiously in the direction Chu Zhou and the others had left with its 2 innocent eyes. In the next moment, the light around it suddenly distorted. It turned into a shadow and chased after it. Dozens of kilometers away, the figures of Chu Zhou and the others suddenly appeared in a forest. Chu Zhou, what happened just now? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou curiously. Chu Zhou had lingering fears as he looked at the distant Black Mountain. Then, he said to Dragon and the others. There's indeed a big secret hidden in that Black Mountain. Through the power of the divine rune in the word A, I discovered that there's an extremely terrifying true treasure divine weapon hidden in the Black Mountain. What? There is a supreme grade divine weapon hidden in that Black Mountain? When Dragon and the others heard this, their eyes widened. Since we've discovered a true treasure level divine weapon, why should we escape? Soul asked in confusion. Chu Zhou smiled bitterly. That supreme treasure divine weapon has an owner. This time, I tried to take away the divine weapon through the divine rune of the A character and offended the other party. The power of the divine weapon suddenly erupted and injured me. I think the other party held back. Otherwise, not only would my mind be injured, I would probably be crushed to death. The expressions of Dragon and the others changed. A supreme treasure level divine weapon actually had an owner. It was obvious that the owner of the weapon was a universe overlord. At the thought of this, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. They actually dared to covet the weapon of a universe overlord. They must be tired of living. They finally understood why Chu Zhou was in such a hurry to bring them out of the Black Mountain. It was too dangerous to approach an owner-occupied supreme grade divine weapon. This supreme grade divine weapon is not something we can covet. Let's go elsewhere to investigate. Chu Zhou took a deep look at the Black Mountain and left in another direction with Dragon and the others. A white phantom chased after Chu Zhou and the others like a ghost. Stop! After traveling for hundreds of kilometers, Chu Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He raised his palm and asked everyone to stop. What happened? Dragon and the others thought that Chu Zhou had discovered something again and hurriedly asked. Chu Zhou did not speak. Instead, he turned around with a serious expression. Then, he activated his divine sense and scanned his surroundings again and again. Dragon and the others understood Chu Zhou's actions and instantly became vigilant. They also released their divine thoughts and kept scanning the surrounding forest. However, be it Chu Zhou, Long, or the others, they did not discover anything. Chu Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask. Chu Zhou scanned the surrounding forest warily and said in a heavy voice. Ever since we left Black Mountain, I've always felt that something was following behind us. However, I didn't discover what it was. Something following them. When Dragon and the others heard this, they immediately felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, when they looked at the surrounding forest, they felt uneasy. It was as if a pair of eyes were spying on them. They vigilantly activated their divine senses again and scanned the surrounding forest over and over again. However, he did not find anything. Let's keep going. Chu Zhou took a deep look at the surrounding forest and did not continue investigating. He continued walking forward with Dragon and the others. After Chu Zhou and the others left, light suddenly flowed on the branches of a big tree, and a furry snow-white little beast appeared silently. Coo, coo. The little white beast tilted its head and looked curiously in the direction where Chu Zhou and the others had left. Then, it turned into a white light and chased after them. In the next few days, Chu Zhou and the others continued to explore the boundless forest while paying attention to their surroundings. Chapter 842, Strange Little Beast. 3. They even stopped many times to conduct a detailed inspection of the surrounding dense forest. On this day, Chu Zhou suddenly stopped. Then, his figure suddenly teleported to a tree 100 meters away. He condensed an energy hand and grabbed a branch of the tree. Coo, coo. A small snow-white beast suddenly appeared. A circle of white light spread out from the little white beast's body. Wherever the white light wave passed, the fallen leaves, dust, and the huge hand of energy that grabbed over all stopped in midair. Taking advantage of the moment when the energy hand stopped, the little white beast flew to the branch of another ancient tree with a whoosh. A moment later, the fallen leaves, dust, and energy hands regained their freedom. Boom! The energy hand fiercely grabbed the tree branch and crushed it into powder. This is time stop. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the others looked at the snow-white beast not far away in shock. Just now, they had sensed a kind of rule-bending power that froze time from the circle of white light. they could confirm that it was the power of the law of time. The power of time was one of the most mysterious powers in the world. Even though the power of time was only the power of rules, creatures who had comprehended the power of rules of time were extremely rare. They were countless times rarer than creatures who had comprehended the power of rules. This was the first time Chu Zhou and the others had seen a living being who had grasped the power of the law of time. Chu Zhou looked at the little white beast not far away in shock. The little white beast was not afraid of strangers. After being exposed, it did not leave. It sat on a tree branch and tilted its head. It widened its innocent eyes and looked curiously at Chu Zhou and the others. Has this little thing been following behind us these past few days? As Zhou Yu spoke, he curiously sized up the little white beast. When he saw the little white beast's innocent eyes and cute appearance, he couldn't help but like it. That should be it. Chu Zhou stared at the little white beast and was pleasantly surprised. This little white beast actually controlled the power of the law of time. If he could comprehend the law of time through the little white beast, he could gradually comprehend the law of time. The space-time law was one of the most powerful and mysterious laws. If he could achieve some achievement in the space-time law, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. It looks very similar to the rolling ball beasts of the Myriad Star Archipelago, but the rolling ball beasts are black, while this little beast is pure white. Moreover, it's impossible for the rolling ball beasts to master the power of the law of time. Where did this strange little beast come from? Bing Selin said curiously. Did you notice? Changa Saha suddenly said, this strange little beast doesn't have the word demon on it. Could it be that it's not a creature of the demon world? When everyone heard that, they immediately sized up the little white beast again and realized that there was indeed no word demon on it. This made Chu Zhou and the others even more curious. This strange little beast was clearly a creature from the demon world, but it did not have the word demon. What's going on here? Ha ha ha, who cares where it came from? This strange little beast has grasped the law of time. It's a rare beast in the world and its value is astonishing. Why don't we capture it as a pet? Soul laughed and suggested. However, he was slapped just as he finished speaking. Soul was stunned. A red mark slowly appeared on his left cheek. Soon, he said angrily, who slapped my face? Slap. Soul was slapped in the face again. A red mark also appeared on the right side of his face. The left and right sides became symmetrical. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face twice in a row. Soul flew into a rage. Who is it? Slap. He had been slapped in the face again. Yes, to be precise, he had been slapped in the face. His mouth swelled up at a visible speed. At this moment, Soul's eyes were spitting fire. Goo goo. Goo goo. A snow-white little beast sat on a tree branch and laughed while staring at Soul. The two palm-sized wings on its back flapped happily. Obviously, it was the criminal. Little thing, did you hit me? In reality, he was extremely shocked. He could not react at all when the little white beast attacked him 3 times. This meant that if the little white beast wanted to kill him, it would be a matter of minutes. Chu Zhou and the others also looked at the little white beast in shock. They sensed the power of time from the little white beast again just now. It was obvious that the little white beast had used the power of the law of time to teach Soul a lesson. That was why Soul couldn't react in time. Chapter 843, Nomological Holy Spring. Goo goo. Goo goo. The little white beast looked at Soul's red face and swollen mouth. It jumped on the tree branch and smiled happily. It seemed to be saying, you deserve it for saying that you want to capture me and use me as a pet. Did I get slapped in the face by it? Soul's face darkened when he saw the little white beast jumping around. Chu Zhou and others stared at the little white beast in surprise. This little white beast was more adept at using the law of time than they had imagined. This little thing has quite a temper. Zhou Yu said with a smile. Her ruby-like eyes revealed a trace of playfulness. Her 3,000 red hair danced like flames. Her body suddenly erupted with an aura that was like the iron blood fire beacon. Her entire body was like a war queen as she instantly flew towards the snow-white little beast. Little thing, let me see your ability. She smiled and stretched an arm that was as white as a lotus root. She opened her fingers and grabbed at the little white beast. In an instant, 5 torrent runes flowed out from her 5 fingers. Each torrent rune transformed into a majestic army phantom. 5 majestic armies instantly surrounded the little white beast and rushed towards it, wanting to take it down. Coo, coo. The little white beast's pure and clear eyes looked curiously at the phantoms of the 5 encircling armies. There was no panic on its face. Suddenly, its body emitted wisps of crystalline pale light. The 5 troops that were encircling it stopped in midair. To be precise, not only did the 5 armies stop, but everything around them also stopped. When Chu Zhou sensed the power emanating from the little white beast, his heart slapped a beat. Without a word, he brought Dragon and the others and teleported outside Bailey. Chu Zhou, what's going on? Dragon and the others looked at Chu Zhou in confusion. They did not know why Chu Zhou suddenly fled with them. Zhou Yu, who was attacking the little white beast, was even more confused. See for yourselves. Chu Zhou gestured for Dragon and the others to look ahead. When Dragon and the others heard this, they immediately looked forward. In an instant, a frozen pale world entered their eyes. That pale world had a diameter of about 100 miles. Outside the pale world, the tiger howled and the ape cried. Fallen leaves danced in the air, and the river water surged, lively and lively. In the pale world, everything was silent. The fallen leaves stopped in midair, and the river water stopped. From afar, one could see 5 armies stopping in midair. It looked like a painting. This. Dragon and the others looked at RHE scene before them in shock. We underestimated that little thing. Not only is it proficient in the law of time, but it's also proficient in the law of space. To be precise, it's proficient in the law of space. It's a universe lord creature that has mastered the laws of space and time. Chu Zhou exclaimed deeply. His gaze pierced through the layers of space and looked at the snow-white little beast that was jumping around in the 5 seemingly frozen armies and playing happily. He was very shocked. Space is king, time is king. This was a very widespread saying in the universe. Moreover, it was recognized by countless living beings in the universe. From this, it could be seen how powerful the law of space and law of time were. However, there were very few living beings in the universe who had comprehended the law of space. There were very few people who had comprehended the laws of time. Creatures who had comprehended the law of time and the law of space at the same time and entered the door of RHE law of space were even rarer. Even a pinnacle race like humans did not have a universe lord. In the universe, there were less than 30 living beings who had advanced to the universe lord level with the space-time law. No more than 30. Compared to the countless living beings in the universe, it was really too little. Among them, the most famous was the Lord of the Universe Light of the Mana race. The Mana race's Lord of the Universe Light was one of the few supergiants known to have comprehended the laws of time and space to the level of a universe overlord. And the Lord of the Universe Light had the highest status and strength among all the universe overlords. Countless powerful beings feared the Lord of the Universe Light. The little white beast in front of him was a universe lord. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Lord of the Universe Light. However, for it to be able to cultivate the space-time law to the level of a universe lord was enough to shock the world. With the space-time law, it was almost invincible among the universe lords. Even advanced-grade universe lords who were much stronger than it could not do anything to it. The law of time was too invincible in terms of escaping. Gasp! This little thing is actually a universe lord of the space-time laws. Dragon and the others were shocked. Soul touched his throbbing face and felt less uncomfortable. He was a world overlord, but he had been taught a lesson by a universe lord of the space-time law. This was not embarrassing or humiliating, right? Zhou Yu smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect this little thing to be so amazing. To think that I even caught it and stroked it. Just as Chu Zhou and the others were chatting, the pale world suddenly returned to normal. The ape's roar and tiger's cry sounded again. The fallen leaves danced again, and the river's flow was restored again. It was as if nothing had happened. However, the 5 armies that Zhou Yu had condensed with the power of the law of war earlier were silently obliterated. Chapter 844, Nomological Holy Spring. 2. At the same time, a white shadow that was difficult to see with one's divine sense flew not far from Chu Zhou and the others. It stopped on the branch of a big tree and stared curiously at Chu Zhou and the others with its 2 big black eyes. The way Chu Zhou and the others looked at the little white beast was completely different. This was a living being who had mastered the space-time law after all. Why do you think this little thing is following us? Bing Selin asked curiously. Who cares what the reason is? This little thing is a universe lord of the space-time law. If only it could join us. Soul said. So. Soul is right. Shilaiyujin's eyes lit up as it looked at the little white beast. Soul and Shilaiyujin quickly looked at each other, then strode forward and approached the little white beast. Ahem, little one, no discord, no concord. My name is Soul. Nice to meet you. Soul smiled obsequiously. Little thing, you've been following us. Do you have a good impression of us? I have to say, little thing, you have good taste. Our team is not an ordinary team. Unity, love. Little thing, since you can't bear to part with us, why don't you join us? Yes, if you don't mind, you can follow me from now on. Soul coaxed the little white beast like he was coaxing a child. However, the little white beast rolled its eyes at him and turned its back to Soul in disdain. It was as if he was saying, I don't like you. Soul knew that it was unrealistic to trick the snow white beast, who had mastered the laws of time and space, into following him with just a few words. However, when he saw the little white beast's disdainful actions, he could not help but feel his blood pressure soar. He was speechless. Seeing that the little white beast had rejected Soul's invitation, Shilaiyujin chuckled and flashed to the other side, facing the little white beast. Little thing, my name is Shilaiyujin. Shilaiyujin stared at the little white beast's eyes with a sincere expression. Sincerity was an eternal killing move. At this moment, he was prepared to move the little white beast with sincerity. However, no matter how he looked at it, his sincere gaze looked wretched. You're proficient in the Dao of time and space, and I'm proficient in the Dao of assassination. We're the best partners. Before Shilaiyujin could finish, the little white beast turned around again and faced him with its butt. Like Soul, Shilaiyujin was also speechless. These two idiots. Do they really think that they can make a universe lord follow them with just a few words? What are they thinking? Zhou Yu watched Soul and Shilaiyujin's performance and was powerless to complain. Chu Zhou and the others were also speechless. Let it follow us if it wants. As long as it doesn't affect us. Chu Zhou took a deep look at the little white beast and made the decision. He ignored the little white beast and continued to explore the primitive forest with everyone. Even though he had discovered a treasure in the Black Mountain, that treasure clearly had an owner. However, the treasure recorded in the parchment had no owner. There might be an ownerless treasure hidden in the demon world. Next, he was going to try and see if he could find that ownerless treasure. Coo. The little white beast watched Chu Zhou and the others leave. It tilted its head and pondered for a while. Then, it turned into a white shadow and quickly chased after them. From this day onwards, there was an additional guest behind Chu Zhou and the others. This guest, be it when Chu Zhou and the others were resting or fighting the creatures of the demon world, had always followed behind Chu Zhou and the others. As time passed, Chu Zhou and the others got used to the existence of this guest. They didn't expel this guest. Sometimes, when hunting demon world creatures and holding barbecue banquets, they would even throw some roasted meat to their guests to eat. This guest did not stand on ceremony and ate with relish every time. On this day, Chu Zhou and the others suddenly felt intense battle fluctuations in front of them. Their expressions changed, and they quickly flew forward. Soon, they saw a large group of creatures fighting crazily. The surrounding forests, rivers, mountains, and so on were all destroyed by the raging energy. On the broken ground, corpses were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. There were corpses of various demon world creatures everywhere, as well as the corpses of living beings of various races in the universe. What was going on? Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. They quickly scanned the battlefield. The living beings of the various races in the universe and the creatures of the demon world who were fighting crazily were actually fighting for a spring that moved at high speed and kept flashing. The spring was about the size of a faceplate and spat out a dazzling 9-colored light. In the 9-colored light, countless nomological runes flickered. This was an extremely mystical spring. Chu Zhou and the others could sense the majestic nomological fluctuations spreading out from the spring from afar. Could this be the legendary nomological holy spring? Bing Selin said in shock. Nomological holy spring. Changa Saha was moved. In the universe, there are many rare treasures like springs. Among them, the more famous ones are the spring of life, the spring of death, the spring of thunderstorm, the spring of frost, the spring of myriad flames, and so on. However, the nomological holy spring is much more precious than the above-mentioned springs. The nomological holy spring can only be born in a battlefield where a large number of experts above the Universe Lord level have died. In the nomological holy spring, countless nomological powers are gathered. It can help living beings comprehend nomological powers quickly. It's quite useful even for universe overlords. As Changa Saha spoke, Chu Zhou and the others' consciousness had already quickly connected to the mirror virtual network to investigate the information of the nomological holy spring. Soon, they confirmed that the divine spring moving at high speed on the battlefield was indeed the nomological holy spring. They finally understood why such a tragic battle had broken out here. In order to obtain the nomological holy spring, it would be strange if those demon world creatures and experts of the various races in the universe did not give it their all. The nomological holy spring is a rare treasure that even universe overlords want. If I can obtain the nomological holy spring, I might be able to become a universe lord quickly. That's right. With the help of the nomological holy spring, it will be much easier for me to comprehend nomological laws. Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha, Bing Selen, Shi Liujin, and the others glanced at the constantly moving nomological holy spring with burning eyes. Even though their strength had reached the peak of the World Overlord realm and they had walked a long way after reaching the peak of the World Overlord realm. However, the difference between a World Overlord and a Universe Lord was too great. They didn't know when they could become Universe Lords. They weren't even sure if they could become a Universe Lord in this life. However, if they obtained the nomological holy spring, the probability of them becoming Universe Lords would be much higher, and the time would be much faster. Since we've encountered this nomological holy spring, it's ours. Chu Zhou said. That's right. We can't miss such an opportunity for nothing. Zhou Yu also nodded heavily. Even though the two of them were already Universe Lords, the nomological holy spring was useful for universe overlords to cultivate nomological laws, let alone them. Do it. Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu looked at each other and instantly transformed into two streams of light. They joined the battlefield and rushed towards the fast-moving nomological holy spring. Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha, Bing Selen, and Shi Liujin looked at each other silently and retreated to their surroundings. In this tragic battle, the people fighting now were all Universe Lords. The four world overlords would only have a death wish if they rashly participated. Therefore, it was better to retreat and stay away from the battlefield. He would wait around the battlefield. When Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu joined the battlefield, they quickly attracted the attention of the other living beings who were fighting for the nomological holy spring. It's the human Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu. Among the many living beings fighting, there was a living being with a mouth like a loudspeaker and a living being with two scarlet eyes that were surrounded by black fog. When they saw Chu Zhou and the other two, their killing intent soared. Chapter 845, Unexpected Change. After Chu Zhou and Zhou Yu entered the battlefield, they immediately aroused the vigilance of the other living beings who were fighting for the nomological holy spring. In particular, there was a creature with a mouth like a loudspeaker and a creature with two scarier eyes that was surrounded by black fog. He locked onto Chu Zhou immediately. It was obvious that he treated Chu Zhou as a competitor. Chu Zhou ignored everyone's reaction. His divine sense immediately swept towards the nomological holy spring that was moving at high speed, wanting to lock onto it. What? My divine sense can't lock onto the nomological holy spring. Chu Zhou discovered that before his divine sense could approach RHE nomological holy spring, it was annihilated by the surging nomological power emitted by the nomological holy spring. This prevented him from using his divine sense to lock onto the nomological holy spring. With a thought, his consciousness fused with the spatial laws of this area. He wanted to directly take away the nomological holy spring through the law of space. However, his plan failed again. The surging nomological power emitted from the nomological holy spring directly negated or even destroyed the spatial nomological power he mobilized. At this moment, he finally understood why no one had successfully taken away the nomological holy spring despite so many powerful demon world creatures and experts of the various races in the universe. Everything was because conventional locking, imprisonment, capture, devour, and other methods were useless against the nomological holy spring. Perhaps only by touching the nomological holy spring with his body could he take it away. From the looks of it, I can only take it away after catching up to the nomological holy spring and touching it. 11. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou's body instantly vanished with a thought and he instantly transmitted near the nomological holy spring. However, the nomological holy spring's movement speed was extremely astonishing. It was almost at the speed of light. Therefore, when Chu Zhou appeared beside it, it immediately turned into a 9-colored afterimage and fled into the distance. At the same time, a wave of nomological power erupted from its body and rushed towards Chu Zhou. This wave of nomological power rumbled through the heaven and earth, causing the void to continuously shatter. It was extremely powerful. Chu Zhou, who originally wanted to reach out to grab the nomological holy spring, had a slight change in expression and had no choice but to block. He struck out with his palm with a huge force and a large amount of the power of the 5 elements surged out from his palm, condensing into a huge 5-colored palm print. With a bang, the 5-colored palm print collided with the sweeping nomological wave and both were obliterated. As soon as Chu Zhou destroyed the nomological wave, earth-shattering attacks that shattered the void blasted towards him. He narrowed his eyes and prepared to teleport away. However, when he wanted to mobilize the law of space, he realized that the spatial laws of this area were suppressed by powerful laws. However, when he wanted to mobilize the law of space, he realized that the spatial laws of this area were suppressed by powerful laws. Space was as solid as an iron plate, making it difficult to teleport. Chu Zhou was not surprised. The law of space was indeed extremely mystical. However, rules were rules after all. Laws were above rules. Laws could suppress rules. When spatial laws in the void were suppressed by the laws, it was difficult to use the law of space or shuttle through it. Chu Zhou had long known this. He had never thought that he was invincible after mastering the law of space. This was impossible. In this world, there were actually restraints and restrictions, be it laws or rules. There were no invincible rules, nor were there invincible laws. Only invincible people. After discovering that he could not mobilize the law of space, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. The 5-element nomological sparks in his consciousness space shook violently, and the surging and vast power of the 5-element laws erupted from his body, forming a 5-colored tsunami that roared through the heaven and earth. At the same time, 4 5-colored light shields revolved around him. In addition to that, his figure suddenly turned into a blurry shadow of a crescent moon, increasing his flying speed by 10 times. The 6 radiance shield and flowing moon movement technique had not been used much ever since Chu Zhou successfully cultivated them. However, this did not mean that these 2 absolute arts were weak. These 2 absolute arts were actually extremely powerful universe nobility level absolute arts that could be 2 of the 4 core inheritances of the Beikang lineage. It was just that Chu Zhou rarely needed to use it. Now that he could not use the law of space, Chu Zhou used these 2 ultimate techniques. In an instant, his entire body was like a flowing moon, leaving behind blurry afterimages in the void. Most of the attacks were dodged by him. There were also some attacks that were destroyed by the 5-colored gush that erupted from his body. The remaining few attacks were also blocked by the light shield around him. It's King Beikang's 6 radiance shield and flowing moon movement technique. Many living beings who attacked Chu Zhou could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw Chu Zhou, who had transformed into a hazy crescent moon, and the 4 light shields surrounding him. King Beikang had shocked the universe ocean back then. Among the absolute arts he had mastered, the killing sword art was undoubtedly the most famous. However, the 6 radiance shield and flowing moon movement technique that he had mastered were also widely known. Countless living beings knew how powerful the 6 radiance shield and flowing moon movement technique were. Now that they saw Chu Zhou use these 2 ultimate techniques, many people seemed to see the rise of the new King Beikang. Chapter 846, Unexpected Change. 2. Boohoo! Suddenly, an extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound wave sounded in the void. Circles of materialized black sound waves suddenly enveloped Chu Zhou. At this moment, within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, be it the living beings of the foreign universe or the native creatures of the demon world, they were all overwhelmed by the demonic sound. Countless living beings collapsed to the ground with a splitting headache. On the battlefield, many creatures affected by the black sound waves were either severely injured or directly exploded. Many mountains and forests on the ground were instantly reduced to dust. On the battlefield, some living beings who were not affected by the aftershock of the demonic sound looked at a living being with a mouth like a loudspeaker and their expressions changed. That terrifying demonic sound was emitted by this creature with a mouth that looked like a trumpet. As the main target of the demonic sound, Chu Zhou's expression instantly turned solemn the moment the demonic sound filled his mind. He used the killing sword art with all his might without any hesitation. Ah! In an instant, a clear and loud sword hum sounded from the purple dragon sword in Chu Zhou's hand and instantly spread for thousands of kilometers. As the sword hum sounded, all the living beings in a radius of 10 million kilometers felt a powerful sword intent that changed the color of heaven and earth surged towards them. The flowers, plants, and trees all over the mountain seemed to have been blown by a strong wind and fell in Chu Zhou's direction. A rustling sound could be heard. All the sword-shaped plants fell towards Chu Zhou in unison, as if they were worshipping a king who ruled the world. Ding! 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 Waves of sword cries quickly spread into the distance. Countless longsword shadows suddenly appeared on Chu Zhou's body. Under the grey sunlight, rows of longswords formed a spiral shape and spiraled down above Chu Zhou's head. The densely packed longsword hilts were connected, and the tip of the swords was facing outwards. Under the sunlight, they glowed with a dazzling golden light, and the sound of swords ringing was endless. Buzz buzz! Numerous translucent sword chi suddenly emerged from the ground. Each cluster of sword chi was hundreds of meters tall, and some were even 10,000 meters tall. The blurry sword aura covered the space around Chu Zhou with an unreal veil. Everyone looked at the space where Chu Zhou was in shock. The space where Chu Zhou was suddenly became ethereal, as if it existed in another world. From afar, it looked like a huge green lotus that reached the sky. It bloomed proudly in the world, and there were dense sword lotuses. This is the killing sword art. Almost instantly, many experts from various races in the universe knew that Chu Zhou had used King Beikang's famous ultimate technique killing sword art. Circles of materialized black sound waves collided with the dense sword lotuses. Amidst the rumbling, countless sword lotuses turned into dust. However, new sword lotuses soon grew. Demonic sounds rolled out, shattering the heavens and earth. Endless sword lotuses, reincarnation of life and death. This shocking confrontation between the demonic sound and the sword lotus. Many great beings in the universe were shocked. Chu Zhou stood on the lotus platform and stared deeply at the living being with a mouth like a loudspeaker in the void. This living being was too powerful. It could be said to be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. It also made him feel a huge threat. What made him feel even more troubled was that he felt that the other party had not used all his strength. Is this King Beikang's famous ultimate technique, the killing sword art? It's indeed extraordinary. Yi Bo sneered at Chu Zhou's figure and did not attack again. He had already sensed that someone had taken the opportunity to snatch the nomological holy spring while he was fighting Chu Zhou. Attacking Chu Zhou was just to reduce a powerful competitor. The nomological holy spring was his goal. He took a deep look at Chu Zhou and instantly transformed into a distorted afterimage as he chased after the nomological holy spring in the distance. Is he the Freedom Alliance's demonic sound clan's Yi Bo? No wonder he's so powerful. That's right. Yi Bo is one of the 10 strongest universe lords in the Freedom Alliance. Moreover, he has also excavated the power of the demonic sound clan's bloodline to the extreme. It's normal for him to have such strength. Some universe warriors whispered. Some people immediately decided to give up on fighting for the nomological holy spring after sensing Yi Bo's identity. Yi Bo was not an ordinary universe lord. He had been famous for more than 100 million years. It was an extremely terrifying ancient universe lord. The Freedom Alliance was one of the 9 strongest factions in the universe. There were countless experts. However, Yi Bo's strength was enough to rank in the top 10 among the many universe lords of the Freedom Alliance. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Yi Bo was. Many people did not have the courage to compete with Yi Bo for the nomological holy spring and decided to give up. Yi Bo of the Freedom Alliance. Chu Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the information revealed by the many cosmic experts. Yi Bo had indeed made him feel danger just now. In fact, he wasn't even sure if he would be a match for Yi Bo after using his full strength. However, even so, it was impossible for him to give up on fighting for the nomological holy spring. It was very likely that such a rare treasure could only be encountered once in a lifetime. If he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter it again. However, since there was a powerful existence like Yi Bo among the competitors, he had to consider the safety of Dragon and the others. Especially since he vaguely felt that among those competitors, apart from Yi Bo, there were a few terrifying demon world creatures that were not inferior to Yibo, as well as a few cosmic powerhouses who had hidden themselves very well. Chapter 847, Unexpected Change. 3. Chu Zhou thought for a moment and immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, take Dragon and the others and leave the battlefield immediately. Wait for me near the Black Mountain. Zhou Yu was slightly stunned when she received Chu Zhou's voice transmission. Then, she looked at Chu Zhou. When she saw Chu Zhou's serious expression, she immediately understood his intentions. She nodded slightly and did not object. In fact, ever since she saw the terrifying scene of Yibo attacking, she understood that with a person like Yibo around, a newly advanced universe lord like her basically had no right to fight for the nomological holy spring. It was very likely that he would die in the competition for the nomological holy spring or become Chu Zhou's burden. In that case, he might as well bring Dragon and the others away from this competition to avoid dragging Chu Zhou down. Zhou Yu quickly left with Dragon and the others. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhou charged towards the nomological holy spring with a thought. Just as Chu Zhou approached the nomological holy spring, a claw that blotted out the sky grabbed at him. It was the claw of an advanced grade universe lord level demon world creature. Chains of nomological laws fell from the huge claw. It crushed the sky. Chu Zhou's expression did not change. His body emitted a vast five-colored divine light as he waved the purple dragon sword in his hand and used the killing sword art. Billions of sword chi surged out of his body and gathered into a long river of sword chi that collided with the descending claw. Boom, 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 boom. Dense sword chi continued to collide with the claws, causing large areas of the void to explode. Its claws were sent flying by the long river of sword chi, and a towering demon world three-headed hound appeared. Its black body that was like an ancient mountain range burned with pitch-black hellfire. There were 3 ferocious heads, and on each head, the word demon flickered. 3 pairs of eyes and 6 blood-red eyes were filled with endless cruelty and indifference. This was an extremely powerful creature. From the nomological fluctuations emitted from its body, Chu Zhou could determine that it had reached the advanced grade universe lord realm. Furthermore, its strength might far surpass ordinary advanced grade universe lords, and it was an expert on the same level as Yibo. Chu Zhou and the demon world's three-headed hound looked at each other coldly and did not continue attacking. They all felt threatened by each other. Unless it was a critical battle for the nomological holy spring, they would not kill each other to prevent both sides from suffering losses and benefiting others. Following that, Chu Zhou, the demon world's three-headed hound, Yibo and the other experts chased after the nomological holy spring as they fought. This was a chaotic battle. No matter who it was, as long as they approached the nomological holy spring, they would immediately become the target of everyone's attacks. Chu Zhou approached the nomological holy spring 3 times, but he was repelled by the combined forces of other experts and was even injured. The demon world's three-headed hound, Yibo and the other living beings were the same. They had also approached the nomological holy spring several times and were attacked collectively. They had no choice but to retreat and were seriously injured. The group of people chased and fought at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of millions of kilometers. The sky collapsed, the earth sank, the mountains broke, and the forest turned into ashes wherever they passed. Along the way, countless demon world creatures and universe experts were affected and died tragically. More and more demon world creatures and universe experts were alarmed by this battle for the nomological holy spring. Some powerful demon world creatures and cosmic experts also participated in this battle for the nomological holy spring. This made the battle situation even more tragic. Chu Zhou realized that it was very difficult for him to obtain the nomological holy spring in a short period of time alone. He also secretly began to slack off. He followed the high-speed nomological holy spring with all his might and did not fall behind. However, in battle, he no longer advanced rashly. He no longer attempted to approach the nomological holy spring to ensure his absolute safety. Apart from that, he also secretly released a devouring net that continuously devoured the corpses of the living beings that died along the way. In fact, he had already released this devouring net when he joined this battle. Therefore, his attribute points had been increasing rapidly. I've accumulated nearly 200,000 trillion attribute points again. I'm just short of upgrading the law of reincarnation to 20%. Chu Zhou stole a glance at his attribute board and was overjoyed to see that his attribute points were about to reach 200,000 trillion. If the law of reincarnation also increased to 20%, his strength would increase exponentially. At that time, even if he was an intermediate grade Universe Lord, he would be able to challenge a top advanced grade Universe Lord like Yi Bo. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. In this chaotic battle, the more experts died, the greater the benefits he would obtain. While Chu Zhou was silently swimming, he was also observing the other living beings. Among them, 6 of them were the greatest threat to him. In addition to Yi Bo and the demon world's three-headed hound, there was also a mysterious figure surrounded by black fog, a powerhouse that seemed to be made of water, a mana creature covered in flowers, and a creature from the demon world that was even larger than the demon world's three-headed hound and had 2 horns on its head. The strength displayed by these 6 experts in the many confrontations was clearly superior to the other experts. Chu Zhou weighed his options in his heart. If he used all his methods and strength, he would only be able to protect himself against the 6 experts. It would be difficult to defeat them. Chapter 848, Unexpected Change. 4. This was also an important reason why he was not in a hurry to snatch the nomological holy spring. He did not have enough strength. However, he was not depressed. These 6 experts were basically the strongest among the Universe Lords. How many years had he cultivated? He was not even 100 years old. It was already outstanding enough for him to be able to compete with these experts. Just as Chu Zhou was paddling and silently collecting the corpses of the dead, he was suddenly stunned. He wasn't the only one. Even Yi Bo, the demon world's three-headed hound, and the other 6 experts were stunned. A snow-white little beast suddenly appeared above the rapidly moving nomological holy spring. It sat down and stopped the moving nomological holy spring. The little white beast tilted its head and widened its innocent eyes as it curiously scanned everyone. It seemed to be wondering why a group of people was chasing after the nomological holy spring. At that moment, it seemed to feel thirsty. It lowered its head and gulped down a few mouthfuls of the nomological holy spring. It seemed to treat the nomological holy spring as normal spring water and did not cherish it at all. After drinking the water, it seemed to have drunk too much and even casually spat it out. Chu Zhou, Yi Bo, the demon world's three-headed hound, and the other living beings. The group of people had a mental breakdown. The nomological holy spring that they had fought tooth and nail for was actually wasted like this. This was the nomological holy spring. Even a single drop was enough to cause many Universe Lords to fight over it. However, this little beast with an unknown origin actually drank the nomological holy spring as if it was nomological holy spring water. It even threw up casually after drinking too much. The mental state of this group of people was about to collapse. I, Yi Bo, want the nomological holy spring. Yi Bo suddenly roared as terrifying black sound waves spread out from his body. The sky and the earth were continuously shattered by the terrifying demonic sound. The circles of black sound waves were also very magical. It was as if they had turned into real objects. They all went towards the little white beast and the holy spring. Yi Bo, others might be afraid of you, but I, Shadowlo, am not. If you want to obtain the nomological holy spring, you have to rely on your own abilities. The figure surrounded by black fog smiled coldly. Black chains suddenly flew out from his body and wrapped around the snow-white little beast and the nomological holy spring. Shadowlo. So it's you. Yi Bo's gaze was cold as he looked at the figure shrouded in black fog, and a hint of fear appeared in his heart. Shadowlo was one of the strongest Universe Lords of the 9 strongest factions, the Primordial Alliance. His status and strength were not inferior to his. At this moment, the demon world's three-headed hound and other experts also attacked. It was impossible for Yi Bo to make them give up on the nomological holy spring with just one sentence. Ku, ku. The little white beast seemed to be shocked when it saw many Universe Lords attacking it. With a leap, it disappeared into thin air. It wasn't just that it had disappeared. Even the nomological holy spring beneath it disappeared. Terrifying attacks landed on empty space. In the next moment, the little white beast appeared again with the nomological holy spring. Moreover, he had appeared beside Chu Zhou. Swoosh! 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 Yi Bo, Shadowlo, the demon world three-headed hound, and the other living beings all looked in Chu Zhou's direction. Their gazes were as sharp as blades. Chu Zhou! Damn it, he didn't want this to happen either. He did want to obtain the nomological holy spring, but it wasn't a method of risking his life. Furthermore, the nomological holy spring was not his. He lowered his head and looked at the little white beast. The little white beast also widened its innocent eyes and looked at him. The man and beast looked at each other, a very strange atmosphere enveloped them. However, Yi Bo, Shadowlo, the demon world's three-headed hound, and the other living beings did not care so much. They only knew that the little white beast had appeared beside Chu Zhou with the nomological holy spring. It was very likely that the snow-white little beast was related to Chu Zhou. In the next moment, Yi Bo, Cha Naduo, the demon world's three-headed hound, and other living beings attacked Chu Zhou. Chapter 849, Reincarnation with One Thought. 1. Are you all blind? This little thing ran to my side with the nomological holy spring. It has nothing to do with me. Seeing Yi Bo, Shadowlo, the demon world's three-headed hound, and the other living beings attack him, Chu Zhou could not help but curse. However, even though he was cursing, he had to think of a way to ensure his own safety. With his current strength, he could at most protect himself against Yi Bo alone. Facing the attacks of so many experts at the same time, it was definitely dangerous. If he was not careful, he might die. At this moment, Chu Zhou did not dare to hold back at all. The five elements' nomological sparks vibrated and communicated with the five elemental laws. Boom! The sky shook as a mighty five-colored nomological river descended from the depths of space. It pierced through the heaven and earth and landed behind Chu Zhou. The mighty power of the five elements condensed around Chu Zhou, forming barriers that were hundreds of meters thick like iron walls. In fact, these barriers condensed from the power of the five elements were much more formidable than the real iron wall. Even if a sun exploded, it would be difficult to destroy the barriers. One attack after another landed on the iron wall-like barrier. Most of the attacks were blocked by the five-colored barrier of the iron wall. However, 6 attacks pierced through the barriers and quickly attacked Chu Zhou. However, the moment all the barriers were penetrated, Chu Zhou suddenly transformed into a million-meter-tall chaos giant. Roar! A desolate roar that seemed to originate from ancient times shook the entire demon world. 2 chaos fists that were larger than mountain peaks bombarded the 6 attacks. 2 chaos fists that were larger than mountain peaks bombarded the 6 attacks. However, the chaos giant also flew back to Bailey with his bloody hands. It was like a lofty mountain that flew across, smashing countless mountains along the way. When it fell to the ground, the earth shook. The land within 100,000 kilometers instantly collapsed, and endless dust soared into the sky. When the chaos giant was sent flying, the snow-white beast had vanished again with the nomological holy spring. Damn it, that snow-white little beast is indeed related to Chu Zhou. Kill Chu Zhou, capture that snow-white little beast, and take back the nomological holy spring. Yi Bo and the other living beings charged into the dust filled with killing intent as they charged towards Chu Zhou. In the sunken ground, Chu Zhou controlled his huge chaos divine body and stood up. Waves of intense pain surged into his heart like a tide. His huge body was covered in cracks at this moment. Blood gushed out from the dense cracks and converged into streams of blood that flowed down his body. Especially the 6 huge bloody holes on the chaos divine body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Chu Zhou felt the intense pain in his body and frowned. Even though the injuries on the surface of his body looked serious, they were actually nothing. The more serious ones were internal injuries. He had just been attacked by Yi Bo and the other 6 experts. While the 6 attacks had severely injured his chaos divine body, the power of the 6 nomological laws had also seeped into his body. The power of the 6 nomological laws was still destroying his body. The universe ocean is indeed dangerous. 8 months ago, I was seriously injured under the pursuit of the mechanical life form in military uniform. I didn't expect to be seriously injured again so quickly. In fact, if I hadn't used the Chaos Dharma body in time and relied on the power of the Chaos Dharma body to offset at least half of the attack power, I would probably have been directly killed this time. Chu Zhou said calmly. At this moment, he realized how powerful peak advance grade universe lords like Yi Bo were. His strength was still quite a distance away from an advanced grade universe lord like Yi Bo. The power of the 6 nomological laws that seeped into my body is very troublesome. If other universe lords encountered such a situation, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to erase the power of the 6 invading nomological laws even after billions of years. However, to me, it's just a supplement. With a thought, he let the attribute board devour the 6 nomological powers, wreaking havoc in his body. The attribute points in his attribute board instantly increased by a lot. The continuously worsening injuries in Chu Zhou's body were immediately controlled. At this moment, he looked up and saw Yi Bo and the other living beings rushing into the dust. Huh? Not only did he not die after being attacked by the 6 of us, but he can't even stand up. Yi Bo and the other living beings looked at the towering chaos divine body standing in the middle of the dust that filled the sky. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Chu Zhou's gaze turned cold when he saw Yi Bo and company charging over. An ancient mountain range like Chaos Hand held the incomparably huge purple dragon sword and slashed at Yi Bo and company. At this moment, the power around his body surged like the sea as he used the killing sword art with all his might. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent that seemed to want to kill all worlds swept through heaven and earth. Endless sword chi filled the void. The entire world seemed to have turned into an ocean of swords. The vast ocean of swords suddenly enveloped Yi Bo and the other universe lords. In the sea of swords, there were also incomparably grand and spectacular phenomena such as the Sword Lotus World, the Sword Rain World, the Falling Stars, the Sword Blade Storm, and so on. Chapter 850, Reincarnation with One Thought. 2. It was as if the heavens and the earth were about to be annihilated by the sword chi. In addition, various phenomena such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared in the void, forming a huge 5-element array formation that descended with a bang. There was also endless chaos fog that formed chaotic waves that roared through heaven and earth as it surged towards Yi Bo and company. Yi Bo and the other experts were slightly moved when they saw the majestic attack. In their perception, Chu Zhou was only an intermediate-grade universe lord, but he could erupt with power stronger than ordinary advanced-grade universe lords. This was rare. However, they were fearless. Even if Chu Zhou's strength exceeded their expectations, it was also impossible for him to be a match for so many of them. Furthermore, Yi Bo and the other 6 experts were among them. Yi Bo and the others had killing intent on their faces as they attacked together. Very quickly, they resolved all of Chu Zhou's attacks. Chu Zhou is out of tricks. Today is the day he dies. Looks like there won't be another King Bei Kang in the universe ocean. Yi Bo and the others were filled with killing intent as they charged towards Chu Zhou in a domineering manner, preparing to completely destroy him. However, at this moment, a circular crystal disc suddenly appeared above Chu Zhou's head. The circular crystal disc slowly rotated, emitting a suffocating pressure. At this moment, the heaven and earth within a radius of 10 million miles trembled slightly. Countless creatures of the demon world could not help but crawl on the ground. Oh no, it's a universe nobility weapon. The expressions of Yi Bo and the others changed as they looked fearfully at the slowly rotating round crystal plate. Yi Bo, Shadowlo, the demon world's 3-headed hound, and the other 6 experts quickly calmed down. Even though Chu Zhou had universe nobility weapons that exceeded their expectations, even if Chu Zhou had universe nobility weapons, how much of their power could he unleash? In the end, Chu Zhou was only an intermediate-grade universe lord. It was impossible to activate the true power of the universe nobility weapons. Everyone, calm down. Yi Bo shouted in a low voice. Universe nobility weapons are indeed powerful. However, that refers to the situation where universe nobility weapons are under universe nobility crowd control. As for a universe lord, even if he accidentally obtained a universe nobility weapon, it would be difficult for him to unleash its true power. There are so many of us. Chu Zhou can't do anything to us with just a universe nobility weapon. Upon hearing Yi Bo's words, the many living beings who had been frightened quickly calmed down. Exactly. Universe nobility weapons were terrifying killing weapons only in the hands of experts above the universe nobility level. In the hands of the universe lord, it was as if a child suddenly had a dagger in his hand. Its lethality had indeed increased, but the increase was limited. There was no need to be so afraid. Chu Zhou, I didn't expect you to have a universe nobility weapon. However, even if you have a universe nobility weapon, you won't be able to escape death today. Shadowlo said coldly. Endless dark power surged from his body. Under the influence of his power, the entire sky quickly darkened. It was as if a huge black curtain had fallen, blocking the light from the entire sky. Chu Zhou did not speak. Instead, he used the reincarnation technique for the first time in a serious and solemn manner. In an instant, the reincarnation nomological sparks in his body shook. The law of reincarnation trembled. The small samsara wheel floating above his head also shook. Boom! A circle of illusory light suddenly erupted from the small samsara wheel and instantly swept through the heaven and earth. Rumble! A rumbling sound came from the void. To be precise, the huge rotating sound was not heard, but perception from the soul level. Yi Bo and company felt as though they were looking at a gigantic translucent giant wheel. The giant wheel appeared out of nowhere. There were countless gears that were much smaller than the giant wheel. Endless gears filled the heaven and earth, occupying all their vision. Countless gears turned along with the giant wheel. The middle wheel of the big wheel set, and the small wheel set. The giant wheel and the endless gears slowly spun together, emitting a strange aura, as if it was pushing the entire universe to reincarnate. In a daze, Yi Bo and company's consciousnesses were pulled into gears, or rather, into reincarnation worlds. After Chu Zhou cast the reincarnation art, he saw Yi Bo and company suddenly lose their minds. He knew that the consciousnesses of Yi Bo and the other living beings had been temporarily pulled into one reincarnation world after another. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and didn't take the opportunity to kill Yi Bo and the others. That was because he knew very well that with his current strength, it was very difficult for him to pull so many universe lords into the world of reincarnation at the same time. He could only maintain it for 3 breaths at most before Yi Bo and the others woke up. It would be very difficult for him to kill any universe lord in 3 breaths. Furthermore, once he attacked, it would be impossible for him to leave after Yi Bo and the others woke up. Therefore, he had to leave immediately. The sooner the better. In the river of time and space, a snow-white little beast floated in the constantly flowing river of time and space. Furthermore, through the river of time and space, it curiously observed Chu Zhou in reality. When it saw Chu Zhou use the reincarnation technique, its innocent eyes lit up. Coo, coo. The little white beast chirped happily and instantly appeared beside Chu Zhou. It jumped onto Chu Zhou's shoulder.